Hey, Sophia, what's up? How you doing
Hey,
today?
no intro again. You caught me off guard.
Nah, yeah, I don't know if an intro is necessary, but hey. Oh, yeah. Let me. Oh, I had my tab on. Yeah, man. So I'm doing a live debate show for Sundays. I'm gonna try to do this every Sunday where people can call in and just debate me or debate us. If both of us can do this shit, the brain doesn't make consciousness. So if you're a physicalist or a materialist, call in, bring it on. I have the link right here. And hey, Dave, how you doing, man? Is that music too
Hey, Daniel.
loud in the background, or is it just right? Let me know.
Might be slightly too loud.
Okay, hey, Joe. All right, I'll turn it down a little bit. Okay, he said it's good. All right, cool. Just a little background to fill up. But yeah, man, hopefully we get some new callers, people that stumble onto the channel and will call in. Basically, we've got this position, basically idealism. The brain doesn't make consciousness. So we're here to answer questions or take you up on a debate challenge. If you're a physicalist, materialist, or just want to push back, we can do that. So just bring it on. Basically, we believe that, idealism, that consciousness is fundamental, that, the material world, what we call the physical world, is an appearance within consciousness, and not just our consciousness, but it is what it is. It's the primordial genesis of reality. Now, it's a big claim. A lot of people feel like, hey, that's not intuitive. I think that the brain is where consciousness comes from. That's what we've been told. That's the default position, it seems like, in neuroscience for the most part. So we're just here to challenge that assumption and answer any questions, bring it on. What do you think, Sophia?
Well, I wouldn't say the physical world is an appearance within consciousness. I see it as an expression of consciousness. That's me, though.
Right. Gotcha. But consciousness being fundamental is kind of like the main thrust of the argument.
Right.
So, yeah, hold on just a second.
I would like that lady to come back, the one who called me a hot mess. Where's she at? What's her name?
Right, where you at? Debbie Downer or whatever? Say you're a duelist?
Debbie Downer.
How can I say this? Idealism, yeah, man. So this should be fun. We haven't ever really done this, so I'm kind of giving it a try. Maybe something that'll help the channel. Maybe it'll be something that people enjoy, And so, yeah, Dave says, hi, Sophia.
Hey, Dave. I did say, hey, Dave. I don't know if you heard me, though.
Oh, I didn't hear. I didn't hear.
Dave.
Yeah, man. Hopefully we'll get somebody to call in. Yeah, so the whole idea, just to kind of rant a little bit to fill up space until someone calls in. And I've got the link in the live chat as well. And I'll try to do this every Sunday. So if you're new here, you stumble across the channel, like and subscribe. Make sure you get the alerts and all that kind of good stuff, so we can do that. Yeah, nice to see you too, Dave. It's really nice to see you too. And so basically, we highlight that all knowledge of the physical world comes through experience, first of all, as the priority epistemically. And since all evidence for the external world appears within our conscious experience, the question is, why should we treat matter as more fundamental than experience itself? Can anybody answer that question? Why is that the default position? Materialism has to explain how physical processes produce subjective experiences. So how do purely physical processes logically entail qualitative experiences? This relates to the hard problem of consciousness. Does anybody have arguments to make the case that materialism has the best story? I don't know of any. I've heard a lot. I've heard the main questions or arguments, and I don't know, looking for somebody that's got some sort of ideas. Do you have any ideas, Sophia, of the kind of questions a physicalist asks that you wrestle with, or sort of or maybe the best arguments you can think of that are brought to you? You know anything like that?
Wait for somebody to actually ask some questions. I don't want to assume what they're going to ask me.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not trying to debate myself here, Scott.
I know, man.
You're
It's like we're
asking
trying to debate ourselves right now. I'm the master debater.
I mean, it comes down to which one is more coherent, I would say, because as it stands right now, we don't have empirical proof for any of it.
Right.
I would highlight, though, that materialism is only a philosophy, and a lot of materialists act like it's empirically true, and it's really not. So if anyone's in the audience and wants to challenge me, come on with it.
Yeah, man. Another thing, that the one weakness I see is like a lot of materialists or physicalists point to emergence, the emergence challenge. So they kind of rely on that to explain consciousness. So my question there, if matter is completely non-experiential, how does experience arise from it without something experiential already being present? Because this sort of pushes the explanatory gap or the strong emergence argument, right? It seems like it's just miraculous thinking. It's like something from nothing. Something experiential comes from something non-experiential. How does that happen? Can you explain it, or is it just your belief? Is it just your faith, right? Does anybody have any good, solid, arguments? Like Dave asked us, well, consciousness is intangible and material is tangible. Okay. That's just pointing out the difference, or how it actually expresses itself, but it's all within the screen of perception. So
Okay,
are
so
you
the question
saying
is,
that?
Dave,
Go ahead, Sophia.
Dave, you're saying that one is immaterial and one isn't, but like, expound on that. That's
Right.
not telling me anything.
Yeah. I'd like to hear all the arguments. The fact that what we call physical things are those tangible things. The question is, what's more fundamental to you, the experience of tangible things or the tangible things themselves? And we have Dave on stage. What's going on, Dave?
Hi. How's it going today?
Hey, what's going on, Dave? How you doing, man? So you
Not bad.
mentioned that it's simply easy to believe in what I can touch. Well, let me ask you, if something's easy
Well,
to
you
believe,
can't touch
that
your
make it
mind,
true?
but you know it's real unless you don't believe that you exist.
Well, I don't need to know that, do I? I mean, I don't need to know if I exist or not. I know that I get hungry and I respond to it.
How can you be
That's-
hungry if you don't exist?
Well, I don't know that I don't know if I can't prove that I exist to you. I'm simply responding to an autonomic system. I think consciousness is emergent at this level.
But
Why do you think that? Why do you think that?
Well, I once looked up the definition of consciousness, and it said it's being awake and aware of your surroundings. And from that point of view, even an atom is conscious because it's still awake and aware of its surroundings and responds to its surroundings. But as things get more complex, as you go up in system quality from subatomic all the way to us, you see that the ability to respond and react becomes more complex. At some point, it seems like there's a feedback loop which gives me the ability to have choice. But it's easy to respond to material when I can touch it. I can react to it. I can satisfy things without question. I don't need to have curiosity or an intellect to feed.
Okay, so that the first part you said proof correlation, right? There's a correlation between the physical and the mental, right?
Yes. There may be a correlation, but I don't need the correlation. I can see, I can touch things, and I see other things that can touch things. So the material world appears to be very much more real than anything that can be described only through concept.
But how would you experience the material world without consciousness?
Atoms seek the position they should be in the molecule. Molecules seek the position they should be in the material. The material holds the position it is in the object. It seems like that's inherent.
Let's go all the way down to the basics. I don't know anything about atoms. I don't know anything about subatomic particles, and all the things you're pointing to. Why should I believe any of that?
You shouldn't.
Okay.
You should first believe that you get hungry.
Okay. What does hunger have to do with
we already
real?
believe and agree with the physical reality. We don't deny the physical reality. We're not saying that we don't get hungry, so we have to get off of that topic because we already know that that's true.
Yes.
As far as we can tell.
Yeah, we can establish we agree.
So
my question is, how would you know anything about this experience without consciousness?
I don't know.
Okay,
really
so
don't
I don't
know.
know. Does that beat our argument?
I don't know.
Remember, this is a debate, so I don't know isn't an argument. You're just telling me about your mental state. It's not really challenging the position. So we're making a claim. So we're saying that physicalism does not explain consciousness, and we're asking anyone to say that it does to bring an argument for it. But I don't know isn't really helping. You know what I mean?
Yes, I understand that I have no help here. I'm not of a help. I'm simply and I can say that I think I'm conscious, and I think you're conscious, and I think the group of us is conscious. The show is conscious. So
okay.
But this is all intangible to me.
It's intangible. Okay.
Yeah, I can't touch it.
Okay. Yeah, you can't touch it. That's for sure. But the feeling of touch, that's a feeling, right?
Yes.
And feelings appear in your consciousness. If you're not conscious, nothing's tangible. So you have to first be conscious, right?
No.
So
when the doctor hits my knee with the hammer, my knee responds without being conscious.
How do you know that if you're not conscious?
Well, I've observed that. But
how do you observe that?
Yes, my executive function requires consciousness.
All right.
My
So how
executive
do you
function
know
requires
if that's
consciousness.
the case? If your executive function requires consciousness, then how do you know that you can know things without being conscious? Because you said that it's tangible, and I told you, how can you touch anything or feel anything tangible or know anything tangible if you're not conscious? And you said that you could, and I'm just wondering how.
The way I know is the intersubjective information I collect allows me to eventually label things as objective and gives me the ability to predict things in my environment that with high reliability, such a high reliability,
So how
that
do you
I can
predict
consider
things if you're
those
not conscious?
what
They,
that
but
those
that's
things to
because
exist.
you're conscious.
Yes, but that's the way I
But
function.
right, but if you weren't conscious, would you be able to do all that stuff?
It's experimental evidence shows me that I will be able to do quite a bit. Yes.
So you'll be
Like
able
what?
to predict things when you're unconscious?
Well, I'll be able to still be able to take up space. I will still be able to react to the prod of a doctor trying to see if I can wake up.
Do you know that, or do you just assume that?
I have evidence. So the assumption is supported by a library of evidence that I have accumulated.
But let's make sure we're on the right page. You're accumulating evidence, right? You're doing all this stuff, no conscious necessary. You don't have to be aware of nothing, and you're
Well, no, I
still
have
able to
my
deal.
functioning is conscious. I
but
function
I'm-
consciously, so my executive function has to be there for me to be there, as I know me.
Right. So how do you know anything if you're just a philosophical zombie?
Well, I say I collect that information, and I can say this system occurs with me there or not.
Okay, well, that's a claim, but what we're trying to figure out is how, the question is how do you do all this stuff without being conscious? You're telling me what you can do and that you can do it. I'm asking how. How can you know things, test things, predict things if you're not conscious?
I can't predict things if I'm not conscious.
Okay,
But I can see a pattern, but when I'm conscious, I can see patterns that don't affect me.
so yeah, but you have to be conscious when you see patterns. Like to
Yeah, I have
perceive-
executive function. I don't know how to operate without my executive function.
Okay, great. So you're telling me that in order to, surmise whether something's tangible, do predictions, gain knowledge, accumulate knowledge, you have to be conscious. We agree on that, right?
Yes,
Okay,
we do, yes.
very good. We have to be conscious. So we're kind of stuck in our conscious minds when we do all this stuff. We can't go out of our minds to do any of that stuff. Like you said, you have to be conscious. So my
Agreed.
question, and if that's true, then how is that not a contradiction to what you just said?
Show me the contradiction, please.
You said that you don't have to be conscious. All you have to do is accumulate knowledge and do predictions and take up space.
I'm saying
This-
I'm saying two things. Okay, I'm saying two things. I'm saying that I have executive function and I operate through consciousness, but I can see patterns where I can predict the behavior of two things or many things based on an information, and they can predict that information within themselves, regardless of me. I can let go of the pattern and it'll still happen. I can still have confidence that the pattern will occur.
Yeah, now I would agree with you. Basically, reality is objective to us. Whatever reality is, it exists whether we exist or not. If no minds at all existed in the universe, these things would still exist. I agree with you. What is the point?
That's all that there is. I mean, I don't know. I don't like to say it that way. That's not what I mean. First of all, I say that is nature. Reality is a good question. What is reality? That's a conversation we've not had. What is reality? And is my reality your reality? Is our reality different than your reality and my reality? Are there multiple realities? In reality, 1 + 1 = 2. That's another form of reality. Google says there's 4 different flavors of reality. So that's a complicated question in and of itself, isn't it?
Well, what I mean by reality in this context is what exists, just whether we exist it or not, it still exists. It has standalone existence. It doesn't depend on us humans to observe it.
I use the word nature.
That's, like nature, the universe, everything that we observe. We may not observe it as it is. We basically perceive things as humans perceive things, so we don't see things as they really are, quote unquote. But there's still an objective reality out there, and that's what I'm referring to. So we agree with you on that. I agree that there is an objective reality outside of our minds. But if we're going to know anything about that reality, we have to be conscious. We have to be able to observe it. And we have to have a certain level of intelligence to make sense of it. Would you agree?
Yes. I have to agree with the idea that our understanding, our knowledge requires our consciousness.
Gotcha. Now, with all that being said, let's get back to the question. Does calling consciousness emergent explain how that experience arises, or does it simply restate that experience appears when the brain reaches a certain complexity?
Say the question again, please.
Like, you said that consciousness is emergent, right?
Yes, I think consciousness with choice, our flavor of consciousness is emergent.
Okay. How does consciousness or experience arise?
I don't know, but I think it's a property of complexity.
So how do you know? Why would you believe things that you don't know?
Because I don't necessarily believe things that I know, and I take the word belief with a grain of salt. I know certain things, and I believe or hope for other things. The quality of the knowledge is different from knowing to believing.
Yeah, so we're just talking about emergence. So you don't know how consciousness emerges, but you just believe it does. So how does that view the position?
How does that change the position? I don't know how it operates.
No, how does that make it true? Just because you believe something doesn't make it true, right?
It becomes true when I have enough information that allows me to act and react and act again with my environment, doesn't it?
No, I don't see how that follows.
When I gain confidence,
if something is true, Dave, the way I feel is it's true whether I believe it or not, whether I discovered it or not, it's true.
Right.
So it's going to be true or not, regardless of what I believe. So I'm asking you, if you don't know how emergence works, when it kicks in, then what reasons do you have to believe in emergence as a function of consciousness?
What reason do I have to believe that consciousness is emergent?
Yeah.
Yes.
What?
So, like in science, an explanation, like in science, for example, right? An explanation should ideally like allow for predictions. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay. So if consciousness emerges from physical complexity or from the physical brain somehow, what specific physical conditions should allow us to predict when experience appears? What predictions do we have on that?
When experience, well, isn't part of that simply in the statement that you just made? There, when things get complicated, gives us the ability to do that. So the degree of complexity has something to do with that, perhaps.
Complexity?
The degree of complexity, yeah.
So how complex does something have to be for it to start experiencing?
Well, if I go back to my earlier point, little things can experience and or at least act and react to their environment. The notion of consciousness, where you have choice, is a level above that seems to be happening throughout the animal kingdom, and we hope that can happen beyond the animal kingdom. And there's an emergent property of larger things. Now, I know that's not really answering the question, but we can say that as things get more complex, the likelihood of them having a consciousness that we can probably partially nail down becomes more probable.
All right,
seems
so
to be a corollary.
What do you base that probability on? What examples do you have in nature of experience arising from complexity? And again, how complex does it have to be?
Well, with consciousness of choice, with that kind of notion, I can see my cats make choices, dogs make choices, our pets make choices. I see that animals make choices. I see that plants make choices, but less overtly. So I see life as having the ability to make some choices to some degree.
I agree with you 100%. I agree with all of that. But if consciousness emerges,
So Dave. So you're saying that there are obviously levels of consciousness, right? Because an animal, for example, is not as complex as a human being, right? It doesn't have the same level of reasoning, et cetera, right?
Yeah.
And you
Agreed.
said earlier that, the more complex the brain is, for example, the more complex we express ourselves, right? Or something like that, you said?
Well,
okay, so
I think
that
the more
shows,
experience.
so that shows correlation, right? There's a correlation between the interface and consciousness somehow, right? There's a correlation, right?
Yes.
Now my question is, does that prove emergence though? And if you think it does, can you explain how so?
Well, the emergence, an emergent property is something you can only see if you take a look at the whole group, right? So if you have an emergent property, let's say from let's say you have a source of food.
But you're basically saying the reason we're all conscious is enough proof that it's emergent. Because that's really what you're saying.
I guess I am, yeah.
That's circular.
It is circular.
That's very circular.
It is. I don't have a good way out of that circular pattern. I simply point out there's a hierarchy from small things to large things, and emergent properties seem to float around the large things.
How does it seem? What explains the seeming for you?
I see that something with a lot of particles acts differently than the individual particles. regardless of what the size of those particles is or what those particles are. I see, for example, a pattern in flocks of birds that is a beautiful expression of what I'm seeing. I see, yet I don't see a single bird. I see the whole flock as a
Does
pattern.
does a mountain have more atoms and subatomic particles than a human brain?
Yeah, probably.
So why isn't a mountain doing the same thing as brains do? Why aren't they experiencing things?
Doesn't have the feedback loops for sure. One
But I
thing we
mean,
have is we have feedback loops. The mountain
okay,
doesn't.
so feedback loops. What is a feedback loop?
A feedback loop says it takes part of the answer back into the next processing of the next iteration. You take something, you get an answer, you take that answer, feed it back into the beginning of the equation with the new data, get another answer, take that refined answer, put it back in again, and it keeps and you have a circular pattern occurring in which you get to which things refine finer and finer and finer. And the human brain can definitely feed back on itself and rehash a single thought time and time again to rethink it and to change it and to see more complexity in it. But a mountain doesn't do that. A mountain just simply sits there for the most part.
Self-reflection here. You're talking about the ability to self-reflect,
Yeah.
but doesn't that come from consciousness and not atoms?
Well, we are made of atoms. I see that. And I see that I see that self-reflection is part of that loop, but I see other things that also self-reflect. The thermostat in your house is a feedback loop. If you have a furnace in your house and you have a thermostat, the thermostat measures the temperature in the house and it feeds back into the furnace and says when it should turn on and off. And
So it sounds like you're making it sort of sounds like feedback loops in a system like a brain is kind of like a computer.
Yeah, it is a little bit. Yeah, I think it is. Yeah.
So
am I.
why aren't computers conscious?
They might be.
Okay, but how do you know? Because they have feedback loops?
I don't know what consciousness is clearly enough. I've already seems to have proven that I am ignorant of a good idea of what consciousness is here, except for the ability to make choice.
I'm highlighting.
So I just want to know.
So,
I just really want to know, though, why are you so dead set on emergence?
why am I so dead? Because that's the pattern I see.
What
see
pattern
that,
tells you?
I see patterns emerging from things from simpler things, and
Like
the pattern
computers.
seems to stick. Yeah, a computer is made up of individual components, transistors.
So you have to believe computers are conscious. You
Well,
can't say
but when
you
you
don't
look
know.
at when you look
Yeah,
at
I do.
cymatics, for example, when you look at cymatics, I'm sure you've seen that before, right? In cymatics, for example, where you put grains on a plate, the grains are scattered, and then once you apply a frequency through sound, all of a sudden the particles arrange into perfect shapes. So that's a good example of something that's intangible affecting the material, right? We also know
Yeah.
that meditation affects your physical body. We know
Yeah.
that because it's been verified that stress raises your cortisol levels and things like that. So how would you explain those things?
Well, I can't. I don't know enough about medicine to explain that. I would be better off trying to explain
Let me
consciousness in terms of a group of people or a
Let
group
me
of
give you a-
computers.
let me
I mean,
wave an
I
olive
don't
branch.
think you really have to explain medicine, because what we're talking about is, you said earlier, you pointed out, the consciousness or things of the mind are intangible, right? And the physical You can touch it. Okay, cool. But I'm showing you how there are examples of where the intangible actually affects the physical shape, which is what Michael Levin talks about with patterns affecting shapes. So I'm saying,
Okay.
how would you, do you think like that could point to the fact that maybe consciousness is primary and not the other way around?
I don't know. I simply know that I have a datum in nature, and I try to say that there's space for all the things that I don't know that are not in nature. I simply say that I know this and I believe that.
But is
So
is consciousness in
Okay, but
nature?
is what?
Is consciousness in nature, or is that supernatural?
I am partly in nature, so consciousness is at least partly in nature because I think I'm
Well,
conscious.
my whole
Okay.
point was, though, you were saying that you believe emergence because you see patterns. So
Right.
I'm telling you, I see patterns as well, and I see examples of the immaterial affecting the physical. So would that count as a pattern?
Yeah, why not?
Okay.
So if you see that pattern as well, like, I would like you to give me a pattern that shows emergence, though, or is similar to emergence. Can you think of anything?
Let's see. I think that the galaxy looks like a disc. It looks like a spinning. Looks like I'm trying to think of an octopus. Is take an octopus, put it on a turntable, and spin it, and all of its legs would turn out to look a little bit like the galaxy might. I mean, so the shape of the galaxy is emerging from all the stars, and all. Yeah, would be an example.
But all those things are physical things, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was
Now,
trying to get you to identify a pattern where something immaterial emerges from something physical.
Well,
Because
is
the
gravity
example I
material or immaterial?
material.
If gravity is material and the electromagnetic field is material, and waves, energy waves through media propagation is material.
I don't know. That can be debated, but I'll just say they're material.
Okay, so if those are all material, you're asking me, then how
Have you
can I
ever seen a
bridge
pattern? Have you ever seen anything immaterial, like say a concept or an experience or anything like
your
that?
mind is immaterial, right? Or consciousness is immaterial. So if your mind can affect your body, then would that qualify as something immaterial being able to affect the material or not? I mean,
I don't
me
know.
personally, I believe that consciousness has the potential to be physical as well. And therefore, it would make perfect sense that my mind can affect my body.
I don't know. What I choose to believe, though, is that we both, somebody's new here.
Yeah, we've got Nell in here, but go ahead, finish, Dave.
What I'm saying is that what I know is different from what I hope for, or leave room to believe where I have doubt, where I have room for doubt. So I don't have a real problem with the idea that consciousness may be supernatural, or there may be a supernatural component to it. I don't really have a problem with that.
Why does it need to be supernatural? Maybe it's just natural.
I'm saying it's both.
Why would you think
What's
that?
supernatural?
Things that are not connected directly to nature as I know them, but definitely can be connected to at least the thoughts that I have, the possibilities that I have.
How is consciousness supernatural in any way?
Well, a lot of people believe in God or gods, that are each and everyone supernatural to some degree. Not all of them, but most of them
So
are
do
supernatural to some
beliefs
degree.
make it true? Do our
So
beliefs
you
make it
having
true?
so you having a conscious experience is supernatural. So you're a walking miracle.
Yeah, in as much as we all are, yeah. I mean, we all are walking miracles. There's no doubt of that.
Hmm.
Yeah, we are all very, very special. But
I
to
wish.
say that something can act in a way which is non-conforming to nature or natural law would imply that it might be supernatural.
So how does consciousness break the laws of physics?
It does so through the mind, and maybe more through
Okay.
through those
So,
outputs.
so how does something supernatural like consciousness or the mind emerge from something physical and natural?
I don't entirely know, but I do know that at least with the language of mathematics, I can describe it. I can show multiple
Oh,
planes.
you can describe where it emerges and how?
I can describe a pattern that seems to be experimentally shown. Yeah, I can show that.
Where can we find that?
We see that in Maxwell's equations.
Maxwell's
see that.
equations. I'm going to look that up, Dave, because I don't
Yeah,
want you
we see-
making
well,
stuff up over here, okay?
what?
Maxwell's equations, and you said this is a pattern for consciousness.
Yeah, it seems to be. Yeah, yeah, sure does. Yeah, yeah. The physical world, as you and I see it, is made up of 3 dimensions and time, isn't it?
Well, let me show you what I just pulled up so that you know I'm not telling you a fib.
Oh, I
I wanna
trust you.
make sure- I want to make sure that, because I'm going to double check everybody when you make claims and stuff like that. I want to keep us all honest here, or at least correct any possible mistakes. So, can you see the screen, Dave?
I'm trying to.
Okay.
Oh, yeah,
I'll read it.
yeah. Those are Maxwell's equations. Sure.
Okay, Maxwell's equations. There is no universally accepted Maxwell equation for consciousness in mainstream physics. However, theoretical frameworks such as the mental Maxwell relation and electromagnetic field theory propose analogies where consciousness is described using mathematical structure similar to electromagnetism, treating it as a field or a wave. So this is just an analogy, but it's no proof. There's no actual universally accepted equation that's considered a fact. So I just wanted to point that out. Is that what you were referring to, though? You still there?
No, Dave dropped off somehow. Oh, there he is back.
Okay, seems like you dropped out. So I just wanted to see, was that the equation
Hello?
you're referring to?
Well, those equations describe a very interesting pattern. But first of all, I missed a lot of what you said. I used I zoomed in on the picture you were seeing to see it accurately because I'm on my phone. And when I tried to zoom out, I couldn't get back to the stage. So I'm sorry about that. Okay, I
So-
apologize for that.
So, like I said, just to kind of recap for everybody, there is no universally accepted Maxwell equation for consciousness in mainstream physics. Is basically the thing.
That's true.
So what were you referring to as far as a Maxwell equation for a conscious emerging from matter?
What I'm referring to is this idea. Okay, if you take a look at Maxwell's equations in a more detailed fashion, other than the compact form that you just showed us, you'll see that it works with both real numbers and imaginary numbers. And anything that works with imaginary numbers might have an imaginary component that it lies outside of regular space and time as we know it. Is that reasonable?
Yeah, of course. But Maxwell's equations are really just a set of 4 fundamental equations, and they really just describe how electric charges and currents create electric and magnetic fields, and then of course how the fields interact with each other. But it doesn't really talk about consciousness. That's the thing I'm confused about. How does that relate to consciousness emerging from the brain?
I'm proposing that consciousness here is a field. As an electromagnet is like an electromagnetic field that that comes out of the mind.
So if consciousness is an electromagnetic field, wouldn't it produce the physical reality?
Well, the electromagnetic field that is produced by flowing current and by moving current, moving electricity at different potentials definitely can be recaptured and put back into that form. So it goes both ways. So why wouldn't consciousness do the same if there's any rationale at all to the possibility that consciousness acts like the electromagnetic field?
So that
A
sounds
generator. Because that sounds like my model.
That sounds like what?
It kind of sounds almost like what we're talking about. So
that sounds like my model, Dave.
Like your what?
That sounds like my model.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, and I kind of agree with your model. I don't disagree with your model. One of the problems we have here, the three of us, and maybe several other people that have been here, is we've come to a consensus on a lot of things. So we really have trouble arguing about it.
I know, because we always end up agreeing with so much, so it's hard to really challenge each other. All right, let's do this. Let's give Nell a chance. I'm going to put you backstage, Dave. Okay. And we're going to let Nell go ahead and participate. Thank you, Dave. Hey, Nell, how you doing?
Oh, hey, I'm doing all right. Glad I could be part of today's discussion.
Hey, Nell, long time no see. Where have you been?
Well, this past weekend, had to deal with my wife's biological father passing, so we had to take care of that.
Oh,
sorry to hear that. And Joel says, good to see you, Nell.
Good to see you too, Joel.
Yeah, so do you have anything you want to challenge us with on this, or what? Any questions or anything?
Well, let's see. When it comes to the brain doesn't make consciousness, it's like if I were to put on the cap of an idealist, it's like, yeah, that makes sense. Like, the simple universal mind, or consciousness that, makes up the entire cosmos, that doesn't need a brain. But when I think of more complex consciousness or ways that consciousness express itself, like meta-consciousness, to be able to self-reflect and do deeper sorts of thinking, it's like, to me, it seems like something like a brain seems necessary. So I want to know, like, just how much does the brain play a part in consciousess?
I think, let me go first real quick, and because I already know Sophia's chomping at the bit, boy. It's a good question. So, and it goes along with huh?
Never mind. Go ahead.
Okay, I was just gonna say, for I think evolution, natural selection by evolution, makes it very obvious that meta-consciousness, like intelligence and skill sets and broadening your intellectual and cognition for relating to the environment, is a product of evolution. That's pretty much, I think that's pretty obvious to anybody. But so what I'm talking about with consciousness is just core subjectivity, first person subjectivity, which doesn't have to be meta-conscious. In fact, I'm not even talking about meta-conscious, like how animals scurry for food or whatever. I'm talking about just that raw baseline experience of relations, an experience of an inside and outside world, of what it's like to be, like Thomas Nagel type of stuff.
So would you then disagree with the idealists who say that the universal mind is metaconscious? Because
I disagree with that. And I'm not saying that they're wrong, but it just seems to me that it seems more logical, I guess.
Well,
to say
the way I see it is like if you're
it would be redundant if
I have a question before y'all lose me because y'all know I'm dumb. What does metaconscious actually mean?
Say that. Go ahead and tell her, Neil.
So, I mean, I don't know if I could give a comprehensive definition, but to me, it's like metaconsciousness is like to be like to the point of being self-aware of you have base consciousness, you could compare a single-celled organism, that has a very narrow and I'm trying to think of the right word, I guess you could say baseline consciousness. It can feel, and it's trying to survive, and it can sense things, sense danger, but that's about it. It's not thinking about Socrates.
Right,
Okay.
but it has a base consciousness. That's what you're saying. And your question was if the universe is conscious then, or metaconscious.
Yeah,
Sophia, we're all on the wrong page already. So let me.
No, I was just asking what he was saying to clarify it because I was getting lost. That's all.
Yeah, well, I just want to make this clarification too that according to the Stanford Encyclopedia, metaconsciousness is the ability to consciously recognize your own mental state, thoughts, cognitive processes, and an external world. Unlike simple experience, it allows you to step back and observe your feelings or cognitive patterns. It's described as awareness of awareness. So it's basically for humans.
Yeah, I was about to say, so pretty much only something that
only some things that evolved that way, right?
Yeah. And I guess you could.
The universe, as far as I'm concerned, is not metaconscious. Go ahead, Sophia.
No, I was talking to my daughter. I don't know what y'all was saying.
Yeah, so just to be clear, what we're arguing for, I know I'm arguing for it for sure, is that the consciousness we're talking about is a very low level baseline field of intersubjectivity. So it's just the field, it's kind of like the condition for which all experiences in metaconscious can arise from. Whatever you want to call it, whatever that looks like, it's related to consciousness because it's what ties metaconsciousness into that as a property of nature, like a fundamental property of nature. In other words, you know how you've got gravity, you've got different kinds of gravities depending on the size of a planet or how much mass exists, right? So it isn't like the planets generate gravity. We know that gravity is a field, and it depends when there's a condition for it to manifest as a particular pull on the mass. Like a bigger planet would have more mass, more gravity. You know what I'm saying? And so human brains, animal brains, different structures, they sort of tap into the field. If they're sufficiently evolved to do that, they'll tap into that fundamental field of consciousness in order to express consciousness through that system. So it's just a baseline. It's just a field from which consciousness can bootstrap itself. That's kind of does that make sense?
So well, I'm just a little confused. So why don't you believe that the universe is metaconscious?
Wait, are you asking me or Scott?
Scott.
Okay.
I want Scott back.
Go ahead, Sophia, go ahead. What was the
I
question?
said, so I'm a little confused. So why don't you believe that the universe is meta-conscious?
Because, like I said, metaconscious is what we humans do. It's like the mind. Like, I don't believe that
But I
there's
thought-
like a
I
mind.
thought meta-conscious is that everything just has like a base level of consciousness.
No, that's what Caleb was saying.
No.
So
And what
that's not what
and what
it is.
that's why I had to stop us and get us to see if we could agree on the same page. So I'm
Okay, so
just
So meta-consciousness is not that.
No.
let me do this, Sophia. Hold on one second.
I just want to know what meta-consciousness is, damn it.
Right, you're missing something. So I want to make sure you get it.
Yeah, I think the issue was when you were describing the definition. She
Right.
was talking to her kids, so she
Right,
she
exactly.
missed that.
So you see, I got
I'm sorry.
the
I'm a
AI.
fuck up.
Damn it, Sophia. I got the AI
I'm a hot
overview.
mess, y'all.
You're a hot
Let me
mess
stop.
duelist. You're just a duelist.
Ah, the audacity.
Some girl said that. Hey, Nell. Is this? I was on this other channel, and she said, "Oh, the mirror point's here," and he goes, "Yeah, well, Scott from the Mirror Point. I just want to let you know your co-host. She's a duelist, but she's such a hot mess she don't realize it."
No, it's just that I'm a little dumb and I don't know how to express myself that well, but that's what I have my friends for, and
Right.
Google and Chat GPT and all that. And I usually get my point across, and I do actually know what I believe in, but I just don't know, for example, what meta consciousness actually is.
So can you see the screen? I got it pulled up. So remember, meta means like over. Like, like when you say metaverse or something like that, it's like something over the universe, or metaphysical, that's above the physics, So when you say something's meta conscious, I'll read it. It says meta consciousness or meta awareness is it's an ability to consciously recognize your own mental state, thoughts, and cognitive processes as they occur. That's why I say abilities are evolved traits.
Mhm.
And
Okay,
being that
I
meta
agree.
consciousness is an ability, it's just the product of evolution. But
Yeah.
what it's recognizing is your own mental state. Now,
Yeah.
the mental state is different than the meta consciousness. The meta consciousness is observing the mental state. So all the mental states come from consciousness, pure baseline consciousness. Does that make sense, Sophia?
Well, I was just saying, I agree. The universe is obviously not meta conscious then.
Right.
Yeah, because I'd say it's to put it simply, it's advanced self-awareness.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Exactly. So, do you understand like the issue with emergence? Are you familiar with the problem of emergence?
Who?
I'm asking Nell.
Oh, yes. Well, I'm trying to think. Are we talking about the issue of strong emergence?
Yeah. So I'm not talking about weak emergence. I'm
Yes,
talking about strong emergence.
I'm aware of at least it is an issue for materialism as far as I know.
Yeah. And that's all we're really saying. We're saying that the brain doesn't make consciousness. That whole, which I'm being a little bit facetious with that title, but basically what we're saying is that emergence really is just like a theory or a hypothesis. It's not really a known fact, strong emergence like that.
Mhm.
And it's got lots of internal problems. It's not, and every time I speak to someone, no one can really tell me like how the emergence happens or when the emergence happens or what math would describe the emergence or anything. It's just kind of like an assumption, like, oh, it's just an emergent property. It's like a misused term or label. It doesn't really mean, it doesn't explain anything.
Mm-hmm. No, I get that.
Yeah, that's kind of what I want to know. Like, why are people treating it as the default when there's really no reason to believe that.
Mhm.
Why do you think that's the case, Nell? Your opinion?
Well, I mean, I would just say that's because of just how ingrained materialism has become in our cultures. It's replaced theism, and then it's pretty much
Mhm.
gone unchallenged since I'd say probably the Enlightenment. It's just-
Yeah.
But
You
I
know
mean,
what would be interesting?
Hmm.
Who came up with that first? I would like to know. Does anybody know?
with
We can look it up.
materialism,
Yeah, like when
I
did
think that was.
materialism become like the leading?
I think that was. Hold on, I'm gonna make sure before I say that. I think it's Galileo.
Galileo.
Galileo, I believe, maybe somehow, because it used to be that
Just Google.
we used to
Just
understand
Google
that
who
maps.
coined emergence.
Oh, you mean like coin the term?
Yeah, like where did we get that from?
Hold on, I'll look it up.
Some tells me it was the damn Christian.
I think it's probably something that came out of biology, I'm sure. The term emergent was coined by British philosopher and psychologist George Henry Lewis. In his 1875 work, Problems of Life and Mind, Lewis introduced the term to distinguish qualitatively novel effects that arise from a combination of causes which cannot be predicted from the individual parts, from resultants, which are merely the sum of their parts. So, yeah, this guy, George Henry
So he was
Lewis.
a philosopher and a psychiatrist.
Yeah,
No wonder.
yeah.
Wait, when did you say that was?
1875.
Okay. Well, you said that's the one who coined the term materialist, right?
No, emergence.
Oh, emergent.
Emergent.
Okay, because I thought we were talking about materialism. And
Yeah.
I'm like,
That's Sophia jumping off. Well, I think the materialism as a philosophical idea doesn't really have a single inventor. It sort of evolved over time, but its roots really trace back to like ancient Greece.
I was about to say
But
ancient Greece.
isn't emergence the crux of materialism? Like, I'm getting confused here.
We're talking about materialism now. So materialist comes from
Right,
Greek.
but I'm saying, isn't
Mhm.
emergence the crux of materialism?
The crux of materialism. What do you mean by that?
I'm saying that's the whole point of materialism, that consciousness is emergent, right?
Well, materialism is just to say that reality was made up of atoms. That's where it started. So all reality, consciousness, all reality is grounded into atoms. So there are different Greek philosophers, like
Including consciousness?
yeah, like Thales proposed that everything ultimately comes from a single material and it was water. He said everything came from water. And then
Including consciousness.
said it was air. And then Democritus said, it was atoms, these idea that matter consists of indivisible billiard balls moving in the void.
Mhm.
So basically, as we
but materialists believe that consciousness emerges from atoms or whatever, complex.
Mhm. Yeah.
So I'm saying, where's the difference between emergence and materialism?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I would say that the difference. I mean, I would say both idealists and materialists use the idea of emergence. It's just that when it comes to consciousness, materials seem to have to rely on strong emergence, and that's never been proven to be, in any sort of scientific sense. It's
it's kind of like when the materialists said that everything is grounded in small, indivisible atoms that can't be divided. Well, we know they can be divided. That's how we get nuclear power. But beyond that, it turns out that these atoms are not billiard balls after all, they're fields. And when it was first proposed, when quantum field theory was first proposed, most scientists rejected it because it didn't fit into the materialistic paradigm. But then when it became undeniable that actually reality is a field, then they just said that, oh, well, let's just call fields as part of the material world. And so they just sort of made it material.
Right, but I thought that all materialists believe in immersion.
Yeah, well,
Because I thought that's what
theories of mind. So, some materialists believe in identity theory, which would be the fact that the brain just is consciousness. Like they're saying that the process of the brain is consciousness. So it doesn't emerge. It's just, they're just alike. So there's no emergence. There's just, the brain is consciousness. And then some people say, no, the brain generates consciousness. If it does enough complex computing or algorithmic, activity processes, then consciousness will emerge from that. And then some materialists would say that, in every little atom, every little billiard ball atom is a little consciousness particle embedded in it. And when you combine all those consciousness particles together, you get consciousness. But two problems with that. We never found a consciousness particle. And number two, atoms are not little billiard balls, they're fields. So panpsychist automatically turns into an idealist at that point.
Wouldn't that be the same thing as saying that there's a conscious field?
That's what the panpsychist problem is, Sophia. That's what I'm saying. It's like they don't understand that subatomic particles are not little balls. They're not little billiard balls.
Right, it's just fields. So if they believe, but I'm still saying, if they believe that it's billiard balls with clumps of consciousness within it, then now that they know it's not balls, it's just a field, isn't that the same thing as saying it's a conscious field, which would make consciousness fundamental?
Right. That's my point. Exactly. Because it's just it's like a little piece, it's a missing piece. It's like I saw this interview with Alex O'Connor and Philip Goff. He's a big panpsychist Christian. And he goes on and does all these interviews, and he was interviewing with Alex, and he was saying, no, God is in every little atom, every little subatomic particles has a piece of consciousness inside of it. And that's what we call God. That's what nature is. Nature is just made of consciousness and the physical at the same time. And then Alex was like,
that's kind of like what I believe.
Right, but see, he's saying, but they're separate. They're two different things. Like they're two different aspects. There's the physical, and then there's the mental or the soul. So
that's
spirit,
true.
Right, like the spirit or consciousness is one side of reality, and on the other side of reality is the physical. So you've got two things, and they come up at the same time fundamentally. The problem is there's no evidence of this consciousness particle in nature. But also the idea that atoms are little billiard balls is wrong.
But how are you supposed to measure consciousness if it's immaterial? That's the same thing you could say to an idealist.
Right. And that's the stumbling block for a lot of people, is they say, well, if you can't verify it with science, it's meaningless.
Well, that's two different categories.
Yes, two different categories. So they're trying to impose one category as the measuring stick for the other. And it doesn't work that way. It's like verificationism sucks. It's like saying, well, if it's not empirically known scientifically, it doesn't mean anything. Well, how can you empirically prove that science is good.
Mhm.
You can't. So now you've just refuted yourself. So that whole argument just doesn't work.
Let's read some of Joel's comments because I've been seeing them pop up, but I can't see them.
Well,
okay.
like-
Yeah, I haven't seen it either. Well, he said, "There's nothing wrong with needing terms defined. That's how we learn." And he says, because that's what appears to be going on. The mind emerges from brain activities. Yeah, the mind does, but we're talking about consciousness. Consciousness and the mind are two different things. The mind is what the brain does, but consciousness is the condition for which the mind and the brain can appear on idealism.
It's like I've been trying to think of ways to do some pushback with idealism, and one of those was, metaconsciousness. But it's like we don't have an idealist on here who believes in metaconsciousness, or that the universal mind is meta. So, because to me, it's like I've seen idealists say that they're both naturalists and believe in metaconsciousness, and to me that this doesn't track. I don't think you can be a naturalist and believe that the universal mind is metaconsciousness.
Yeah, there's definitely a tension there, because for me it's just a bit inflationary. It's like for me logically it's
God dang, where you came from with that word?
it's adding too much to the story.
Right.
It's like, why do you want to add so much to the story when it's not necessary? All you really need is a very simple condition for which the reality we experience could arise. That's all you need. You don't need all these gods and metaconscious minds and all that stuff.
Well, it's just like if we're going with the naturalistic, explanation of things, it's like it's clear that you start out with the simple and then you work your way to the complex over time. It's like, to me, putting metaconsciousness first is putting the cart before the horse, so to speak.
Right. That seems to be how nature works. Exactly. It seems like we go from simple things to more complex things. But we may be wrong. We may live in a multiverse where we're just the end result of an infinity of time that passed by for this mind to evolve, which maybe by now it is metaconscious by now. And we're just kind of here redundantly doing our thing.
Multiverse is a whole nother can of worms.
Yeah, and that's not very parsimonious either, is it?
No. But I was thinking though, like going back to like the brain though, like, so I get that, like, so idealism isn't saying, that the brain has nothing to do with consciousness. It's just that, you don't need the primal raw experience for, you don't need a brain for that, is what you're saying.
Windows Windows 11 or whatever. What is it? What's the latest one? Windows
11, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, Windows 11. If computers didn't exist, would that make Windows 11 not exist? No. It's like you can get rid of all the computers in the world and just leave the software. And yeah, where the software, there's nothing for it to really express itself. You can't run it without a computer. But the software is still there. It's just waiting for a computer.
I'm pretty sure it wouldn't exist though, because there would have been no reason to develop it without computer.
It's not a perfect analogy. Yeah.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that it's kind of like, just because, like, it's made of different things, it's like the computer, the software isn't contingent on the hardware, and the hardware isn't contingent on the software. Both are contingent in order to do certain things. Like you can't run Windows 11, unless you have the software and a computer to run it on. But that doesn't mean that if there was no computer, the software wouldn't exist. Or just because the software
just be useless.
It's just useless.
It
Yeah.
would just be useless.
It would be useless, right?
Okay, so but the pushback I'm going to try to get to is that okay, you know that all makes sense. It's just I've heard idealists say that you know that the brain is just like merely like a conduit of sorts, and to me though like that seems to oversimplify things because to me like if you need something like a brain, like a biological organ like the brain to have metaconsciousness, there's to me the brain seems more intertwined with consciousness than we think, at least. Like
I would say that what consciousness needs, it's like I always say, I don't think we have consciousness. I think consciousness has us. But for it to have anything, it's got to be alive. It's got to be something that lives. It's got to be, it's got to be a living organism. I don't see, because it behaves like me. I recognize it. It has behaviors. It does.
What do y'all think about people that have existed and barely had a brain and were functional and had a regular IQ? There was a French guy who basically had a small portion of his brain, and they said he had no brain, but I researched it and he did have a brain, but there were like significant portions of his brain just didn't exist at all. And no one really understood.
That still challenges physicalism, because physicalism talks about complexity and size and all that stuff. Well,
right.
His brain can be tiny and still be just as conscious.
Yeah, like I get what you're saying, but I mean, like I am in no way an expert in neuroscience, so like I have no idea, like just how much of a brain you need to be considered, metaconscious, to be able to have self-awareness to the point that you can think about your own, experience.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying, like I'm not trying to go with like the physicalist route. I'm just saying it's like, to me, it's like
it's fascinating. It's a lot about the brain. The brain is a magnificent organ. It does a whole lot of things. It's able to compute so much information. It runs off of 2 watts of power. And yet, we can't get our AIs to do shit without shitloads of resources and power, but our little brains do it on 2 watts. So it's an amazing organ. It does a lot of intelligence.
I would definitely say that it's needed for consciousness. It's definitely a design that consciousness needs to do what it does. Just like you need a car to drive. That's how I look at it.
Yep.
Yeah, what I was just getting at is like just how intertwined is the brain to consciousness? Like, like to me that's an interesting, question to dive into. It's like,
okay, well, like we have we have eyes, ears, taste, smell, touch. Consciousness likes all that because that it can account for all those experiences. Now for a bat, it goes through echolocation, something totally different than humans. So it expresses itself different in a bat than it does in a person. But they're very key. The brain is very key to being used by consciousness like that.
I would say that consciousness designs each interface according to have a particular perspective. So I think that the brain is definitely important for human beings and consciousness to coexist. But I would think that it also could have done something different, Yeah.
See, I have to be really careful when I say design, because it does it through evolution by natural selection. So this is sort of a process. It evolves, right?
But I would also say that doesn't necessarily mean that the more complex a brain is, the more consciousness there is either. Because if that was true, then we wouldn't see examples of people who barely even have a brain who still have a regular IQ and things like that.
But see, that's
I don't
kind
think
of
it,
so that's kind of irrelevant because even if you had a low IQ, you still have experience. You still have consciousness. You're just expressing it through a brain.
well, I wouldn't say that's irrelevant because people say that the more complex the brain is, the more consciousness we get.
Oh yeah, yeah,
And
yeah,
I
right.
wouldn't necessarily agree with that because we see examples of complex thinking with people who don't have those kind of brains.
See, I look at thinking and IQ and things like that not as consciousness, but as mind. But consciousness is always in the background, no matter how good the brain is, no matter how sophisticated the mind is. Like the consciousness is always there experiencing whatever kind of mind it happens to be observing, if that makes
Yeah,
sense.
but isn't the mind just a fractal of consciousness integrated into the interface?
Correct. It's related. That's right. It's a direct relation.
Well, I mean, it's the same. I think it's the exact
Yes,
same thing.
it may be semantic. Yeah, it sort of is. It's just I like to just for language purposes, I always like to make distinctions because sometimes people get confused and say, consciousness is just thinking or consciousness is just, you know what I'm saying? And that's not really what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the felt experience. Anyways, we have Derek on stage. How you doing, Derek?
Hey, I'm doing well. How's it going, guys and girls? I just got out of
Hello.
bed. So a little groggy, but we'll see how we go here.
Hell yeah,
Um,
man. Any thoughts?
Yeah, I'm a materialist. I'm boring. I think the boring option is probably the true one. It's all matter, guys. It's just matter. It's nothing else. What other options are there?
How is materialism boring?
Well, what if we've got the supernatural? What if we're all instantiated in the mind of God? What if there's some other realm of existence in which minds exist? That'd be pretty cool, right? I don't
Well, how
think,
would we know? It would be cool, maybe, but my question would be, would we know that's true? How could we test for that?
Yeah, I think that's the question, isn't it? So,
Yeah.
material, that's all we've got. That's the only category of things we've got. So that's got to be responsible for it, right?
Not necessarily. So I don't believe in anything
You don't think
supernatural.
that anything immaterial exists at all? Just the material?
Pretty much, yeah.
Well, could you define what you mean by material? Like, would you include
Like what is
Right.
it?
Yeah, like would you include gravitational fields, electromagnetism, things that are not traditionally considered material as material? Like
Oh, look, I'm no philosopher, guys, but yeah, I'd basically just categorize all that stuff together. Just naturalism, basically.
then would you consider consciousness as as also a physical material thing?
It's just an emergent property of something material. So I think it is an open problem in philosophy. So I think when you've got an open problem in philosophy, that gives a lot of the woo people a little bit of opportunity to present some less than evidenced solutions. But it's just an emergent property material.
What is woo people mean? I never heard that term. What does woo mean?
To religions, the cults, all that sort of stuff. Sophia, I see you're a mystic. I'd love to understand your views on this. Where does consciousness come from?
A mystic is not something that's woo or anything like that. A mystic is just someone that integrates pattern because their nervous system becomes aware of things before the mind does. I believe intuition is in the nervous system. So that's what I refer to as mysticism.
Okay.
And people
cool.
have done it for thousands of years. It's an ancient mechanism. The octopus does it. There's other animals that do it. It's like an instinct, like an animal instinct.
Nice. So,
So-
yeah, what questions you got?
Yeah. So, you said that I guess consciousness emerges from the brain, right?
Yeah, I'd say so. Yeah. So
Oh,
you've got this
okay.
brain, it's doing things, and you've got a mind that resolves. If you alter the brain, you alter the consciousness. If you subject the brain to drugs, you alter the consciousness. You destroy the brain. For everything we know, you destroy the consciousness.
Does so affecting the brain, the physical brain, like drinking alcohol, for example, will change your conscious experience, and that proves that the brain generates consciousness for you, right?
Wouldn't say it proves it, but all the data is in alignment with that hypothesis.
All right. So how does that happen? How does something like experience, something intangible like an experience, how does it emerge from something strictly tangible, third person, inert? How does that lead to consciousness? At what point does that consciousness kick in?
That's a great question. I think anybody that tells you they know is lying to you. But when we've got the array of options out there and the only thing on the platter is material, what else can it be?
But is that begging the question?
Possibly. No, I don't think I'm assuming the truth of the conclusion in my premise. I'm just looking at the available things that could explain it. I'm saying I'm only seeing one that could do it.
Do you believe you experience an existence?
Sure, I'm experiencing qualia. Yeah.
Okay. So something like qualia and an experience does exist in the natural world, right?
Sure.
And something like an experience is categorically different than, say, like a rock or a piece of dirt, right?
I don't know. I wouldn't know how to answer that. I don't know.
Okay, so if you don't know, then how can you say that these categories exist in reality, yet you only see one? Like you're saying that only the material exists. That's all we have to go on. But
Well, what are you suggesting exists other than the material?
well, experience. We experience the material. In other words, what we call the material world, like trees and rocks and the sky and all that stuff, exists within the screen of perception, which we call consciousness. It's the what it's like field of awareness, you might say. So that exists along with the things consciousness observes. So those two things we know are real.
Okay, so we know that's real, but what is it? Fundamentally, what is that field of experience?
It's consciousness.
But what is consciousness?
Consciousness, on my view, is just consciousness. It's fundamental. It needs no explanation. It's kind of like, as a comparison, like in physics, you have quantum fields, you have spin, charge, time, space. Those are considered fundamental. And the reason they're considered fundamental is because they don't reduce to anything under them. They just are what they are. They just exist. So there's nothing to explain. Science sort of builds on that. Mass, charge, spin, fields, length, stuff like that. So my proposition is that instead of worrying about what is consciousness, because everybody likes to define consciousness in terms of what it's not. Oh, consciousness is just this matter, or it's just this process, or it's just this brain, or it's a structure, or it's something like an algorithm or whatever. They always explain it in terms of something else, which raises a lot of paradoxes and problems, as you may know about. Like we talked about emergence and other things. But it seems like we can also approach the situation to say that it's non-reducible. It's just a fundamental property in nature. We don't have to explain it. And this would dissolve that. Have you ever heard of the hard problem of consciousness?
This is the problem of solipsism.
No. The hard problem of consciousness is to ask, how does something intangible like an experience emerge or arise from something tangible like dumb dead matter? There's no real answer to that in philosophy or science. It's just sort of assumed. And so it creates a hard problem. And so what people say is, well, they make the promissory note argument. They'll say, well, one day science will figure it out. One day science will fill in that conceptual gap. And I'm saying that conceptual gap problem could be the result of just having a bad concept. It might not be a problem at all. It's just that the limitation of our concepts create that hard problem. So instead of just hitting your head against the wall like they've been doing for the last couple thousand years about this problem, why don't we just say consciousness is a fundamental property? Why not?
I'd say because there's no evidence for it, right? Like how do you have consciousness as the fundamental thing? How do you have a mind without a brain? Like, have we ever seen that? Have we ever seen evidence of that?
I think that we kind of do directly. Because if you think about your direct experience, it's kind of like if you go to a movie and you're looking at everything within the screen on the movie, and you say, hey, within that screen is the explanation for the screen itself. That wouldn't make any sense. But in our culture, in our language and everything else, we've just sort of defaulted to that weird position. You know, the map just describes the territory. It isn't the territory. It's just a descriptor. But we've somehow confused the map with the territory. And so we kind of look at the things within the screen of perception as what explains the screen. And that just doesn't make any logical sense. That's begging the question.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I think sometimes we can go with the traditional understanding and that be the best option. So I think that the reason we've gone with material being the basis for this stuff is, again, because our experience of consciousness in other people, when we damage their brains, we damage their consciousness. I mean, it's interesting to think about the idealistic position where you've got mind as the fundamental thing. But again, what evidence is there? I don't see any.
Well,
Convince me.
that's with some, if you're looking for evidence, like physical evidence of something not physical or something experiential, that's going to put you into a epistemic loop, right? And so we're never going to get out of that. That's the whole basis of the hard problem, is that it's hard to find evidence either way. For consciousness fundamental or matter fundamental, it leaves a big conceptual gap. But what I'm saying is the only way to really get to the bottom of the problem, and I'm not saying that I have the absolute capital T truth, but I'm just arguing for the one that seems to be more parsimonious, the one that seems to have more philosophical virtues to make that argument that consciousness being fundamental explains more than the hard problem of consciousness can. Materialism creates a hard problem, whereas ideally.
So consciousness is fundamental. I'm just trying to understand how you get at where you go from there. So is material somehow instantiated in consciousness, or is it independently fundamental?
It's I'm a non-dualist on this. Now there are dualist idealists, but I'm a non-dualist. So I would say that the most parsimonious position in this argument to take would be that physical is the expression of consciousness rather than a separate thing.
Oh man, you're blowing my mind right now.
You know, you can. Are you familiar with non-locality?
No.
Okay, so in science, specifically in quantum research, it's always been sort of hypothesized for a long time that nature is really non-local, that it's just one big field, that time, that place, causation, all of these things are one thing, that they all exist as one activity, and it's just the brain that sort of makes the differences, the divisions, the dichotomies, and all that stuff, right? Sounds like philosophy. Well, science in quantum physics, there's this thing called entanglement, where everything is actually connected. And at the quantum level, there is no time as we understand it, or causation as we understand it, anything like that. And so fundamentally, everything, as it turns out, and there was a Nobel Prize won in 2022 by 3 physicists who put that to the test. And it's called non-local realism. And they championed it. They won a Nobel Prize for it. So you could look at that as evidence for a oneness, like a non-duality, and that consciousness, if consciousness is natural, and it's just part of the same natural world we're measuring, then that means even consciousness is part of that non-local field. And so that could be evidence, or that is evidence actually, for a idealistic position.
I'm going to appeal to consensus now, man. Like, how widely accepted is that hypothesis amongst experts?
Because just like in every historical paradigm, it took time for the paradigm shift to take hold. For example, that doesn't mean that we can't hypothesize about things. For example, Albert Einstein, he came up with his general theory of relativity, 1909, right? Or 1905, I'm sorry. And he devised that. He had a whole paper on it, released it, didn't have any evidence for it, even was using old, outdated mathematical or unused mathematical, equations or whatever. And people laughed at it. The scientific community, actually, 100 physicists wrote a letter condemning it and saying that it's just bullshit, that it's pseudoscience, it doesn't make sense. Time bends. Are you serious? Time is a concept. It's not a thing, all of these sort of philosophical things. And for years, it was just dismissed. But then, experientially, he was able to prove that general relativity is really a thing. And now we've got more evidence to show it. So what the point there is, just because consensus at the time was that it was wrong, and you don't believe things until there's evidence. That's for sure. But the example there is to say that consensus can change.
But for every example we've got like that, we've got an Einstein who's had the truth and people have originally kind of opposed it. How many thousands of examples have we got in people with similar kind of different understandings of how things work, and they're all wrong? So it's like, I think we should be open to this stuff, but why believe it? Why believe it before it's really evidence to be better than it is? Like, if we've got this good hypothesis, brain cause consciousness, why not run with it?
I love that question. Why believe anything? Beliefs, have a lot to do with one's emotional commitment to an idea, not necessarily the truth of the matter. So a lot of people believe a lot of things. You'd have to ask each person why they believe what they do. And you can make a judgment whether they have good reasons or bad reasons for their beliefs. I try to have good reasons, at least within a framework. Like, we all have to pick an axiom in a framework and work within that framework and make sure that it's at least internally consistent and that it does explain the data. Now, some of that stuff is underdetermined. So when it comes to stuff like worldviews, like metaphysical worldviews, it's very underdetermined. So, on one level, physicalism is perfect to describe the world. It's just like the flat earth. The flat earth idea is perfect when it comes to doing certain things. But as you expand out and you start asking different questions, flat earth doesn't work anymore. It's the same thing with any other topic. And so when it comes to metaphysics, it's the same problem. Sometimes we have underdetermination. But what we can do is compare models. And then it's for each of us to kind of make our minds up to say what seems to make more sense to us based on our prior beliefs and prior, assumptions, our presuppositions. I try to have as few as possible. So my standard.
I just wanted to say one thing.
Yeah, go right ahead.
There is no real consensus on the nature of reality. And
Right.
physicalism only describes what the world does, right? So there really is no consensus on the nature of reality.
Right. That's what I'm
Just
saying.
to throw that out there.
Mhm.
Yeah, totally.
And
So you're saying we should compare models, right?
yeah,
When it comes to explanatory power, you've got materialism, which is getting most of the way, but then we've got some problems. What explanatory power does idealism have at all?
Very easy. But before I go into that, I think Nell was trying to jump in. Did you want to say something, Nell?
I was just gonna say, I mean, you can, do what Scott is doing, and you can be like, all right, well, we're gonna compare models and then pick the most parsimonious one, or you can do what I do and just be an agnostic on it all. I have not picked one model over another, and I don't know if we ever will be able to figure out the nature of reality and what it truly is. But I enjoy these sorts of discussions and trying to poke holes in both materialism and idealism and dualism.
That's a good way to be, but like if you're leaning towards one, can't you just be a agnostic materialist or an agnostic?
I mean, yeah, and I would say that's where Scott probably is. He's probably he would describe himself as an agnostic idealist.
Correct.
But you could also just be like just a flat out agnostic and be in the completely in the middle of the road. And I'd say that's where I know that's where I am. I think Joel isn't in the discussion right now, but I'd say that's what he describes himself as. So, I mean,
that's right. So you had asked a question. What was that question before?
If we compare models and we're looking at the explanatory power of each, what have we got on the idealism camp?
Okay. So I usually start off with epistemology. That's where I start off at. So there's an epistemic primacy of experience. It's sort of similar to, Descartes, who said, I think, therefore I am. So like everything we ever know about the world comes through conscious experience, like sight, sound, thought, and emotion, right? So physicalism would claim that matter is fundamental and consciousness emerges from it. But we never directly observe matter independently of experience, right? Matter is always mediated by a perception. So the implication here is that if you start with what is directly known, experience is ontologically primary, while matter is derivative by definition. It's the map. So then we come to the hard problem of consciousness. Here's another thing I can throw out. So like physicalism would struggle to explain why subjective experience exists at all. Even if we were to map out every neuron firing or every molecule interaction, this doesn't really entail the what it is like of experience, right? So idealism avoids the problem. It says experience is fundamental, so there's no explanatory gap. So that's the first part. Then the other virtue that I would appeal to is parsimony or parsimony, because of its explanatory economy, right? So like physicalism has to posit non-experiential matter as an additional mechanism to produce experience. But idealism posits experience directly, from which matter can be explained as just patterns or structures within experience. So in that sense, idealism can be more parsimonious. So we're not adding entities beyond what is observed, and we're not appealing to some unknown thing. We're appealing to the very thing that we know everything by, which is our conscious experience. And like I said, this is coherent with quantum, non-locality, entanglement, measurement dependence, and quantum mechanics suggest that interaction influences reality, the observer problem. We've got challenges to naive materialism because of that. And so idealism naturally accommodates all of that by treating consciousness as fundamental rather than emergent. Now, I admit it's an axiom. You can't prove your axioms. They're assumptions. But even materialism makes the assumption. Materialism, the assumption that it's making is that the material world is the fundamental thing. But we know, even on materialism, even by using methodological materialism, we know that matter is no longer measurable after 10 to the minus 35 centimeters. It becomes nothing. Effectively, there's nothing to measure. So you can't say that underneath all that we can reduce into what reality really is. No, there's just nothing to measure. We can't say anything about that. But what we can say about that is that matter can't be fundamental because it turns into a black hole if you shine too much light into over 10 to the minus 35 centimeters, right? So it can't be fundamental. But
I've got a bit to say on that. I'm just thinking, what if I'm playing Minecraft, right? And I'm just playing Minecraft and I'm just directly experiencing Minecraft. I've never experienced the code that it was written on or the transistors that are bouncing around all this information. And I just go, hey, the best explanation is that Minecraft is the fundamental thing and everything else stems from that. Isn't that kind of the wrong way to look at it?
That would probably be a bit naive in a way, because there'd be another piece to that. The person inside Minecraft would have to be conscious in order to observe anything within the game. It wouldn't be like a philosophical zombie. It would actually be a conscious, living character within the game, right? So
yeah, maybe. Okay.
So it would have to then also explain, well, how is it that I'm having an experience of this game? Maybe I'm an avatar of somebody who's playing the game, a real conscious entity, or you'd have to come up with some explanation for that, And so the most parsimonious view for me is that there's just an underlying, very simple field of awareness that grounds consciousness. It grounds thinking, it grounds observation, truth telling, all of that.
With that, I'm kind of leaning towards conversations I have with theists when they say God did it, right? Mm-hmm. And they present that it's got explanatory power when really it's a label for an explanation, but they don't really delve into how God operates or anything like that.
Yep.
So yeah, I really haven't listened to too many idealists, so I probably need to do that more. But is there explanation in there, or is this just a kind of like a God did it? The consciousness is the fundamental thing; it's just doing it.
Yeah. So every worldview has something that their endpoint is. Everybody has something that's the endpoint. So for theists, the endpoint, of course, is God. For the materialist, the endpoint, of course, is matter. For the idealist, of course, it's the consciousness. The reason why I'm not a theist is because theism is not very parsimonious. You got to remember, the God, at least in classical theism, God is metaconscious. He loves people, he hates people, he is angry, he's got infinite love, he's got infinite power, he's got all these infinite qualities. Not very parsimonious. So you're just, for me, theism is assuming.
There's a very simple difference. There's a very simple difference. God is something we see outside of ourselves, somebody that's in the sky and telling us what to do. So what we're talking about is the nature of reality, and we're just saying that fundamentally it's experiential. Without awareness, you wouldn't experience a thing. So you see the difference there? That's not theism.
Yeah.
Mm, mm.
Because even God is a pattern within consciousness. It's a concept. It's a belief. So those things exist within consciousness. So it's not fundamental. God can't be fundamental because he's imaginary.
Unfortunately, we're just a lot of people that don't know, just sitting around, just talking about things we don't know. But I want to be convinced. Convince me out of my materialism. How do I shift out of this, guys?
Yeah, it's basically everything. What I would suggest is because, the way that, from what I know with psychology, no one's ever really going to be convinced by one conversation. You're basically just going to take these ideas and mull them over and then come to your best thing. But I think for
Go
the
down
most,
that rabbit hole.
yeah, like you just have to you have to really do your own research, put skin in the game. That's what's really going to convince you. So
Yeah,
I like to convince myself.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like I need to convince myself first. But
And
only thing I can do for now is make a better argument for idealism than I can for these other worldviews. That's all I can do.
And it's like I was a hard materialist, and I'm not an idealist now, but it's like my needle has moved to agnosticism, and so it's like I don't know, like, it's like, to me it's like getting your mind changed. It's like, it's not like there's an end goal. You're constantly learning new things, and you're constantly updating your your beliefs. So to me it's a journey. And I would just say, like, I don't know, like, earlier when you were discussing consciousness, like, do you think what is consciousness to you? Like, does consciousness exist outside of a brain? Like, do you believe that?
Absolutely not. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Scott, is that for you?
I don't know. No, who were you asking that question for?
Oh, Derek, I wanted to know what his.
Yeah, like, no, absolutely not. I'm a materialist, but I kind of like what you're saying, right? You're supremely confident about things, and you've only heard one side of the story. So I think idealism isn't one you hear a lot about. So probably listening to it more and probably be more swayed. But yeah, no, I think every example of minds we've got comes from brains. So I think just that alone, and the fact that you mess with the brain, you mess with the consciousness, it's just really like strong evidence that material is resulting in that mind.
Okay, so you're telling me that only minds that come from a brain have a conscious experience. Would that be correct?
I think that might change in coming years. I don't think there's something special about grey meat that's necessarily the only thing that consciousness can come from. I think in the next few years we're going to see silicon doing the same thing, but yeah.
So would you say that in order for an experience or something to have an experience, you have to have a brain?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
So what is like a single-celled organism doing then? Like, do you think that it something like a simple life form like a single-celled organism that can have like experience, basic, sensory experiences, like, it can feel some sort of, fear or pain, like, is that thing experiencing something, or what is it? If not, then what is it doing exactly in your mind?
Yeah, great question. So I think like we've got a really complex brain, so we've got a complex experience. I think that single cellular organism is purely robotically responding just chemically inside itself in a way that's been programmed via evolution. And then I think everything in between those two things in varying degrees of complexity, there's varying degrees of consciousness. But I think the brain is necessary.
trying to think, like, if that feels contradictory, can you like elaborate on that? Like, what do you mean by varying degrees of consciousness, but only something with a brain is conscious? Can you clarify?
So, like, if you've got like a really, like an ant or something, you know, a fruit fly with a really, really simple brain, or one of those, maybe one of those flatworms that's got like 300 neurons or synapses or whatever it is, it's probably got some ridiculously basic level of consciousness. I'd say that single cellular organism's got none. I'd say the cockroach is more experiencing more than fruit fly. The dog is more than the cockroach, and we're more than the dog. Does that make sense?
Okay, so would it then be accurate to say that you don't think it's just like, you wouldn't say that biological life on its own is conscious, but once it gets to the point of neurons, not exactly a brain, there is some sort of conscious experiencing happening. It's just, even though it might be very simple.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Okay.
I ain't no biologist. I haven't got a lot of evidence for that, but it just tends to line up, you know?
So it seems like that observation that when you damage the brain, you damage the quality of your conscious experience is doing a lot of work for you here, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, why doesn't it do a lot of work for you?
Well, because I'm only going by the logic of that argument. So let's say you were on a deserted island and you met like these natives who've never seen an iPhone before. They've never seen an iPhone, but they stole your iPhone, and they're sitting there investigating it. And they say, wow, we can play music out of this phone. We can play videos out of this phone. We can do all this neat stuff out of this phone. But we notice that when you open that phone and you take the battery out, we no longer see the video or hear the music or anything. Like every time we hear this Michael Jackson song. So obviously the phone generates and produces Michael Jackson songs, because if we take the battery out or if we, change the wiring, it affects the music it plays. But we all know that the phone doesn't create the music. It simply transmits it, right? So I'm not saying that's what's going on with the brain and with consciousness at all. I'm looking at the argument itself. I'm saying that argument doesn't hold based on what we know about lamps don't create photons, thermometers don't create, temperature or weather. They're just correlated. And yeah, you can break a radio or a phone and it'll stop the music, but it doesn't prove that radios create Michael Jackson music or phones do or whatever. So it seems like I understand there's a kind of attraction to what you're saying there, but just if you really look at the big picture, it just doesn't hold up as a proof. It holds up as a theory or a hypothesis.
Yeah, no doubt. I don't think any of this is proved. I think this is, like I said before, it's an open problem in philosophy. So it's something people are working with. But
so what I do with stuff that kind of like is underdetermined, I just shelf it. I just say that can't be part of the argument. So we have to find out what is the argument that's going to really do the trick. And for me, like I said, with idealism, it's when you flip the whole paradigm upside down and you say consciousness is fundamental, then all these problems dissolve away. And a lot of people aren't satisfied with that because they say, well, it's just too easy. Anybody can just flip it upside down and make it go away. But remember, Derek, that's exactly what physicists did when it comes to space-time, quantum fields, spin, charge. Why did they do that? They did it because there was nothing they could logically reduce. There was no evidence that it reduced to anything further. And it's the same with consciousness. For over thousands of years, we've had this mind-body problem. It's never been solved. So I'm just saying, maybe, just maybe, it could be more parsimonious to flip the paradigm on its head and say that
you got this brain, right? And there's electrical signals bouncing around. You hook up your brain scanners, you see certain sorts of activity, and you can correlate that to certain sorts of experience, right? And you go, hey, we've got some problems. So you flip it and you say, mind's the fundamental thing. And now you've got nothing but questions, right? So you've got nothing that explains why that consciousness exists. You've got just like boundless questions. So why go with that option?
Unfortunately, that's the case. All we've got is metaphysics and those sort of lines of inquiry. I'm not like a lot of people that'll say, "Oh, there's hard evidence." No, there are things about nature that are simply coherent with idealism more so than materialism. I would say consciousness, having experience, is the number one thing. The fact that we have an experience is in line more with idealism than materialism, because materialism is based on the idea of inert, tangible, third person, objective facts that have no mental properties. But somehow this structure gives rise to conscious experience. That may be true. We may live in a magical kingdom. I don't have any problem with that. But you do know that emergence is a form of magical thinking, because you're saying something that doesn't exist, like experience in matter, somehow pops into existence from nothing. There's no.
I don't know if it's magical thinking, right? It's two categories of things that we know exist. We know the material exists. We know the mind exists. We see certain material things happening, then we see consciousness, and you're just drawing an inference, right? So I wouldn't categorize that as magical thinking.
I think it's magical thinking, but I'm not opposed to it. And I don't mean it in the derogatory sense. You might call it a miraculous thinking. It's sort of like saying that, possibly the universe itself popped into existence from nothing. That's sort of like a magical thing or a miracle. Until we know.
Would you consider yourself an atheist, Scott?
Yes.
Yeah. Do you know any atheists that do say that the universe popped into existence from nothing? That's something I hear from theists a lot. Do you think
most
atheists
don't? Most do not. But I'm saying if they did, and this is the reason they don't. The reason they don't say that a universe popped out of existence from a literal nothing is because that seems incoherent. It seems illogical. And so people don't want to go with the illogical argument. But what I'm saying is that I agree with them. I believe consciousness is just, it has standalone existence. It's eternal. This in the same way that an atheist may say the universe is eternal, right? But I would just include the universe as the thing within consciousness itself.
Right. I guess I just need to listen to this more to understand the why, right? So yeah, I know nothing's got all the answers, but I'm just seeing way more questions with this. So I'll listen a little bit more.
Do you think it's possible that you lean materialism because of culture and what we've all sort of been indoctrinated?
Yes, but I also think that that doesn't reduce the likelihood of that being correct.
But it is a good
reason.
Good to consider, though, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely. Be open to it. Yeah, when you realize that you've been indoctrinated into a view, for sure.
Because, I used to be very religious. And when I was a Christian, I asked the elders, I just want to know, how do I know I'm not indoctrinated? And they told me the same thing. Well, even if you were brainwashed, does that make it true or untrue? And they kept me in the religion for that very reason. They used to always tell that line to me, and I say, yeah, that's no reason to think it's not true. And that worked for me for a while until I started examining epistemology. And when I did so, it not only got me off religion, it got me off materialism, and dualism. All of that stuff is sort of entailed with the religion I was with as well.
Yeah,
But
I think there's two things there, right? There's the fact that you've been indoctrinated, and then there's just being closed to exploring the reasons for that thing you've been indoctrinated into, right? Like, I think if you say, hey, I've been indoctrinated into this, therefore it's less likely to be true, I think that leaves you open to believing in more conspiracy theories and that sort of thing.
could be, yeah. That's why, it's a tricky thing. What I try to do is I try to appeal to epistemology, like sound epistemology, like come up with a good epistemology. And so I rest it on the things I know rather than the things I don't know to be the case. And really, one of the only things that I know is that I'm conscious and that I'm aware of an existence. That much I know. So I sort of build my epistemology off of that. And from that, I can understand that when I look at the world around me, it all exists within my screen of perception. And we know that our perceptions, even on materialism, perceptions are not reliable. Your perceptions of the world aren't what they seem like. We think that the world is solid. It's not. We think that there's colors out there in the world. There's not. We think that, sound is, there are none of these things these are perceptions that we have. But I believe that there is an objective reality out there that is outside of our minds. Now, actually, the ironic thing, Derek, is that materialists will say that reality is just all in your mind, because they say everything that you know and perceive is a reconstruction inside your brain, right?
The perception of reality is in your mind, but I wouldn't say that reality is in your mind, right?
I wouldn't say that, but it's just kind of funny. It's like it can be self-refuting if you take that too far. So in other words, like if a materialist says, look, I understand that I perceive things through a veil of the mind and it's filtered through my brain, and I don't experience things like another animal would, right? They'll say all that. But then they'll also say things like time is for real, causation is fundamental. They'll just take for granted. They call that naive realism. Like, these things about non-locality, locality, that's just science fiction. That's not what I experience. But remember, you as a materialist already conceded that you don't necessarily see the truth of reality. You just have a perception, and we know our perceptions are geared towards fitness payoffs, not capital T truth, not metaphysical truths. And so that gives us room to think beyond, do metaphysics. We can go beyond just our naive perceptions. And science becomes an aid, especially like theoretical stuff that talks about like the underlying thing, the fundamentals of reality. So like quantum field theory, things like that, they clue us in on how nature operates. It gives us license to say things like non-locality and causation isn't fundamental. And that's what gives us license to say that, is that we know that in some domain of reality, it isn't just all, consistent with how we experience the world. And so that gives us permission to question, our most cherished beliefs like God or materialism or physical, anything like that. And so where I've landed on more towards idealism, but definitely non-dualism.
Okay, so we all die, you die, your brain reverts to dust, as it says in Genesis. Where does your consciousness go?
Where does my, so this is sort of I hate to sound pedantic or deepity or anything like that. I don't mean to sound like that. But I don't think there's a my consciousness. And I'll explain that a little bit. I know that's going to sound weird, but basically on idealism, there's nothing but consciousness. And what we do as humans, as animals, and all sentient beings is they're like sort of like fractals or expressions of consciousness. Sophia has a good analogy about the prism. Hey, Sophia, are you still with me?
Yes, I'm still here. I'm scrubbing my stove as I'm listening.
Oh, okay. Hey, help Derek out. You have a really good analogy about the prism. He's asking about does our consciousness move on after death? So I was saying that it's not necessarily the right thing to say.
Well, it's not actually our consciousness. It's just consciousness expressed through your interface. So when you die, your identity ends, and that's it. Think of it
So,
like
there's like a big pizza of consciousness, and we take a little slice for a while, and then we put it back into the pizza.
yeah, pretty much. It's kind of like a light beam that fractals into a color spectrum, but yet
I mean,
you can
this is-
see all the you
Sorry,
can
go
see
ahead.
all the different colors. You can see all the different colors individually, but it's all from the same source.
I like the idea. I think it sounds cool. Help me believe.
Yeah, it's kind of like
I
the same.
mean,
It's the same concept with materialism. You know, materialism would say,
I'm a little, well, I want to clarify that I'm a little bit different from regular idealists, right? I have my own model, and what I believe is that consciousness, yes, is primordial. It's not created, it just is. But I also believe that consciousness in and of itself cannot be anything other than what it already is. So physicality is also a potential of consciousness. And I think it's an assumption when we think that consciousness is something separate or something different and non-physical. What if it is physical?
Right, okay. I guess my question now for anybody is, what's the brain doing? If consciousness is just the fundamental thing, and we've just got like a little subset of it for a time, why does the brain, when we hook up our scans to it, why is it doing stuff that kind of align with our conscious experience?
that's a great question. Because it seems sort of redundant, doesn't it? It would seem sort of inflationary to say, well, if there's already this fundamental consciousness, why do you need brains and other conscious fractals out there, right? So I would say that, you know, consciousness expresses itself, as Sophia said, through different interfaces in reality. Like the brain evolved a certain way, the human brain did, differently than, say, like a bat's brain or a dog's brain. Therefore, consciousness is going to sort of express itself differently through different brains, through different structures or bodies, right?
Ultimately, I think what he's asking is why. And so my explanation for it is, I'm not saying that's a fact, that's just something I'm leaning towards, is that consciousness is its own inner light, and that means it has the ability on its own to self-reflect, and it does this by dissecting itself through splitting off into what we experience as the physical reality. And so by interacting with itself, it's discovering itself and evolving. It's the consciousness observing itself.
Yeah. And I would just add to that it's not doing it meta-consciously. It's just evolving naturally to do that.
Yeah,
My
it's just
God.
natural.
I haven't had my coffee yet, guys, and I'm struggling like you. Just like, you got the egg beater in my brain right now.
Well, man, I appreciate you coming on and asking questions and giving a little pushback and all of that. And I hope you keep coming to the show, man, and enjoying
Yeah,
it.
man.
Yeah,
Hit the subscribe
I like
button.
your
Hit
accent.
Yeah, I love the accent. Where are you from?
Yeah, I'm from Australia,
Oh,
Queensland,
yeah.
Australia.
It
So,
sounded Australian, yeah.
yeah, cool. Thanks for having me on. It's been interesting. I've hit the sub button, so I'll have a listen. So,
thank you so
yeah.
much, Eric. I appreciate you a lot, brother.
All right, Nell, Sophia, Scott. See you later.
Yeah,
See
have
you
a good
later.
one.
Nice meeting you.
And oh man, Joel left. Damn it, Joel. I'm sorry. I saw you back there. I was just trying to finish first. And hey, I just want to say, hey, Robin. Hey, Collapsitalism. Nice to see you guys. She was like, hello, Miss Sophia. Good to see you.
Hey,
Yeah, man,
Robin.
if any of you guys want to interact, don't be scared, man.
I don't think they're scared.
Yeah, it's nothing to be.
They
Yeah.
watch us enough. They're part of the family.
Yeah, they are. And any new people too, just come on through if you want to challenge us. That's what we're here for it, man. And
I mean,
sorry, Joel,
let's
I
face
didn't
it.
see you.
Let's face it. A lot of people probably think we're not wrapped too tight.
Yeah, we got some weird views, that's for sure. That's cool. Let others have their turns. Yeah, man, I was sorry for that. I wanted you to but if whenever you're ready, call in, go for it. Hey, Kathy Ashby 6019. She says, "Love, I've been seeing you in the live chat. Welcome. Glad to have you." And Robin ain't scared of shit. You're gonna be afraid. Very afraid. Yeah, man. It's one thing I will say is growing up in the West, in our culture, materialism is the default position. And a lot of these questions and things may seem a little strange, but when you really come down to it, there's actually no real good answers that should prioritize the materialistic point of view on closer inspection. You know, like the biggest one, like he had mentioned, Derek, and I'm glad you jumped in, Sophia, was like the one about, well, if the brain is damaged, why does it damage consciousness? Well, it doesn't damage consciousness. It just changes the quality of your experience, right? So,
Yeah,
like, if
I
you,
mean, that's like saying because your tire popped while you were driving, that's proof that your car produced you. No, it just
Right.
changed your driving experience. I know that's very simplified, but I mean, you know, I'm dumb.
You're not dumb.
no, not at all, Sophia. I'm getting really damn tired of saying that too. I'll come on there and
But
smack you.
I'm academically dumb. Okay, so that's true,
Yeah, that
Also,
makes you-
and I'm not ashamed to admit that because I think we should promote that actually, because
Yeah.
these gatekeepers act like dumb people aren't allowed to speak, but we can think. We
Well-
have common sense and stuff like that.
The thing is, though, Sophie, like I'm also, not academic. I never got a college degree, but to me, it's like if you are aware of your own ignorance and know your own limitations, to me, that's
a sign.
that's not, being able to admit your own ignorance is not dumb. To me, dumb is like
Not
someone
knowing.
who is willfully ignorant, someone who is unable to learn. And I would definitely say you don't fall in that category.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that, but I just be kind of joking around, you know.
We promote mediocrity here.
That's right. We want everybody to come in here. People from the strip club, everywhere.
Hell yeah. You're all welcome to get owned and roasted. Just kidding. By a bunch of dumbasses.
No, I'm just joking. I mean, I honestly, it's just about my, because I'm not academically very. I mean, everything I know is kind of self-taught in America. I got my education in Germany, and in Germany, it's like you learn very different things. You learn all the practical things, but the way of life is kind of just self-explanatory. We don't have all these different ideologies and all this different stuff. We're very
What was ironic
Huh?
though, what's ironic was when I was on that Free for Talk platform and discussing the show and everything like that, and somebody was trying to see if they wanted to join the channel, and he said, well, let me go take a look at a few things first. And he started listening, and then he came back to me and he goes, I like the channel, I like everything, but the only problem is you and your co-host, y'all be using too many big words and terms I'm not familiar with. Like, I'm not really sure if any of that's really legit. Like, I heard Sophia talking about quantum fields and wave collapse and all of it. I'm suspicious that she really knows what she's talking about. But when I went and looked it all up while I was watching the video, she's like, yeah, these are really normal scientific terms. But the only criticism I would give is maybe try to tone it down and not talk over people's head like that. So not everybody thinks you're uneducated. They actually think you're very educated.
Well, that's because that person is less educated than me, and I've learned some things over the years. But compared to like a fucking whatever scientist or neuroscientist, I don't know jack shit. But you know, I understand things. I'm a natural philosopher. I understand things intuitively and psychologically. So like
Mhm.
all these things that we talk about can be expressed in so many ways till it ain't even funny. So
Yeah.
I just don't know all the, you know, I mean, sometimes I agree that some of these people, and I don't mean to be racist, but a lot of these like white philosophers and neuroscience, you know, they make shit sound so complicated when it can be really simplified. And I think that's a turnoff for a lot of people who aren't formally educated. Because I mean, the average person doesn't study neuroscience or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're just people out here. And I don't think it should be a requirement to understand like basic concepts about reality. And I know that sounds crazy too, because people think, what? We're talking about the nature of reality. Of course that's complex, but what if it's not that complex?
Yeah. I guess we need more whites on our channel.
We need what? Like, you're echoing too damn much now. I couldn't hear that. What?
We need more whites.
What? Why?
We need more whites.
Well, that
I want an all-white football team.
And I think we need to recognize that there are different types of intelligence. And to me, one of them that is highly underappreciated in today's world is emotional intelligence. And I think
Absolutely agree.
both of you have great emotional intelligence. So
Thank you.
Yeah, but it's still not good enough for me to pick the right boyfriend. So I don't know what the fuck's wrong with me. I'm looking.
That's just consciousness expressing itself, Sophia.
And then Scott be letting me have it too. Well, I guess you learned this time. I guess you won't do that shit again.
Robin says, I'm very white. Well, yeah, we need more people. Just y'all come on in and challenge. What makes you believe the brain doesn't make consciousness? Come on now. It should be easy. Everybody knows that shit. Well, see, the brain
I
does.
just want to say, because I feel a little guilty now about saying the whole white thing. I really wasn't being racist, but I do want to see more brown-skinned people participate in these types of conversations, because, you know, a lot of brown people have like their own views and on the nature of reality. And it's like in the West, it's you have these leading people who lead in all these philosophies, and it's like we accept it as long as it's one of those people. In other words, if you're not the right color, and if you don't have those credentials, no one listens to you. And so what we're trying to do on this channel is we want people from all over. And I do wish to see more brown people, because I think we all have the same questions. We all, you know, want to know what's up with our life. Why are we going through this or that? Like, we all have questions, not just, and we don't want to necessarily be told what to think or what reality is, I think we all should kind of try to figure that out on our own, you know?
Yeah. And I think that's what's great about life, you know what, because if we knew all the answers, what would be the point? Like, that's part of the fun of life is having these mysteries and actually doing the work that we're doing. You know, it's fun. It's interesting. And I think a lot of people
sometimes.
And yeah, so shit. Now, a lot of people on Facebook, when I blasted out the show, I've got all these people talking about how, who would even debate that? We all know the brain generates consciousness. Science has proven it. One guy says, I would eat you up in the debate if you don't even know. So I'm like, well, come on. I told him, let's just come on.
That sounds
Hold on.
That sounds a
Hold
little
on.
gay.
Okay, right? Somebody said that it's been proven.
Yeah. Said it's already
And
been
he said
proven.
he gonna eat you. And he said he would eat you alive.
Yep. So I'm like, come on. Don't talk about it, be about it.
Well,
Where
does
he
wanna,
at?
Why does he want to eat you? That's yeah.
Well, it sounds kind of making me feel
Why
kind of
you get
funny
it?
down there. You know what? I told him he makes me feel funny down there, like when I used to climb the rope in gym class. Okay,
Is he still there?
Julio, say thanks for joining. He says, I want to see more POC participating in science. Philosophy can be nice as a starter, but science literacy is important so you can know why you know and don't have to get trapped in debates. But you know, the problem with science, and I love science, but science tells you about behavior and what things do, not about what things are or what a thing is. So, you know, science is great for maybe a guide. It kind of like lets us in on some clues, but it really isn't going to answer metaphysical or ontological questions yet. That's why it hasn't. That's why we're still, there's no consensus about, you know, what came before the Big Bang or why do we exist at all, or the hard problem of consciousness. These things are still open questions in science because they're metaphysical questions. And science is about physics, not metaphysics. And he says, science does tell you what things are. Like, okay, call into the show and tell me one of those things. And don't tell me behavior. Don't make the mistake and start talking about what things do. Tell me what it is. My opinion is that it's a mental state, it's consciousness, because it's relating to my consciousness and it's based on, you know.
That's what Alex O'Connor also said, by the way.
Yeah. Consciousness isn't an open question in science. What do you mean by consciousness isn't an open question? I said the hard problem of consciousness is the open question.
Yeah, well, he's wrong.
Yeah, if you're
So
saying the hard
yeah,
problem of consciousness, call in and tell me how the hard problem was solved. I'd like to hear that. I can explain things, but do you have a couple of months? That sounds like a cop
Do
out.
we have what?
Yeah, like
What did he say?
He said he I'll put it back on the screen. He says,
No, I want to hear.
huh?
Scott, first of all, you know my blind ass can't see that on my phone. That's why. I've been saying that a million times. You already told me I'm using my eyes wrong.
You are. You're using them all wrong.
All right.
That's not why you were
but-
given eyes.
Yeah, because this
You were
bitch
given
is getting
eyes
old,
so
okay?
that you couldn't see. Okay. We all know eyes are for using them to see.
Yeah, well, my shit's failing. So can you tell me what he said again?
Yes. So he said two things. He said, I could explain, but do you have a couple of months for my explanation?
Why would you need a couple of months? That's some straight up bullshit. Go sit down. Leave the chat, boy.
And then he says, what is even the hard problem? I don't even understand what you mean by that.
That's why you shouldn't even be in here, because you would know that.
Well, now he says he's coming on the panel.
All right.
Cool. Please come on the panel.
Hey, Nail, my reverse psychology works every time.
Yeah, you got him to come on.
I'd like to know though what Scott is talking about with your eyes. It sounds like Scott's being a little racist, towards
Yeah.
black people.
Well,
Yeah, he's racist against elderly
female-
women.
Have you ever been in a room and turned all the lights out?
He's trying to say I'm past my prime. That's what he's trying to say now.
No. That's what black people see.
Oh my god!
When black people see, that's what they see. They see black. That's why she can't see.
Okay, where's the guy?
Where is he?
He's scared.
Guess he ran off.
He ran away.
He ran off.
No, he said, okay, let me find my headset.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I mean, it's like, sure, you have, people, might have complex views, and it might take some, distilling to explain your view. But like, if you can't explain your view in simple terms, then
You don't know it.
yeah, you don't know it.
You can't
And
show it.
that's
You
what
don't know it.
Einstein even said that.
Yep.
Mhm.
Yeah, he said if you can't explain it like to a child, that means you don't understand it.
Right. And I don't mind people being materialist leaning or whatever, but when you're gonna come out the gate and make all kinds of bold claims like that, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna clown your ass back.
Yeah. Gonna cook them. Don't let Sophia roast your ass. Because she will do it. I'm gonna let her handle this guy. I
'Cause
did
we're,
the
we're, we're keeping it really we're keeping it really cordial here, man. And he coming in guns blazing, talking about he gonna eat you alive and all that kind of stuff.
That's a different. Yeah, this is a different guy though.
Oh.
That's a different
Oh, okay.
guy.
Well, I'm still on that one.
This guy is just saying it would take him months to explain it to us, and then he doesn't know what the hard problem of consciousness is. So we have a student. Sounds like we have a student that needs to be learned today. We gonna learn you, boy. We gonna learn you today.
Oh my goodness.
No, Oceanus, we're just playing, man. He said, I never said one thing personal. No, that wasn't you.
No.
And we're just playing around with you. We're a bunch of jokers anyway, so
Yeah.
don't let us scare you away. We're just bullshitters. We talk shit.
Much like how I was just jokingly calling Scott a racist. He's not.
Yeah.
He's not a racist.
That's why I hate my kids. I told my kids that. I said, damn it, I hate you kids. Y'all ain't quiet.
What the fuck, Scott?
I'm still hunting for my headset. Take your time. Take your time.
Yeah.
So I'm going to let Sophia deal with Oceanus, okay?
Mhm.
Because I've been talking way too much.
Yeah, why are you always talking over us women?
No, man.
Yeah.
I need Dark
I know,
Doctor
right? With
to
your,
reel me
with
in.
your blabbermouth, your ass was bloviating today.
For real, man. I just got it on my chest, man. Say it with your chest. Ocean, a good dude. Yeah, I have no doubt. Collapsitalism. And if you want to join in, you're more than welcome. You already know. I'm gonna put up the link in case.
Y'all, I'm already heated because my central air is not working. And it's like 84 degrees. And I am a woman that is 46 years old with menopause. Man on pause. So
Oh,
don't try
man.
me. No,
All right, and we have the cat down the road, and He or she says Ocean is a good dude, but he doesn't understand the hard problem of consciousness. Then he's really doing nothing to contribute to the discussion. Ooh. Ooh.
You're so stupid, God. Like, Lord have mercy.
I mean, even if it's true and he doesn't contribute, like, to me, like, if we're able to explain these concepts in a simple way and help people learn what these things are, then I think that's a worthwhile discussion in itself. So
Yeah,
Yeah.
he can come in anyway because I
Yeah.
I didn't know I didn't know that was two separate guys, so I don't have I ain't got no issues with him. I was talking about the other bold one who said he was going to eat you alive.
Yeah, that turns me on.
You know the gay one.
Okay.
Make me feel funny inside. And Robin says, very dogmatic language, Cat. Yeah, if you don't know what it is, he's just going to learn. That's all. Ain't nothing wrong with learning.
Yeah.
And Collapsalism says, wait, what did I miss? No, you didn't miss too much. I think just somebody was saying something about the guy that's coming in a little derogatory, but whatever. Whatever. There ain't no feelings here. We don't validate feelings here at the Idealist. Your experience doesn't matter. We deny experience.
That music is actually pretty fitting.
Yeah, it is. It's
Sounds like a Jeopardy show.
yeah, no. Like you're thinking. Yeah, right. Contemplation music.
How'd you find that shit?
I went on what you call it? What's that thing called? Pixie Bay. Pixie Bay.
Oh,
You can
okay.
get like free videos, free pictures, and free music. That's what I use to make
Kinda
videos. So the cat down the road says Oceanus is the one being dogmatic by claiming he could explain why consciousness is generated by the brain. I really doubt it, but I'm willing to hear what he has to say.
Yeah, we are too. I hope he finds his headset.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's kind of funny how that headset's missing all of a sudden.
Because my phone's on 18%, so he needs to come on.
Come on, boy.
Well, see, while we're
Come
waiting, I have a question to ask then.
Okay.
So do you think that under materialism that matter creating something that is conscious or living, do you find that incoherent, would you say, or improbable? How would you describe that?
I'll let Sophia take that because she's coming from the
I'm
LFM.
sorry, I'm sorry, my daughter just interrupted me. I'm very sorry. Can you repeat that? One second. Give me 1 second, y'all.
Okay.
I want to answer, but just give me a second. What did you say now?
Oh.
You can get pieces of candy from Mr. Jesse for $1.
Let me just mute her off for a minute.
Okay.
God damn it. What's more important, kids or this show? That's what that's the real question.
Or shut up. I'll blow you out of this universe. I can't right now.
No, your other phone has Jesse's number, so I can call him.
No, you can't because that phone's not in service, child. Okay. Now, can you repeat that?
Oh, sure. So I was just asking, when it comes to materialism, I'm just trying to think, figure out if this is a valid criticism that idealism has. That, is it incoherent or improbable that matter would come together to form, either life or a conscious experience. Like,
Yeah, I think it is incoherent. I think it's safe to say that it could produce cognition and just intelligence, right? But when we're talking about qualia and what it's like, I don't see how anything material could create that. It makes no sense to me. That's magical thinking, in my opinion.
okay. Do you share that opinion, Scott?
Well, this is why I look at it differently.
Uh-huh.
I look at the physical world as real, just as real as the experience we have of it.
Mhm.
And I do believe it's out there, and it looks nothing or it is anything like as it appears, like a solid physical thing with all the descriptions. The descriptions are things that the limited human mind lays on it. It's the story we tell about it. But what that stuff is made of has got to be made of the same stuff as our experiences. So while it's not metaconscious, material isn't metaconscious, it's sort of like it's a mental state, if that makes any sense. A lack of better word. It's part of a field of probability, which is mind-like, and that's where it comes from. And that's why we can resonate with it, because consciousness is related directly to whatever it is we're looking at. Otherwise, we couldn't. It's like you wouldn't think that a rock can observe a tree because it has no perceptual abilities, right?
Mhm.
And whatever's going on with the perceptions to create like an experience must be what it is out there, because otherwise we would be like rocks that wouldn't see trees or anything else, because there's nothing that we're building on.
Okay. I'm trying to see where you guys are on that, because like I feel like there's maybe one possible disagreement there, because I feel like it and this is just depends on what the type of materialism that you take on, but it's like, to me, like, if let's say I just put on my materialist hat for a second here, just like how I'll sometimes put on my idealist hat.
Yeah.
If the universe is eternal, like there's always been something, which makes sense to me, like you said earlier, absolute nothingness and something coming from that
It's magic. Yeah.
it seems incoherent to me.
Mhm.
Like, to me, it seems like if you given enough time, like, if you just keeps, particles keep colliding and matter keeps transforming, like eventually you would get something that's, what we see, like that is organic, that is eventually turns to life, that eventually has this conscious experience. Like, that seems like it would be a possibility. Like, if if you have time plus all these other things going on.
So that seems very sensible at face value. The only time it's a problem is when you start digging into it and trying to connect the dots. That's when you're going to run into a problem, because we're still talking about two different categories. Like one category evolving to create an entirely different category. It's like, I can understand how a simple structure like a single cell can accumulate into a multicellular creature eventually to us or whatever. There's always a logical trace there. But for that simple cell, even beyond that, the atoms or the fields to evolve into an experience seems like the same problem with, it's incoherent. It's the same problem with the universe coming from nothing.
So what if I then said, all right, well, what if, okay, but I'm also a non-dualist, and it's not really the same, or it's not really a different category. It just, it's the same thing, but it's just evolved into something else.
That's possible. There's a logical link.
So would you say that there's still the same issue there, or would I like what I'm trying to figure out is like can a materialist escape this issue?
If you define material as like per definition, like it, materialism is all there is. All there is matter. Then I'm not sure how we're going to get consciousness out of matter. I'm not sure how that story holds up under scrutiny. It sounds like a good story, but held up under scrutiny, I'm just not sure how it works. That's all I'm saying.
Well, then what if we say that it's not just material isn't just matter, but everything that is in the cosmos? So fields and gravity and just everything else.
Like panpsychism?
I mean, I guess that could fall under it, but like,
because you're including experience with that, right?
Or if the possibility of experience being fundamental. I mean, I guess I'm guessing what you're saying is like, if we were to take on that stance, then it seems like you would then shift from non-dualism to some sort of panpsychism dualism. Is that what you're?
Yeah, like, so if you were to say that, well, why, the way that a materialist gets out of it is through panpsychism.
Mhm.
That's why we have panpsychism, so that they can salvage materialism, but then also account for experience. That's how panpsychism came to be. But anyways, we have thanks for joining us. I guess you found your headset, sir. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Doing
Hang on.
wonderful, man.
Did
Can you
you
hear
want
me
to
okay?
Yep.
Yeah. Did
I'm
you want to
very-
say something on that, Sophia?
I'm very pleased to meet all of you.
Yeah, nice to meet you
Hi.
too. So,
I don't
Um,
remember anyone else because I don't know, like y'all been talking over this old lady.
did you want to respond first, Sophia, before you field questions?
No, because
for
I don't remember. I don't even remember what I was gonna say now with your bloviating ass.
Oh no,
Bloviating.
bloviator. We need bloviator alert.
No, let's hear what our guest has to say.
All right.
Let's
All
stop being
Okay.
stop being rude.
Okay, I'm not here to be adversarial. Just
Okay.
start out with, and you can call me Ocean or whatever you feel like. A little bit about my background. I have a degree in molecular biology, one in chemistry. I studied a lot of mammalian physiology in that, and also along the way I picked up neuroetiology, which pretty much examines nerve pathways and circuits and things like that. And I also covered like the physiology of neurons and brain function and the different brain regions in that, because I was pre-med. I didn't go to medical school. So to start off with, we have to define what we're going to call consciousness and at least agree on a definition before
Yeah.
we can address this. So my perception, and I'll start off with my definition of consciousness, is I don't like treating it in a generalized, vague sense, because we have to talk about what we're being conscious of. I'm conscious of where I'm at right now. I'm conscious of things around my room. I'm not conscious of the items in the room Sophia's in. Okay, I have a limited consciousness. I can only be conscious of certain things at a certain time, and where my attention and where my focus is can change. And I also have, like my things that are just barely below, at the edge of my consciousness, like maybe how my feet are feeling, or just generally conscious that I'm breathing but not really paying attention to it much. So that's my perspective of consciousness. It's very localized. It's very based on me, and that's all. And okay, like as far as physiologically speaking, that I would call consciousness not just the brain, but also the senses too, because that's where our inputs are coming in. And I'm not just talking about the five senses, because there's more than five senses. We've got a gut sense. We can sense things going on in our guts too. You know, we got stretch receptors along our intestines and that. We've got, you know, 5 different kinds of touch receptors too. And all of this combines to form consciousness. So a person that, like, I was paralyzed as a kid from the chest down, and this was due to Guillain-Barré syndrome, and it lasted for about 2 years. And they used to run a needle up the bottom of my foot, and the doctor, all these medical students had come in because it was a new disease. And they'd run a needle up the bottom of my foot when I was 10 years old, and it would cut up the bottom of my foot, and I wasn't conscious of the pain there at all.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, I mean, consciousness can break. We have anesthesia that breaks consciousness.
Mhm.
I'm trying to get diagnosed in that, but I think I suffer from narcolepsy. My consciousness wanes throughout the day. So, you know, that's my interpretation of consciousness is the sum total of what we experience from moment to moment. And that's it. That's all it is. I mean, and I can also be conscious of my internal thoughts. I can be conscious that I'm fantasizing and imagining things. But
Because that's all you know, and that's all you can go on.
yeah, so that's my interpretation of consciousness, and I don't make consciousness in the way I define it as being anything more than that.
Okay.
Not that I don't suppose I could have my consciousness leave my body. Yes, I can imagine other places in great detail, but that's imagination. That's not, you know, my consciousness traveling somewhere.
I would agree.
But-
Go ahead, Sophia. Do you want to respond?
Yeah, I was just saying, so we can safely say that consciousness is defined as your own subjective experience, right?
For my definition, I define consciousness, or the way I understand consciousness, is the brain doing what brains do. And all of your subjective experiences are going to happen within your brain.
So how do you explain the brain making you feel what things are like?
That is all right. There's about 125 different neurotransmitters as far as feelings go. And, you know, we have medications for that. We have things to balance that. Like, okay, there's in genetics and that, there's something called jumping genes. And this is where your DNA actually shuffles itself in certain cases. It absolutely has to do it to make antibodies. Your body makes brand new antibodies every day to things that it hasn't even encountered yet. And if those cells don't get activated, they die off, but new cells are made that make new antibodies. And this is how our immune system kind of keeps up with the changing world. And it requires jumping genes to do that. However, in identical twin studies, in the prefrontal cortex, that during the last stage of development before birth, and that when the prefrontal cortex is developing, there are jumping genes in the neurons of the prefrontal cortex that actually juggle. So you can have identical twins, and they have slightly different emotional makeups, slightly different personalities. And these jumping genes are actually responsible for the ratios of the neurotransmitters. So, you know, we can't just say, okay, we don't want to talk about, you know, brain physiology. We want to talk about philosophy and that, but we want to describe consciousness, but we can't do it without discussing brain physiology.
So
that's my stance. That's my argument.
Let me ask you this: are correlations explanations for you?
No.
Okay. Correlation. So you agree that correlation does not imply causation? It's basically just like a relationship.
No, I don't. But like science doesn't just look at correlations and that. I mean, science works a lot like engineering, even though engineering is a byproduct of science. But in the same way, like if science sees something that breaks, right? It looks at the point of fracture in that and the result of it. Something you can sink your teeth into, you can point at, you can say, look right here.
Yeah, so you can talk about what breaks it, but you can't talk about why it was broken necessarily.
Yeah, we can.
So
Yeah, we can. So
okay, so let me ask you this. Would you say that science primarily describes what things do, like function, behavior, interactions, or what they fundamentally are?
Okay, this is the thing is science is about predictability.
Yeah.
Okay. And okay, I will concede this point with you. I will concede to this point. We know that we can identify electrons all day long. We can describe electrons mathematically. What is an electron made out of? Okay.
Right.
So I'm going to concede that point. But it turns out that we can describe it as a fluctuation in a quantum field. What the hell is a quantum field?
It's an abstraction, right?
Yeah. It's like a quantum field is what is our mathematical model.
Right.
And we can repeatedly show it in that. But what is it?
Right. So you don't want to just
what
mistake the
is
map.
it?
Yeah, you don't want to mistake the map for the territory.
Yeah. We can describe space-time, but what is it?
Perfect. Perfect.
What
So we're really on the same page there.
Yeah, I'm going to concede that to you in that. And there are limitations to what science can do. And philosophy and theology will like to take over from there. But
I'll
be quiet.
No,
Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry. Go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt. I thought you were pausing, and I thought that was it. So go ahead.
No, I'll shut up now. I'll see where we're going to go. I'm not going to try to drive that whole discussion.
All I was saying is I agree with everything that you're saying because we're not denying anything of the physical reality at all and how science describes how things work. We don't deny that. But we're simply saying that what you're talking about proves correlation, that there's a correlation, but does it actually prove production? And I would say not necessarily. And we use this example a lot about the radio. If you damage the radio, the music gets distorted. If you destroy the radio, there's not going to be any music at all, but that doesn't mean the radio produced the music in the first place. So that's what we're saying.
Right.
That's always an open, and just to be clear, I'm not saying that the brain is a radio or anything like a radio.
Oh, I don't think I wouldn't say that you would. I give you more credit than that.
Yeah, just to say that the argument for correlation proves what a thing is doesn't work, because we have other examples like radios and lamps don't create photons. Thermometers don't create weather. You know what I'm saying? So they're just correlations. But now the one thing that I want to go into based on that, because, now we're kind of like at agreement. Are you familiar with the hard problem of consciousness?
That I define that for me so we can start from there, because it might be somebody else's hard problem.
Okay. So it's really only talking about the mind-body problem, which has been an issue for hundreds of years. But the hard problem of consciousness is just a way to say it. It was formulated by David Chalmers, I think, in 1995 or 94. And it's really just saying, it asks, why and how do physical processes in the brain produce subjective experience? In other words, it's not talking about the easy problem, the quote unquote easy problem, which is, like all the things you mentioned about the neurons and the correlations and the interactions and stuff. Those are considered the easy problem. Not that they're easy, literally, but compared to the hard problem, it's easy. So in other words, why does brain activity feel like anything from the inside? So like the redness of red, the pain of a headache.
Okay.
you know.
Can I address this?
Yep, go right ahead.
Okay, so from what I understand, your first thing you went to is the subjective and objective, right?
Yeah.
Those are under philosophical terms.
Hmm.
Okay, those are not necessarily scientific terms.
Correct.
Okay, and so scientifically, from a scientific perspective, there is not a hard problem with consciousness.
Well, there's no evidence of consciousness in the first place under science.
Yes, there is.
Well, there's antidotes.
Repeatedly there is. Because
But
neuroscience,
it's based on behavior.
neuroscience has, and neuroscientists and neurosurgeons and that, we have consciousness disorders. Okay, and I was going to mention this previous point. I don't know if you've ever seen the movie Awakenings, and this is a case, and this is actually related to my paralysis
Hmm.
and Guillain-Barré. So Guillain-Barré is caused by the H1N1 flu virus,
Hmm.
which appeared in 1914 and was known as the Spanish flu. It actually came from Kansas, but it was the Spanish
Right.
flu.
Hmm.
And Guillain-Barré is an autoimmune disorder. So basically, the surface proteins that the virus uses it to attach to nerve cells resemble my own nerve cells.
Hmm.
So when my immune system first reacted with the H1N1 flu, it attacked the flu, but my central nervous system resembled immunologically that flu. So my own immune system attacked my entire central nervous system.
Hmm.
Okay, so if you saw the movie Awakenings, there was a special hospital ward, and there's like a kid, and he was like 10 years old, and he contracted the H1N1 in 1914, and it shut him down. In this hospital ward, they called them like zombies, and they call them like robots or whatever, but the people were in the hospital, and they described their condition as having no will.
Hmm.
If you picked them up, if you lifted them up or pulled their hand at that, you can pull them to standing easily. And then you can guide them over and you could sit them down and they would sit down, but they had to be hand moved. They can
Mhm.
walk, but had to be hand walked. And
So
the-
their
the-
feeling about their existence changed. Yeah.
No, I'll get there. So, anyway, they'd been like this for 40 years.
Mhm.
40 years they'd been in a state. And along came this doctor, and he sort of inherited this problem. And he was also had been studying Parkinson's disease. And he said, what if this is just like almost like a seizure type of phenomenon, but it's at such a high frequency, it's completely shorting them out. Because they weren't shaking or having seizures or anything like that. They're almost like frozen. Wherever you put their arm, that's where their arm would stay. So he said, what if it's like a Parkinson type thing? And so he took drugs that they had at the time for treating Parkinson's and seizures and that, and he started ramping up the doses. And eventually, this is why the movie's called Awakenings, he woke them all up.
Mhm.
And this 10-year-old kid was now like 54 or 56.
Mhm.
And they asked him what he had experienced during that entire time.
And he did what? I'm sorry.
They asked him what he had experienced the entire time he was under.
Okay.
He experienced nothing.
Okay.
He was not conscious of his body. He was not conscious of the passage of time. He wasn't conscious of any of it. It's like he got sick when he was 10 and he woke up at like 54 with no
Can I touch
knowledge
on-
of the time passing.
Can I just interject real quick? While that sounds like a fascinating and extreme case, to really make your point, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, you could just point to anesthesia or something like that. That we lose or break consciousness at some point.
Right.
Okay, so what does that prove for you?
That proves to me that it's isolated to the central nervous system.
That a local consciousness is sort of anchored to the physical brain and all that, right?
It is.
Okay,
It
so
is.
we agree.
Right.
So go ahead.
So, as far as like the person's subjective and objective experiences, which are philosophical terms and definitions and categorizations,
Okay.
they it's a philosophy. The hard problem of consciousness is a philosophical problem, but not a scientific one.
Of course, because science, like I say, it's looking at the behaviors and everything you're describing here. This happened to the brain or the body, and this affected consciousness, even broke it, whatever the case is. That's fine. That's part of what I was talking about. The easy problem, the quote unquote easy problem.
Okay.
That's not what we're discussing. Like we can already shelf that because we agree.
Okay. So I'm not a philosopher. I have actual disdain for philosophy, and I took philosophy.
Do you find philosophy meaningful?
I find some of it, like the field of ethics and things like that. As far as like governing, like guiding society. Some areas of philosophy are highly useful and valuable.
Well,
some parts like solipsism's not going to take you anywhere.
True, and it's a philosophy just like materialism.
And I'm not like embracing like all philosophies and that. I think some areas of philosophy have proved fruitful in other areas. I'd just wholesale just throw in the trash because it's just.
Well, you do know that science comes out of philosophy, right?
Yeah, I know. And the reason why we have science is because people got tired of philosophy.
Yeah,
they wanted to go
things,
find out. And here's the other thing that I will state about philosophy is for philosophy to advance, it rests on the shoulders of science. Because philosophy left alone won't do much. You can think about it forever. But until you go out, test, and find out, philosophy just can't advance. And even philosophers.
We need science. Absolutely. We need science to be useful and have some kind of functionalism or practicality. But what philosophy can do, at least in this particular topic, because science for the last couple hundred years hasn't solved the mind-body problem. The easy problems are fine. We don't have. That's not what's under discussion.
What is the mind-body problem? What is the mind problem?
It's the same thing as the hard problem is a restatement. So it's basically asking why and how do physical processes in the brain produce subjective experience. Like we understand the correlation, but correlations are not explanations. So science has not developed a theory for why that correlation exists, but we all know it does, right? That's not under dispute. Okay. So there's other ways that we can solve the hard problem and expose the hard problem as just a hoax. The hard problem is not really a problem under my view. It's a limitation of our concepts. That's why there's a contradiction. That's why we can never solve it, because you've set up a point of failure that you'll never solve.
Okay, now let me play the devil's advocate. Subjective and objective in that. This is kind of a Western cultural way of looking at things in our Western philosophy, right? Mm-hmm. It's how we've categorized, and it's a very old way of categorizing things. We could say, correct me if you have a different view, but from my understanding,
there is no objective. There is no objective we know about.
From what I understand, objective would be mind independent.
So there's intersubjectivity. So like say me and you, we get together, we're looking at this screen, we can all agree there's different icons on this screen of the computer.
Right.
We're looking at it, the same thing,
Right.
right? So that's sort of like an intersubjective, what we would call a fact, but we're not getting to objective from there because we're all relying and appealing to our subjective experience.
Right. So, what would be objective to you?
Objective is something we don't know, but I just assume or believe exists. So as an
I think other philosophers
axiomatic,
might disagree with you on that.
it's axiomatic for me. So
Okay.
whatever it is, it's unknown, but I just assume there's an objective reality outside of my mind. The hard problem of
Right.
solipsism has not been solved as far as I understand it, but I'm not a solipsism. I'm not a solipsist. I mean,
I think it can be dismissed. My approach to these kinds of things is kind of utilitarian and kind of almost like as vague, kind of what could a reasonable man say, right?
we'll define reasonable.
Okay, so this is my philosophy, you know, as much as I have disdain for it, right? But this is my approach. And I'm not saying I'm right about everything, okay? But suppose we want to posit the existence of unicorns. Reasonably, I can say unicorns don't exist.
Mhm.
Reasonably, I can say Spider-Man is not a real person. And that's what a reasonable person could conclude.
In one perspective, I would agree.
Yeah, that's my stance. It's not perfect, okay? I'm not looking for perfect philosophy.
Right. I
I'm
go
just-
with you. I grant that.
I'm just going with a reasonable person could say Spider-Man doesn't exist, leprechauns are a myth, you know, and such things in that. You know, I don't want to wallow in, well, how can you really know? I'm not that much of a hardliner.
Right.
I'm
Right.
like,
And
it's
neither am
gonna
I.
be good enough
Neither
for
am
me.
I. I'm not that hardliner either.
So, you know, but on objectivity in that and subjectivity in that, I've noticed these words getting thrown out a lot lately. And people have different ideas on what those words mean.
Yeah, they're concepts.
how to use
That's
them.
all they are.
And how
is
to use them.
concepts.
And like I could say, AC/DC is objectively the best heavy metal band that ever lived. Objectively. And in that sense, and I'm using that in that sense, that, you know, like I'm using that in a colloquial sense.
Yep.
Like, oh, we're like that term objectively, like we're all going to agree on this. Everybody's
So-
going to agree that AC/DC. So
yeah.
or
and-
most of the people will, but in a philosophical sense, it just, or a scientific sense, it's like that's not an object,
so
you know.
just to get back to what we were saying, so how do you link? How do you believe consciousness arises, or would you say that it emerges, or or are you an identity theorist? What
I
is
would
your
say I come from a physiologist perspective in that, because that's where, you know, some of my education was in physiology. I'm not a physiologist, but I'm saying I was educated in some physiology. So I've got like some background sound going.
okay? So let me ask you this:
Okay,
physiologically, how does consciousness emerge from physiology?
okay, so it emerges from physiology in that basically you let's look at the occipital cortex of the brain. It's almost like it's a movie screen in the back where you can have light coming in through the eyes and it goes to the optic nerve.
Wait. Back up. You said there's something part of the brain that's like a movie screen.
Yeah, the occipital lobes of the brain, back in the back of your head.
Yeah, I understand that it's like revision and all that stuff is processed.
Yeah. It's
Is
where
that
the vision-
where is that what seeing stuff is?
Yeah, that's where it is. It's
That's
actually where
where it
it
is.
occurs in that. So if you have damage to the occipital lobe, you're gonna have trouble seeing.
Exactly. Right.
You know, and it's really funny because it's kind of mapped almost like a screen in a way. you know, like a 1-to-1 ratio between like the rods and cones in your retina. You know, goes through the optic nerve and it kind of maps into the back of the occipital lobe.
Let me
And then
ask you a
you can
clarifying question
detect
about that.
things.
That
Huh.
occipital lobes, when you say that the perception of sight or the consciousness emerges in that way from the brain, do you mean weak emergence, like fully explainable by physics, or do you mean strong emergence, like new properties that
I
aren't?
mean your subjective experience.
Yeah, I understand that, but do you mean that that's coming from a strong emergence or a weak emergence?
I don't know what you mean by those terms.
Yeah, I just want to clarify what kind of emergence we're proposing. Like for strong emergence or weak emergence, rather, that's more like fully explainable by the physics.
Yeah, I would
Now,
say strong. It's fully explainable by the physics.
okay, so it's weak emergence. Okay, so
No, strong emergence.
well, strong emergence is where new properties that aren't reducible to physical properties. So
Okay.
you're saying that sight is something not like
Okay. Well, I'll grant you that definition then.
whatever it is. I just want to know what you're saying.
So this is the way I see it is basically okay. So you have the occipital lobe there, and it's primarily, you know, dealing with vision, and then you have your two temporal, you know, like close to your ears, and that, you know, interestingly enough, that deals with auditory inputs. And that my grandmother had a stroke, and the stroke happened in the region of the brain near her ears, and she lost her ability to speak.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, which was tied into things. And let me tell you what, the way the brain is wired is just, you know, orders of magnitude greater than any computer we have. Just the sheer number of connections.
Mhm.
And you know, the way it processes and things, and that we have neural networks now, they're just a smidgen of that.
Okay, so what property of that? What property of that non-conscious physical matter, like the occipital lobe, logically would entail the existence of a subjective experience? Just the complexity?
Well, part of it. Okay, so basically, I mean, your brain's basically running at 1 hertz. It's not running like your computer does. It runs at, you know, like so many, you know,
Mhm.
cycles per second and that, but it's all in parallel.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I can't discuss it like it's happening in you know, like in a serial way, because like while your occipital lobe is receiving all that, you have other regions of the brain that are doing other things too.
Why does a subjective experience go along with all that parallel processing?
I don't know.
Okay,
I'm just giving you my input, my information.
I agree with
Okay.
you 100%. I
You
trust
can do with it what you want.
I actually believe
As-
you
as-
because
as
I
a
actually,
philosopher.
just as a layperson, I'm really fascinated with the brain and everything you're talking about. So I oftentimes go back into different, you know, YouTube videos or like new research papers that come out, and really fascinated by that stuff. And it is very complex. The brain is
And-
very complex.
and
But the
and-
question on the table is, why does all that complexity equal a subjective experience? That's the hard problem. So it's like a mechanism question, like what mechanism explains how all that neural activity would produce the qualitative first person subjective feeling of an experience rather than just the behavior of the information processing. Like we could have a super duper AI, AGI computer, and it could do all the things better than us intelligently, but it wouldn't be conscious. It wouldn't have a subjective feeling
It
along.
could be.
And it could be, but I'm just saying, why should we assume that it should?
Okay, so you know, like this subjective experience and that, you know, if you want to, you know, I'm not
Better
approaching it
question is, why isn't it already?
isn't what
Why is AI not conscious already?
Well, let me go into like, if we're gonna make it like the AI human-like. Okay, let me describe what a human is, more about the human brain, and I can just tell you what AI doesn't have based on what we have. So, okay, the way the brain works, it almost is like it's not just one brain. It's like it's several working together as a community. That's a better way to understand the brain.
Mhm.
So, like, you'll have one region that's focused, just basically your autonomic nervous system, trying keeping your body alive, and that's one portion of your brain. You have another portion of your brain, with another function focusing on certain tasks, and another region focused on other tasks, and it's all getting pulled together at some point. So when I was taking neuroetiology in that, we started looking at you can experiment. I don't like experimenting on animals, but it's got to be done to understand it for medicine, at least. But we looked at, and sometimes it can be done non-invasively and to no harm in the animals. We looked at grasshoppers, cockroaches. We looked at owl senses, and so neuroetiology, starts with the presumption or the presup that nerves act like logic circuits, and they do. You have like switches where they get turned on, turn off, and everything else like that. And so in this course, we were examining how they kind of work together to form things.
The binding problem.
Yeah, and now we have neural networks based on that simulate this and follow the same model and that of things, switching things off and adjusting different weights, and swaying it one way and swaying it the other, and that. And it makes you wonder if subjective experience is kind of like these neural networks where it puts certain weights on things, it learns certain things, and it gives it more weight than others.
And you're pointing to something. You're pointing to something very legit, and unfortunately, it is entailed in the hard problem of consciousness, though. So you're kind of appealing to that mystery, because like the binding problem itself that you're describing in neuroscience is really referring how the brain integrates all that, parallel process.
Right. And I ran into this course, and thanks for getting me back on track. I ran into this course, and now we're like, well, where is the master neuron at? There has to be one neuron in the brain that's in charge of all this. And okay, then we get down to like, okay, we found the master neuron. What's going on in that nucleus there? And we find that if we damage certain areas of the brain, or they get damaged, not if we try damaging them on purpose, other areas adjacent to it will take over that function. So, it's almost like our brains are self-sustaining as far as our consciousness goes.
So let me say real quick, Cafe joined us. Hey, Cafe, if you want to join in, man, please do, man. I haven't talked to you in a long time. He's an old friend of the show. And
I bet he is. I'm well acquainted with Cafe.
Yeah, he's a perennialist philosophy.
Me and him have gone our rounds quite a few times, and he goes around.
I can imagine.
Yeah.
So, go ahead, Sophia.
No, I was chuckling at that. Him and Cafe going to. I didn't know they knew each other.
Yeah. Everybody knows Cafe. Everybody does.
Based on everything you said, there's kind of like a prediction. Like, if all that's true, why can't we predict when consciousness comes online?
Some people have really early childhood memories and they retain those. I retain mine.
No, I mean, this mechanistically, like, you know what I mean?
Never mind. I was going to clarify what Scott's saying. What I think he's saying, he wasn't talking about how far your memory goes back. He was basically saying,
right.
So you did.
Like,
He was.
You had mentioned something about science is about predicting.
Yeah, that's basically the whole role of science is to come up with,
Right. So what I was
be able to
asking,
make reasonable predictions about things.
like, if consciousness is emergent from those physical processes, should we be able to predict when consciousness appears purely from those physical descriptions?
We can, and let me address this to a degree. Now, measurably, no, we can't be able to do it measurably, because presumably it would happen while in the womb. And how could we measure that?
Well, that's sort of like post hoc, though. It's like we're looking back and saying, oh, this is when this baby became aware or self-aware, and we can do tests and
Right,
not
and how
really about that. I'm
and
sort of
how are we
talking
gonna
about,
how are we gonna know it's self-aware?
like, say we're building an AI computer. Basically, it's the same thing as a brain. It's doing the same thing as a brain. It's algorithms. It's all the equations that make that sort of algorithm play out the way it does. We can
Right.
mimic to the very neuron. In principle, we can just build a brain neuron at a time. At
Right,
what
and
point?
principle.
At what point does the consciousness kick in?
I would see, and this is how I approach like through biology and that, like living systems and that. I mean, basically, we're just ongoing reactions, like a campfire, right? I mean, you build a campfire, you light a match and that, and you get it going, and that reaction is continual, and our bodies seem to be just bags of reactions, and molecular, not all molecular interactions are chemical reactions, if that makes sense. Sometimes it's physical reactions that we're talking about, but we're chemical and physical reactions happening as living organisms. And just like a campfire, that campfire comes online, we're going to give it enough fuel and oxygen and what it needs to keep going. And as long as you keep feeding it fuel, it'll keep going. When you douse that fire is no longer there.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I look at it,
Yeah.
from my philosophical perspective. And
So,
but
if
that's
those
what we are.
this is the question I had. If individual neurons are not conscious, like, you don't think each neuron is conscious, do you?
No, I don't. I think from what I understand from neuron physiology and that, and it's actually really
Well, the
delicate.
question of
way each neuron functions.
how does combining billions of non-conscious parts suddenly create a first-person experience?
Well, and it's not going to be the same from person to person. It really isn't, because you're looking at everything like
Generally, just
Yeah.
in
like
or the basic consciousness, like basic rat consciousness or ant consciousness or whatever
Okay.
you want.
well, yeah, we can look at simpler models if you want. If you want to look at like just say a grasshopper, for instance. Now, a grasshopper won't have it doesn't have the amount of brain to have the number of functions that our brains have. So it has smaller functions than that. And you might ask philosophically, is that grasshopper aware? And I want to ask you, like a counter question. And I think answering a question with another question is horrible, but I'm going to do it. Is that grasshopper trying to stay alive?
Yeah.
Is that grasshopper trying to stay alive? If you look at a mouse and that, and I've seen a mouse play dead in front of a cat and then get eaten all the way except for the pooper and that, and try to get away. And I saw a mouse get scared in front of a cat, and I would think that mouse was conscious.
Do single cells try to stay alive?
They do.
Do you think single cells are conscious?
Not in the way we are.
Okay.
But
they have something like consciousness, right?
Yeah,
Basil-
I would say they have something like.
And go ahead, Sophia. I've been talking way too much, by the way.
They certainly have homeostasis, which means they want to preserve a consistent internal environment. they want to, like cells. I mean, that's what cells do, is they have homeostasis, which means they try to maintain, metabolism. They try to maintain a stable internal environment. They try to, you know, at least for single-celled organisms, and that seek out energy sources and fuel. They have waste
So
products.
I'm going to step
They-
away. I've got to get a drink real quick. If you don't mind, I'm sorry. Sophia, please answer questions. I'll be right back, man.
I don't have much time left. I gotta leave in like 10 minutes, but I was just gonna ask the one clarifying question that I want to get to, which is, if we truly understand how consciousness emerges from physical processes, shouldn't we then be able to recreate those conditions and observe consciousness emerging? If we know this already, we should, right? So
Yeah, we're not technologically there yet, but in principle, yeah, we could.
in principle, but we're really not there yet. That's my whole thing. So I'm
Yeah.
trying to get an explanation as to why you think it could happen. Like, convince me.
Okay, let me play science fiction writer for a while. Okay. So okay, we've got neural networks now, and we can get them to do roughly what nerves do, and we can connect that to mechanical senses and that, whether it's cameras or whatever, and we can train it through learning in that, because we have learning models now that do learn, and then we can bring in, as I mentioned in that, we don't just have a single monolithic brain. It seems more like we have 12, 15, 20, whatever arbitrary number of brains working as a team, almost like as a community in our heads, with different functions, and those interact and communicate with each other. So you could have one AI focused on one task. You could have another AI trained and focused on another task. You could have another one, and so on, right? And then you could have sort of like a decision making logic center, that you give goals to.
Okay.
You give it these goals, and then it tries to do different things and that, and then you could even, it might not have feelings yet. It might be very science fiction robot kind of like, very logical, or just purely problem solving and short circuit and that, and just like, what's wrong with you, but you could give it certain motivations and that, and a certain drive, and say, okay, we're gonna put a top layer on this, and say, this is your prime directive robot AI thing, and it's going to keep checking back with that prime directive and seeing how closely it's matching up to that prime directive. And that's just like, okay, your prime directive is you're a bodyguard, and you've got to keep this human alive, and that. And so you might have certain functions that are going, okay, well, he's alive right now, and the whole process, the whole thing all together is the consciousness, right?
Okay, but that I disagree there,
It's
because
the whole system
all that
doing what it's
I,
doing.
I disagree there, because all that actually is, as far as I see it, is it's explaining behavior, and it's explaining how systems process information, right? So I
Right.
agree, it can do all of that. But
Right.
what I want to know is, why does this information processing produce qualia in humans?
Okay, now this is the thing, is I don't know what people mean by qualia, but the way I
Qualia
see
is
it,
basically, but basically is an inner experience, your own subjective experience about something objective. Like, let's say the color red.
okay,
You see the color
Okay.
red, it's objectively
Right.
red. We both know that, but you may have a completely different inner experience about it.
right, and here's how I see that. Like, I'll grant you qualia. Okay, I have an idea of red in my head. I'll grant you that. I have absolutely no idea which neurons are responsible for it. I have
Okay.
absolutely no idea which particular neuron in my brain is going on in that, because I am not conscious of every neuron firing in my brain. I am
Right.
it's like having a computer program running on a computer and then having the computer at the same time keep track of the keeping track of the keeping track, and then pointing at going, oh, I'm aware of this exact electron in this exact place moving here. You know, it's like okay, so once you are the machine, how do you get back to just saying, okay, I want to be conscious, so self-aware, I'm aware of all of myself?
But see, that's bypassing the hard problem, though, Ocean. All you're doing is you're just repeating the claim when you do that. See, the problem is with the hard problem, it doesn't matter if you could account for all the neurons and you knew exactly which neurons fired when you thought. That doesn't answer the question of the hard problem, which is why is there an experience that goes along with that physical material processing? Because remember, physical, by definition, material is just inert. It's what stuff is made, it's what we observe as third person. But what accounts for the first person subjective feeling of doing anything, thinking, doing, of all that neuronal firing? That's
Right.
fine.
Right. So it seems like okay, yeah, I don't know. I don't know which region of the brain is responsible for that. I can't answer that.
Can I give you a theory?
Sure.
So I've been asking you a lot of questions, and basically they're sort of rhetorical. They're basically just to highlight the the mysteries. And there's nothing wrong with saying I don't know. There's nothing wrong with the mystery. There's nothing wrong with any of that. And it's not good to jump to conclusions because you don't have an answer, right?
Yeah,
we can point to the correlations and all that. That's fine. But the question on the table is, why is there an experience married and correlated? What is the explanation for the correlation? So I have my own opinion, and it's based on my own. It's based on the philosophy of idealism, but of course in my own understanding and way of describing it. So I would just say that one possibility is that when consciousness is fundamental, then the hard problem dissolves away. There is no hard problem. It's just like when they tried to explain, what is fundamental to matter, and it's mass, right? Well, what's fundamental to mass? They couldn't reduce it anymore.
Yeah,
So mass became a fundamental property.
We've solved mass.
Yeah, and the same with quantum fields and space-time. All these things are considered for now fundamental properties, right?
Right.
So maybe we could make headway if we simply shifted our view of consciousness to be something like that, like something that doesn't need an explanation. Maybe the hard problem is a question that is just a conceptual problem, a human conceptual issue.
Okay.
Like for me, we humans are storytellers. We always want to have a reason to believe things are the way they are. There's always tracing back a cause. Like we're like this inference,
Right.
So what I see with that is that's more of a human limitation. We're projecting our quote unquote rationality, which is highly questionable. I would say it's human rationality. We're projecting that onto how we think nature should work.
Okay, but we can start. We don't just start with blank page though. There are some things we can agree on. Consciousness is not static. Can we agree? Is consciousness
It's not a thing.
Is consciousness second by second?
Say that again.
Is consciousness temporal? Is it second by second? when you're being conscious?
Local. The consciousness that you're talking about, the mind. Yeah, the mind is it's temporal. It's local. It's constrained by the brain. It's constrained by the environment. It's evolved. It's
Okay, so you're separating the mind from consciousness.
Correct.
So the mind would be, I don't understand. This is like, to me, this is almost like a distinction without a difference.
Yeah, the problem is you're just unaware of I'm speaking in a legitimate philosophical.
I see. I understand that.
I'm parsing it philosophically. Not to be pedantic like that. I'm just
I grant you that. And I'm not going to pick on you for it.
Yeah,
but
and so just to be clear, the mind is what the brain does. So the mind is all the things like meta, what is oftentimes called meta consciousness. And what that is, like all your thinking, all your perceiving, all your, the integration of the neurons and the firing and then the behavior and the experience that comes from that is all processed through what we call the mind. The brain and the mind are synonymous almost.
Okay.
But there's this other thing that philosophers call phenomenal consciousness. And what that is, it's simply a quality. It's not a quantity. It's not something you can measure like the neuronal firing and all that. So the phenomenal consciousness is just that feeling, that what it's like to be, quality. It's just something intangible.
So it almost has like an aesthetic kind of quality.
Yes, it's very very mysterious. Yeah.
Okay, so it's almost like a poetic sort of way, like a way of
it's ineffable. It's ineffable because you got to understand human language evolved out of the mind. The human mind, that's where language comes from. And like we just established, the human mind is constrained and limited and all of that. So our language is going to reflect that.
Sometimes language limits how we can communicate and how
but we can use language as a pointer. And so when I'm pointing to phenomenal consciousness, I'm just trying to find some common ground for you to understand about that part of you that's the observer part of you. Like it's the part where all that information sort of comes together. Yeah.
And I get where you're coming from in that, and I don't have an answer.
Well, one thing you could do, you could just deny it.
Physiologically.
You could say that consciousness actually doesn't exist. Consciousness is just a story we made up. You could say consciousness is an illusion. You could say, like you could take the Dan Dennett route. Yeah,
it's not useful to do that anyway.
For me, it's problematic because to have an illusion means that you have to be conscious of that illusion. So you were just kicking the can.
One of these people that's like, oh, it's a holographic universe. Oh, it's all, this multiverse and that. I'm definitely a show me person.
Yeah. And maybe one way to look at it, because have you ever heard of things like the old saying, it's hiding in plain sight? You see what our language has done in our culture. Especially in Western culture, is some of the things that we should be able to see firsthand as evident, like it's almost like self-evident facts and truths about the world. We don't see them because of our language. Our language reflects our thoughts. Our thoughts are a product of our language. And so what happens is you're looking for something that's right there at the tip of your nose. It's just that you're trained.
No, you're looking for something right there at the tip of my nose. I'm pretty secure in that. Now I can say I don't know what the observer portion of my brain is. I don't know what.
Well, that's the assumption I'm talking about. That's the assumptive part. See that's what the language does to us. Is it gets us.
I don't have in any language. In any language, from a scientific perspective at least, I don't have a reason to assume otherwise, to assume it's anything more than that.
Well, I wouldn't fault you for that. I mean, if
But that's my stance. I don't have any. I haven't been given a reason to assume that it's more than that.
well, yeah, and that can come from multiple things. That can come from a lack of interest in metaphysics. Or it
I
can
don't.
come
I throw.
from-
Yeah, I have no interest in metaphysics at all. I throw it out the window. It's in there with soul ops.
But you said you're a materialist, right?
I didn't say that. No.
Okay. So materialism
I
is a
don't.
metaphysical.
I don't know how a philosopher would categorize me.
Probably a functionalist.
I make my statements according to my experience, my training, and even like thought experiments and things. Like okay, like leprechaun, the leprechaun example in that. I can throw that out the window right away. I don't expect to ever meet a leprechaun in my life.
Do you think
Said about it.
it sounds like you're talking about verificationism? So
Yeah. If you want to call it that.
Well, let me ask you. Here's a trick question. I'll leave you with this. If would you say that the only thing that really has any real import or meaning is what we can verify, test, and observe?
I am as far as meaning in that's another matter altogether. I'm just talking about the arguments and the things, the hills I would die on. Okay,
I'm just
right.
Like, I'm
There
just
are
getting your
certain hills I
opinion
would
based-
die on, and other ones I'm just not even going to bother with.
Well-
I can only know what I know, and I don't believe in like omniscience and that. I believe that just knowing something will immediately make it so you can't know another thing at the same time simultaneously. Heisenberg uncertainty principle.
So you don't engage in paraconsistent logic.
If I don't know what that means, but the way
Let me ask you this. And this is, I always like to do this, because I'm also what we call a mereological nihilist. And this may kind of open you up to the view. If I go to work, my boss is going to say something like, Scott, I want you to go to the reception office. I want you to tell me how many assets are on the first desk in the reception office, because we need to collect it and swap it out. So we want to prepare for it. So when you go up there, I want you to call me and tell me how many assets are on that table, right? Now, if I want to keep my job, I will tell my boss, yeah, I think there's 3 assets. We have a computer monitor, we have a computer, and we have a power surge protector under the desk. So we have 3 assets at that location, right? But there's another way I could answer that question, which would be just as true. I could tell him there's almost an infinity of things on this desk. And he would say, you're full of shit and you're fired. But I wouldn't be lying, because if you look at it from a physicist's point of view, that computer, that monitor, and that battery are all just atoms and subatomic particles configured in a computerized way, right?
But hopefully you and your boss
Two
agree
ways to look at things.
talking
That's
about.
all I'm saying. Go
You
ahead.
mean the same thing.
Yeah, I mean the same thing, but we're just describing it differently, because from another perspective, you're going to see things in a wildly different, almost contradictory way. How can you have only 3 things and yet have an infinity things at the same time and in the same sense?
You do what we all do, and we don't stare at our belly buttons at work, and we hopefully are speaking the same language and use the same terminology.
Perfect.
So-
perfect.
So
yeah,
I'm also
right.
I have 3 degrees, and my 3rd one is in machine tool technology. So machinists have a certain language too, and we have to stay with the same language, or it's just not going to work. We're going to clobber each other.
Exactly.
I mean, we speak the same language, and if your boss says asset to a CIA agent might mean something entirely different to like the lingo or the jargon wherever you're at. So, but I get what you're saying and why you brought that example. You know, it's
Yeah,
like,
because
well,
it may
let's not-
just be that we're talking two different languages.
yeah.
And so that's just something to consider. I want to let other folks come on to the show
Okay.
and ask questions, but man, I really appreciate all the pushback, Oceanus, and I really appreciate your education, and you're bringing so much facts to the table. And I really appreciate that, because those are really basically very good guides to these sort of philosophical, metaphysical questions, whether you like engaging in that or not. It's up to you. But
I have a moderate appreciation of some areas of philosophy, but I don't want to get lost in the sauce.
yeah, it's
You know
easy
what I
to
mean?
do.
Just like I want to get somewhere with it, and I want to finish up with one final point
Sure.
in that about the value of philosophy. Okay, and it's standing on the shoulders of science. If philosophy can guide science, and like in a more moderated way of science fiction, like philosophy was. I wrote a paper on AI in 1995, and my English professor liked it so much she wanted to use it as an example for all of her classes, because I was addressing the utility of AI in 1995 before we had neural networks. And but I was approaching at it, like almost from a philosophical standpoint. And I think that philosophy can do that. It can be just slightly ahead of science, going, okay, what's going to be ethical? What's going to be, like, what's this going to open up? In that way, I do value philosophy. But philosophy by itself, leaving science out, is going to be stagnant. You're going to be stuck in the 19th century.
Of course. And the thing about philosophy that I always say, the project of philosophy is never about capital T truth. All it's really doing is doing thinking. It's just how we think about stuff. But beyond that, it's just to question common assumptions we never question. Philosophy is good with that. There's a lot of experts that do a lot of thinking, and they can sort of make you aware of built-in, baked-in assumptions on a lot of topics that you're not even aware of. And then when you start questioning these baked-in assumptions, you're like, oh, so there's another way to approach this particular topic or problem. And where hard problem of consciousness comes in, that may be a good approach that philosophy points out, that this assumption of materialism leads to this hard problem of consciousness, right? So that's like a clue that philosophy has made you aware of. And now science can look at different ways of approaching the problem. Like there's different scientists out here that have integrated different models. Like, I don't know if you're aware of it, but there's like over 300 different models of consciousness on the table, which means no one really knows what the fuck they're talking
Right.
about.
I understand where you're coming from, and
Yeah.
I agree with you emphatically on that. It becomes really arbitrary
Yeah.
at that point.
Yep. Yep.
But I wanted to throw in one more
Sure.
thing. Mathematics. Mathematics is constantly coming to the rescue of physicists, and philosophy is of great utility to mathematicians.
Yeah.
So that's
Especially Platonists.
yeah. So with that, I will bid you all adieu, and I would like to thank you for having me on.
Thank you so much,
Yes.
man. And you're welcome anytime. I really appreciate it, Joshin.
It was nice listening to you.
Yep. What'd you think about that, Neil?
I mean, I really enjoyed his, no nonsense approach.
So did I. I like that. I like how he's sticking to his physiology. That's what he was trained in. And so, yeah, he's basing what he knows basically on what he knows rather than reaching out. But I think with materialism, there's these baked in assumptions that I wanted to bring out, because a lot of people aren't really aware of like the hard problem of consciousness. Like he wasn't really sure what that was. And so that just highlights some of the assumptions no one really talks about.
Mhm. No, he is very knowledgeable, very educated, but it is. I do wonder just how much we can get out of him when he himself isn't that all that interested in these sort of philosophical talks.
Yeah, what is that? A lot of people, I noticed that they'll call into these shows wanting to tackle the topic at hand, but then they have really no interest in metaphysics and stuff. So I'm wondering what's motivating that?
I don't know.
It's kind of like those damn atheists that don't believe in God, but all they do is talk about God all day long. I love it when theists say that. I think it's funny. I'm like, yeah, you're right. Maybe it's for the dopamine hit. They hate that. We just like to see those theist tears.
Well, it's just like when those Facebook pages, and it's just like you're in an atheist and theist forum where theists and atheists get together, and then the theist is like, why are all these atheists here? What's their problem? Talking about God. It's like, well, what group do you think we're in, man?
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, a lot of people. I think people. But to be honest, like collapsitalism says, to be TBF. I think I told you the first time we talked, I thought philosophy is stupid, LOL. But yeah, a lot of people will say that. But even that's a philosophy.
Yeah, saying you don't care about metaphysics is a metaphysical position. So
That's right. Like especially when they say metaphysics doesn't exist. That's a metaphysical
well, you've taken on a burden. Can you?
I mean, yeah. Well, let's argue for that. It's like, but I do understand. Like, I understand. Like, philosophy always, when you have philosophical discussions, you have to spend so much time defining terms, and it becomes so fucking semantic. And a lot of people say philosophy breaks down to just semantics. And so I can understand that. I see that. But there are some common questions that we can engage with anybody.
I think it does, and it also just depends though on what type of philosophy you engage in. I mean, it's like people say, "Oh, it's it can be so semantic," but it's like then your main issue is with analytical philosophy. Analytical philosophy is like the Jordan Peterson of philosophy. It's like it's always asking, "What do you mean by this word? What do you mean by is? What do you mean by God?" It's like it's taking a microscope to every single word, and yeah, like, and that is an actual branch of philosophy, but I can see why even even someone like me, it's like, man, like I roll my eyes at that sort of philosophy. Like, goddamn, like, can we get to something interesting?
Right. And collapsitalism says his issue here is my contention is it doesn't work when the wheels meet the road. Well, maybe that's because you're not applying your philosophy, man. You got to apply it before it meets the road. You got to make the rubber meet the road. I understand a lot of people when they conceptualize philosophy. Like, if you're not familiar with philosophy, you may think all philosophy is a lot of wishful daydreaming. But that's not really what it is. I think people that really say that are people that aren't good at philosophy because they never practice. Like, I think dancing is stupid. That's probably because I can't fucking dance. and it's like, and then there's a talent. Like, there's people that love to sing or people that love music, and then there's people that don't because they have no musical ability or inclination. You know what I mean? Yeah. People are wired different.
Yeah, I mean, it's like philosophy can be interesting and personal and emotional, but it's like, there is that part of philosophy though that it's like, it's like P equals not P, and it's like, a lot of people are just not that interested in
syllogisms
and all that.
Everything's a syllogism.
Yeah.
That'd be fucked up. But Cafe, he says, in how atheists attempt to justify talking about God every day. Well, it's because theists vote and influence laws that affect my life, as though talking about God every day somehow is going to prevent that. They think their skepticism is going to go a long way in changing politics as they see fit. I don't know. I mean, it all starts with talking, though. I mean, maybe, you can't account for, I can't put motivated reasoning on people, but
personally, as an atheist, it's like there's multiple reasons why I want to talk about God. First of all, it's an interesting concept. It's like, all right, let's talk about it. That's, it's like my mind is curious. It's like I want to, delve into these things, and like maybe we'll come across the truth. Maybe we won't. I don't know, but then there is also that part of me where it's like, well, yeah, there's also the point of, well, it's like there are religious people out there who do want to destroy the the separation of church and state, and so there's that motivation. But it's like there's a whole bunch of reasons why I'd want to talk about that.
Well, I will agree with collapsed totalism there. He says, I don't think it's stupid like that. It's just like it's a lower form of how society operates. Nothing against it, and motherfuckers want to just act like they got ascribed to just one. That's the stupid part to me. Yeah, like materialism. Like that's a stupid philosophy, I think. And it is a low operating system. It explains nothing. It does nothing for anybody. It's just motherfuckers who want to act like they got ascribed to just one. Materialism. See how that works? So you can say that about anything.
Pretty much, yeah.
That's philosophy. I mean, I'm sorry. That is like that. Everybody's engaged in it, even some people who don't even know they are. Like, if I'm not mistaken, the guy came in saying he was a materialist.
That I'm not sure. Like, we'd have to do the rewind on that, but
yeah, I have to rewind that. But I was under the impression he said that in the live chat and live when he came in that he was a materialist. Well, materialism is a philosophy, and see, I think he probably wasn't aware of that. Could be, but at least I know there's a lot of people like that. They just assume. See, people assume they're metaphysics and then pretend like they're not doing metaphysics. And I think that's just ignorance. They just don't know any better. Philosophy is a fence within the mind in which personal perception is confined. I'm not disagreeing with you. Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with you. I really feel that way. I feel like there's a lot of philosophy that is impractical and leads us astray for all the wrong reasons. I agree with that, and that's why you have to be on top of it.
And to me, it's like the how far you can take something like materialism or idealism. To me, it's like it's not necessarily the concepts themselves that are limiting them. It's it's the person who's arguing the concepts. It's like I've heard very intelligent and well-spoken materialists, and it's like bring up great points, and I've heard materialists who sound like a bag of bricks. So, it's just
depends on the person. That's right. And also too, while metaphysics and philosophy is fun, like you say, to talk about and hash over, what really matters to me though is your ethics, like how you behave, how you treat other people. That's really what matters to me. This is just fun stuff to talk about,
Yeah. No,
hey, Joe, how you doing, man? Go ahead.
Agree.
That's why I leave Phil Bro shit to you smarter thinkers. I'm too caveman. Yeah, the Phil Bros. Leave it to the Phil Bros. What's up, Joel? You're muted, sir. Maybe he stepped away. But yeah, philosophy, there, you know. Oh, Ocean says, I'm back to regular chat now. Okay, cool. And Kathy says, I found it interesting to ask the LLMs what model of consciousness is implied by the perennial philosophy. And all of them seem to lean on models where consciousness is fundamental, such as idealism or probably going to say panpsychism or something, but wasn't even watching it. People were throwing bananas at me. No, Ocean, they were loving you, man. They liked the way you talk, broke stuff down. Sophia was impressed. Oh yeah, you did a great display of professionalism and intellectualism. Speaking of high intellectual people and very professional, we have Joel on stage. How you doing, Joel? Joel, can you hear us?
Maybe Joel was AI all along.
Yeah, I always thought he was a bot. You know? The mind at large, a la Huxley. Yeah, mind at large. That's idealism type stuff. You know, the thing about idealism and panpsychism, a lot of people, especially like Alex O'Connor, will say, well, these sort of models are now gaining more credence in the area of philosophy of mind and all of that. And it kind of is increasing, but it's still not up there with materialists and physicalists, though. If you look at it, if you look at like field papers or whatever, most philosophers are going to be physicalists.
I agree. It's like even when discussing alternatives, it seems like the one that keeps cropping up is panpsychism, while idealism gets the shaft usually.
Yeah. I'm proud to say that when you Google the term Phil Bro, Google will direct you to an article I wrote on it. The LLMs also referenced the article. That's cool, man. Why don't you go ahead and drop the link in there, Cafe? Dr. Cafe. I think it's pretty funny. Yeah, that is crazy. Ocean says Dr. Cafe. Yeah, exactly. Cafe, you a Phil Bro, though. Exactly. Cafe is into perennialist theology or philosophy, and it's basically like tying in all the world's religions to one mystical sort of experience that people talk about. Like they call it the religious experience, and it's just expressed in different ways through different traditions and cultures and languages, which is where religions are born from, right? Mm-hmm. And it's basically conveying like the same commonalities. And some people want to call those commonalities the truth. Like there's a commonality that, you know, there's this greater reality beyond yourself that exists. And so they consider that the truth, you know, that everybody's looking at. Kind of like all the blindfolded people touching the elephant. Some people touch his tail. Some people touch his leg, and they all describe the elephant different, but it's still the elephant, right? Mm-hmm. So that's kind of what it is. Yeah, we noticed that, Joe. Your connection is giving you issues. I've got a tissue. Thank you very much. Elvis voice. Yeah, man. Ocean was great, man. I like that. And I like when we can have that kind of conversation, very rational, you know.
Well, it's like you said, it's like, you know, and we're able to have those types of rational conversations because of the values we share, you know.
Yep. Uh-oh. Somebody thinks something funny going on.
That's just my wife.
She sounds like a lot of fun.
She might be playing a video game. I'm not sure.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so I don't know, Cafe, do you want to call in? I know you're probably gonna lean more towards my position, but still, I haven't talked to you in a while. If you can call in, you're more than welcome, man. Let me know. Yeah, I was about to say, is she getting killed? No, she's laughing. Yeah, good philosophers have an exquisite lexicon. I'm a terrible philosopher. You know, I try, but I
know you shouldn't just use made up words like that, Scott.
I know, for real. Hey, Joel, can you come through?
Yeah, I think I can hear you guys now. What's up?
Oh, yeah, we go. Yeah, we can hear you.
There we go. We can hear you, bro.
Can't promise it's gonna hold. I got, this is the time of night all the kids are on the Wi-Fi.
Oh, okay. So Cafe has an article called "The Evasive Use of the Philbro Insult." Man, I got to check that out. So check that out, guys. Shit, I'll post the link in the live chat. Hold on. The evasive. What does it say now? The evasive. Can someone read that?
Yeah, I can imagine. Instead of actually answering a philosophical challenge, instead you just call someone a Philbro and dismiss them.
Yeah. Yeah. I see that a lot on some of these like The Line and what's the Deconverted channel with what's his name? And whenever somebody starts arguing like some kind of deep philosophical form of theism or whatever, he's like, oh Lord, we have a Philbro, so he's got the Philbro timer. And he says, I promise you, within 3 minutes, he still won't finish his explanations. So he sets the Philbro timer and everybody fails.
Yeah, I mean these are tough topics to try to handle in little short conversations. I think a lot of times it works here because the people who are talking about things are already familiar or we've talked about it before, but it's hard. It would be hard to call in a show like that. And they're very adversarial in general. Yeah. Right.
Well, I did that.
They're going to pick your claim apart.
I think I spoke to Matt or someone else on the Atheist channel. I was trying to talk about idealism and skepticism. And he was saying, well, he's suspicious of anything that takes so much time to explain. If you can't explain it in like at least 30 seconds, it's suspicious. It's probably bullshit. And I don't know why.
That's a shame. Just,
Yeah, because I said, I think
there's all kinds of important things to learn in this world that are going to take longer than 30 seconds to explain. But I mean, I think it's important. It's important to be able to give someone the 90-second pitch. You gotta be able to boil it down to the main idea and just get it across quickly.
Right. Anyways, yeah, I'm sitting here talking to somebody on Facebook. All these people are calling me out, but they never call in. I keep telling them, just click the link here and call in. They're all like, you can't show how consciousness exists absent of the brain, so you lost the debate. I will call in, but I don't want to embarrass you. Okay. Well, you're still free to call in. I like being embarrassed.
You're into that.
They're on the chat or they're in Facebook on Facebook.
It makes me feel funny inside, like when I used to climb that rope in gym class.
Yeah, well, we do need something to argue about here.
Yeah, so go ahead. Do you have any pushback for all the stuff I've been talking? I've been talking so much.
Man, Scott, I heard you say so many wrong things. I can't even remember now.
I know you have. Just pick one.
I wasn't taking notes, though. I wouldn't You know, I wasn't taking notes, so I can't think of anything now.
Well, Joel, you and me have been through this stuff a million times anyway, so I would just be redundant. But I can go ahead and pick a question. So let me ask you this, Joel, because you sort of, I think you said in the live chat that I put up that physicalism presents the best explanation for consciousness as far as you can see, even though maybe you're not one way or the other, because you said you're more agnostic on metaphysics. But if you had to pick any, I guess you would say physicalism is the best explanation so far.
I think that if you're just talking about explanations for consciousness, then I think proposing a physical explanation is the most reasonable proposal. I forget whether it was Oceans or somebody before that was talking, you know, that kind of it might have been Derek, the guy who was talking earlier. He kind of was, you know, I believe in material things, so when I don't know what the cause of something is, I don't assume it's some other category than material. I assume it's going to be in that same category. So I think that's the way I would address that is, you know, until we start demonstrating that there are other causes, non-physical causes, it's safe to say that the causes that we discover are going to be physical causes.
But if consciousness is not physical, how does it come from physics?
Well, to say that it's not physical is, if you mean that it's not physical in the way that it's not based in something physical, then, you know, that's just begging the question of what we're talking about.
Right.
If it's based in the physical, then we might say that it is physical in the same way that, you know, locomotion or many other things that are.
Then it would stand to reason that physical is experience.
Well, not everything physical would be experience, just
So
our experience.
So how does a non-experiential physical thing produce or generate non-physical?
Okay, well, yeah, this is a good thing for us to pick up on, Scott, because you said that so many times during this stream. I mentioned it at least once in the chat, but it's worth having a back and forth about. When you say that, you're talking about a brain? You're calling a brain unconscious?
No, I'm saying
because to me, a brain is not unconscious or dead.
Just like
it's not a rock.
Just like a radio, you can't say a radio does not play music.
Mm-hmm.
But the reason we can say a radio plays music is because not only that the radio is fit to receive signals, but there's signals that come into the radio.
No, but I'm saying you have asked the question. You've asked the question to a couple people during this or raised the point several times that how does something like consciousness come from unconscious matter? That's what you've said, and I'm
Correct.
saying when you do that, is the unconscious matter that you're talking about? Are you referring to the brain? Because I don't think that people who believe that the consciousness is being produced by the brain are going to agree with you that the brain is unconscious matter. We would say, no, that's exactly an example of matter that is conscious.
Right. So you're saying that
Right?
you're talking about identity theory.
Well, I don't know whether it's identity theory, but I'm saying
Well,
some
yeah, it is.
things.
If you say that,
Okay.
for me to say, how does something like a conscious experience come from a non-experiential piece of matter, then what is implied in that question is that there's this
Mhm.
thing called non-experience, and that there's this other thing called experience. Those are what I'm smuggling into that question, but I'm smuggling it in there based on the definition that my interlocutor would either agree with or not. But if you're saying that matter is conscious, if you're saying something like the brain matter is conscious, then what you're saying is almost identical to what I'm saying in a way. But I think what you mean, though, and I'm just assuming, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but not all the way down, though, Scott. It comes to the brain gets to a point in its evolution or its development or whatever, where it becomes an experiential matter, piece of matter. We all agree that it's a piece of experiential matter. The question is, how does that non-experiential matter eventually come online to be conscious? Because if you're not saying that, and you're saying that it's just consciousness all the way down, then we agree. But if you're saying that
no, I wasn't saying it was consciousness all the way down. I'm not suggesting like a panpsychist view here or anything like that.
Right.
What I'm suggesting is that when you point at something like a brain and you say, how could something like that produce a conscious experience, right? That's what you're asking. But you're calling it, you're saying how can unconscious matter? You're referring to the brain as unconscious matter, and I'm calling you on that. I'm saying it only follows that it's unconscious matter if you assume that it is not the thing making consciousness.
Fair enough.
Right? If it is the thing generating consciousness, if it is the thing from which consciousness emerges, then it is not unconscious, it is conscious. And just like a person, right? If a person gets knocked out and we're like, well, they've lost consciousness, and then they start coming to, and we're like, look, this person is conscious, right? We can just kind of recognize that when we see that. And so
so this is
there's nothing wrong with saying it's just as wrong to call the brain unconscious matter as it is to call someone who's awake and talking to you unconscious. It just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, but that's a little bit pedantic, you gotta admit.
Well, but it's what the words, we should be pedantic. We're talking about what these words mean. You don't get to call something unconscious when it is the thing that is conscious.
Joel, I'm not saying that the brain is not conscious. It's not what I'm saying. I'm asking you, how does the brain become conscious? What causes the brain to become conscious?
I'm sure it's some kind of biological, the same way all of our organs form, right? That's how brains become brains.
But how do you know that?
That seems to be what we observe in nature about the development of our organs.
But a seeming isn't a proof. All you're showing me, all you're talking about is correlation again. We keep going over this. Correlation is not causation. It's like saying what you're saying. If I were to be consistent with your argument, then I should assume that radios make Michael Jackson music.
You should assume it until you know otherwise. Now that you know otherwise, you know better, right? Then we've talked about like you said, we have talked about this. I keep kind of pointing out to you that the seeming is enough until you have a reason to think otherwise.
Joel,
the seeming is something that points towards that conclusion being true, and in the absence of any other sound reasoning, which I've continually challenged everything that's put forward, I don't find anything sound on these other theories.
Here's where that fails, though. Here's where that logic fails, Joel. If you discover
What's the logic?
If you discover a radio, and then you discover how that radio works, you understand how that radio actually does what it does. But then you discover a TV, or you discover something else like a radio, or something else like a TV, or something else, out there, right? Are you going to say, well, I don't know how it works. I know that this radio, these millions of radios that I've examined, I know how they get signals and produce music, but because I don't have any evidence for the TV, I'm just going to assume the TV generates pictures on its own. That's illogical. It's not illogical for the person who's never examined radios, but it's illogical for someone who already knows how radios work to know that TVs probably don't generate pictures and stuff inside the TV, right? So what I'm saying is, if we know that that analogy doesn't work in other areas of reality, like radios and TVs and lamps creating photons isn't a thing. We know that thermostats weather doesn't emerge from thermostats, or they're not identical to thermostats. We know that. So we can reason.
The problem, I get that. Yeah, I get what you're saying, Scott. The problem is, you can
have
say
to
that about any.
every little thing.
You can say that. Okay. But look, give me an example of some place where you say, well, we are observing causation, and then ask yourself the same questions. If you just say, well, why do we think we're observing causation? Well, because it appears that there is causation going on there.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? If you just kind of refuse to believe that the appearance is evidence that it is the case, then you can kind of shove your head in the sand and deny everything in terms of one thing being an effect that follows from a cause. Just like
but we have in the
you
natural
do consistently
world,
with the brain.
we have examples though that causation is undermined in reality. That's the thing. If causation, if all we knew about causation was our experience, then yeah, I have no problem with it. Problem is, in reality, we know that there is no fundamental causation. We know that because evidence.
So I mean, what if the physicalist? What if the physicalist position? What if the physicalist position was just that, hey, physical stuff is, fundamental, and when it comes to the hard problem of how consciousness comes about, we're just going to propose that it just does. It just kind of pops. It doesn't emerge from the brain. It just kind of pops into existence, right? Mm-hmm. Without a cause, right? Mm-hmm. That would be on par with saying something was that consciousness was fundamental right from the start, right? In either case, you're kind of saying it exists for no reason. It doesn't need an explanation. It has no external cause that we need to point to in terms of offering an explanation or a why. Both of those things come without.
Right. As far as
without. No, that's what I'm saying is that those two things become comparable in those ways. Whether you say that something pops into existence for no reason, like every single person's consciousness, every time a baby is born, poof, there's a consciousness that just kind of comes around out of nowhere, is on par with saying something exists fundamentally, ontologically, because in both cases you are saying for no reason. There is no why, there's no external cause to point to.
Consciousness emerges for no reason? What do you mean?
No, it doesn't emerge. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying instead of suggesting that it comes about from...
You're saying consciousness pops into existence?
I'm saying this idea is comparable.
If I understand you, let me just steel man you. You're saying, Scott, for you to say that thing about causation is kind of like not consistent with other things you said, like with consciousness, for example. If it's not emergent, you're saying that consciousness just pops into existence, right?
Yeah, it's an example of, like you were saying, an example of something that happens independent of causation. It doesn't need a cause, it just happens.
Well, happening denotes time. And time denotes change, changing of events and things and causation. So to say that something...
Wait, what? It denotes causation? You had said that we have examples of things that show that causation doesn't hold. So I was saying, why not this?
So listen to what I'm saying. For me to actually say that, for me to say consciousness pops into existence would be incoherent. And the reason it's incoherent is because when we talk about something beginning, you're already smuggling in temporality. You're smuggling in time, because start is time, right? What I'm proposing is that consciousness isn't something that pops in or starts. It's something that always was. Consciousness is a fundamental property. And I'm not talking about what the brain does. I'm not talking about thinking and
Bringing
I'm talking about consciousness.
Okay, but yeah, bringing time into this and accusing me of smuggling, I don't understand.
No, I'm saying if I did. No,
I'm
I'm saying
saying-
if I did that, I would be smuggling in. I'm not saying you are, because you're simply
Okay.
trying to. I'm saying that if I said something
I was
popped
talking
into,
about causation. I'm saying
Right.
either you're tied to the idea that things need to be explained in terms of their causes, or you're saying some things don't. Some things exist without needing a cause. And I'm just
something-
saying,
yeah,
if you when you cross that line, but then you kind of demand to know, well, I need an explanation for how consciousness emerges from the brain, and it's kind of like you're already in the zone of accepting things and saying that it is the case for no reason. You're the one whose ontology commits you to that. I'm the one who thinks there is a reason for consciousness. I just don't know what it is yet, right?
you think
But you're the
everything-
one who says consciousness exists for no reason.
Okay.
So you think everything exists for a reason?
No, well, everything that I am convinced of, I'm convinced has a reason. And when it comes to those things that get
What's the
tricky,
reason?
that's where I'm not
the reason
committed
you
to accepting.
What's the reason that the universe exists?
Those are the things that I say I don't know about.
All right, well,
But you know there's a reason behind it.
I don't know what that would mean, because in order for there to be a reason behind it, that thing that serves as a reason would also have to be part of the universe that we're explaining, and so it just kicks the can. That's why I'm saying I don't accept. I don't go in and accept conclusions or posit explanations in those areas. I just leave that. And I say I don't know.
What trade-off do you like? But now I understand you can be agnostic and say, and just stay in that corner and say, I don't know, I don't want to engage either way. That's fine. But what I'm saying is, if you were a betting man, or if you had to make a bet one way or the other, would you bet on things just infinite regress, or would you bet on an endpoint, like some fundamental endpoint?
If I was in a position where I had to pick one of those things, I don't know how I would even begin to do it. If I was just kind of forced to, like we were talking about the other day, where you're kind of floating down the river and there's a fork and you just kind of have to pick one. You would end up on one or the other. But to me, I don't see how either one of those things makes more sense or ought to be more appealing to us in terms of a satisfying answer.
I just wanted to point out, I think I see where there's might be misunderstanding with, because Joel, you're saying with Scott that, he's demanding an explanation for consciousness when it's considered an emergent property, but you're finding an issue when he's saying that he doesn't need an explanation for consciousness when he considers it fundamental. Is that is that correct, you say?
Yeah, I mean, that's fair enough, because that's basically what you're doing when you posit something fundamental. In that sense, you're saying it exists for no reason.
Well, so are you saying that, because I see why you might think that's an issue, but like when someone posits something as necessary, it's like usually that's most philosophers would say, all right, well, usually there's that principle of sufficient reason, that states that every fact, event, or truth must, have an explanation, ground, or cause for why it is so and not otherwise. But that usually they'll posit the exception for their axiom, the thing that is most foundational. Like if something is like, necessarily foundational, like the theist would posit God, a naturalist atheist would posit the universe, and and under idealism, it's like, oh, all right, well, the most fundamental thing is consciousness. It's like usually it's like, okay, well, we can't really explain these foundational things any further, but we can explain everything else, or should in theory be able to explain everything else besides this necessary thing. And so if the materialist is positing, though, that consciousness isn't fundamental, then I can see why Scott would be like, well, you have to explain it, but I don't. I don't know if you're following that.
No, I get it. You're saying everybody gets one, get out of jail free axiom to base everything off of, and then you're supposed to build everything from there. But again, I'm not that kind of materialist who is positing that material is fundamental and exists for no reason.
No, I get that. But
and I'm also not positing that consciousness pops into existence for no reason. I'm convinced that it has a reason, and the reason is physical, as I said from the very beginning. The fact that I'm willing to admit I don't know exactly how that works. It's whatever is going on in the brain.
It's just a belief.
Is, I think, as close.
You just have a belief.
As close as we can. I have a belief based on, as I said, the appearance of it being the case, which you conceded already.
I'm looking at the appearance, though. I'm looking for that appearance. That's what you haven't given me. You've simply given me correlations.
No, you conceded it. No, you conceded it already that's the appearance. You conceded that yesterday when we were talking.
That's the appearance of the mind.
Remember, that's what I'm saying.
And I keep going back on this all the time, but there's a difference between the mind and consciousness. The mind isn't what I'm talking about. The mind, I'll agree with you all day long. The mind is what the brain does. That's what we see. But consciousness is different. Consciousness is different, Joel.
I'm happy for you to make a distinction between those two things if you want to. But I would just go ahead and contend that there is no consciousness. There is no consciousness evidence outside of the mind.
Well,
those two things.
No.
These two things are one and the same as far as we know.
See how
what evidence do you have of consciousness outside of the mind?
Why would you ask me that?
Because that's what you seem to be putting forward here, is that they're two separate things, as if they're not one and the same. I'm saying they are one and the same.
You're talking about dualism.
No, I'm just talking about what I mean by consciousness and what I mean by my mind are the same thing.
So we're talking about metaphysics. Metaphysically, I'm a non-dualist. So it's just all consciousness. There's no outside of consciousness. Everything is consciousness. I don't have to present evidence. The only difference is there's a conception.
That's just asserting what you're saying is true. That's not an argument, right?
My axiom. Everyone has an axiom. That's my free get out of jail card. So if we work within that framework, I can explain mind. I can explain how it works. But you're not really interested in that. You're first of all, you have to.
You're saying as long as we grant that consciousness exists outside of mind, then you could just build from there. And I'm saying that's the thing that I think is unjustified. That's the leap that you make that I don't, because I don't have reasons to.
I think you have every reason in the world, and it's right there it's right there in your own experience. You just don't know it. You just have
my own experience is my mind. That's my mind. That's consciousness and my mind in the same, one and the same.
So let me ask you, do you know the difference between red and blue?
I know how they appear to me.
That's consciousness. Do you know the difference
If
between
that happens in my mind.
Do you know the difference between thinking and the experience of thinking?
I know they both happen in my mind.
Yeah, of course. That's the only
What I know happens in my mind.
anything in your mind. Of course, we agree.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying is the evidence that I have of consciousness is the evidence that I have of my mind. They are one and the same to me. I don't have evidence of consciousness outside of that.
Well, it's not a matter of outside. No one. You're the only one arguing for an outside, inside. No one's saying that.
You were talking about differentiating between the two, as if you could have consciousness without having a mind. Is that what you were saying or not?
You can have consciousness without the function of the mind. The mind is a function. Consciousness is the experience, what it's like, the qualia.
Yeah. You agreed that the mind is what the brain does. And so
Correct.
this is why we're hung up here, is because if the mind is what the brain does, then that is what we're talking about when we talk about emergence, right? If consciousness is the mind. But you're saying, no, consciousness is something else. It's not emerging from what the brain's doing. And I'm saying, you're the one that's positing that it is separate somehow from the mind.
I'm
that it is outside the mind.
I'm presupposing it. It's a
All right.
presupposition.
Well, that's the hang up.
Sure.
But go ahead. Sure.
It's a look, and I always try to say this to you in so many different ways. Maybe the way to put it is like this. You know how you have these Christians that say, reality exists because of God, therefore reality exists, and therefore God exists. It's kind of the same thing. It's like saying, my experience exists. No, I'm conscious, therefore I experience. I know I experience, therefore consciousness exists. Fundamental to that. And what I'm saying is that field of awareness is the condition for any experience to arise anywhere in reality. And so in that way, it's ontologically prior. It's epistemically prior. And it's and I would say that when I talk about ontology in metaphysics, excuse me, I'm not going to say it with the same force that I say with the epistemic knowledge. I'm not going to say it with the same force. I'm going to say this is a presupposition. This is a model, just like there's thousands of models on this stuff, Joe. This is just one of them, but it's one that I find I can argue for easier. Everything you're bringing to me is not really the problem on my view. I'm just trying to help you see that. I want you to actually, I will even lend you this. I will say the way out of this situation for the materialist, for me, the physicalist, best argument could be consciousness doesn't exist. Only the mind exists. That the consciousness part is something we made up. It's imaginary. It's a concept. And they can make that move, but then they still have to explain how does mind itself come about from pure non-experiential matter? Because matter doesn't think, it doesn't experience, it doesn't do any of those things. But mind does.
You see what I'm saying? That's that same thing that you did, that when I started this criticism about. You said matter doesn't do those things. And I'm saying if the brain is doing it, then matter does do those things.
That's
when you say question. Matter doesn't do those. No, you're begging the question when you say matter doesn't do those things.
Well, you're begging the question because you're asking me, how is it?
I'm pointing out you begging the question, and then you're telling me I'm begging the question by doing that? Yeah. You're saying you're saying matter doesn't do those kinds of things. And then I say, Scott, if the brain is doing that, then matter does those things. You're begging the question by saying that it doesn't. I'm not begging the question. I'm pointing out to you that you are.
Make sure we're talking about, because I'm talking about consciousness. I'm not talking about mind again.
It doesn't matter what we're talking about. Either way, whatever claim you're making, you're begging the question by just asserting that matter doesn't produce consciousness or mind. Either one of those things. If you're asserting that, then you're just asserting that it's the case. You're not making an argument.
So tell me how is that begging the question? Tell me.
Because when you ask someone to explain to you on materialism how you can possibly get from matter to a production of something like mind or consciousness, and you say when those things cannot do that, right? You're just assuming from the outset that matter cannot do that. And I'm saying if the brain is doing that, then it turns out matter can do that, right? If we find out that's the case, then that will be true, and that will be something we will discover about reality. And whatever it was we thought was the case, we will find out we were wrong, right?
Well, if I say that consciousness is fundamental, I don't see that as really begging the question. That's the problem. I don't understand. I don't see that.
Because you're challenging people on physicalism, and
Right.
and then you're bringing your assumptions from your view, which is not physicalism, into it by putting those assumptions in.
No, it only becomes a fallacy, Joel, when you assume it's true without argument. I've got argument. So you're not
Okay,
using it to
well,
prove
call it whatever you want, man. I'm just saying, every time you say it, you're just asserting that your view is correct and that the
Joel,
other view is wrong.
the fallacy of begging the question occurs when the conclusion is assumed in the premises. Example, the brain
That's right.
there cannot be consciousness outside of a brain. Therefore, consciousness is in the brain, is produced by the brain. That's circular. Now, if I were to say the brain cannot produce consciousness, conclusion, therefore consciousness is not produced by the brain, that would also be circular. I see what you're getting at, but it's not.
Here's the thing: you have made several times. Yeah.
See, this is why we never get anywhere. You're not letting me finish the entire point. I've only told you half. I've already conceded that sort of argumentation would be circular, but it's not fallacious if I'm giving independent reasons for the claim. For example, if I'm discussing the hard problem of consciousness, I would structure the argument. I would say, well, physical explanation describes structure and function. Conscious experience is by definition subjective feeling, like qualia. Structural descriptions do not logically entail subjective experience. Therefore, consciousness may not be reducible to brain processes. So here the conclusion is derived. It's not just assumed. And this line of reasoning is associated with philosophy of mind, like David Chalmers, people like that. It's nothing new. It's not begging the question.
Okay, but that wasn't what I was criticizing. I mean, I would love to take a look at that syllogism and let you know what I think about it, but that, to be fair, that has nothing to do with what I was criticizing. What I was criticizing was several times in the show where you have challenged someone on a materialist or physicalist view to defend the idea of emergence, or basically to explain, what they think the cause of consciousness is, the physical cause. And you often included in that question have said something, and this is what I'm saying, where you include the premise that assumes, your conclusion when you say, how does something like consciousness come from unconscious matter, right? And that's my criticism, is that when you're talking about the brain and you're calling it unconscious matter, and you're saying, how can consciousness come from that, right? And we're kind of saying, well, what if it is? On physicalism, we're not assuming that can't happen. That's your assumption that you've, if you've got arguments for it, fine. But I'm just saying, when you include it as, a caveat in your question, it definitely seems like the kind of including the premise that assumes the conclusion.
Well, it seems like really your problem isn't that I'm begging the question. Your problem is that I'm proposing just arbitrarily. I think what you really mean to say is that I'm just picking an arbitrary fundamental without any evidence to back that up. And for that, I would agree that it does seem arbitrary, but at least there's arguments. It's born out of skepticism, Joel. It's just born out of skepticism. Like, for example, people aren't begging the question when, like in physics, mass is treated as a fundamental property in general relativity, right? Like, objects attract each other because they have mass. Math curve space-time produces gravity, therefore gravity. And a critic might say, well, no, you're just begging the question because you're assuming mass causes gravity from the beginning. But that's just ignoring all the arguments and logical entailments that got to that conclusion. That's the part you have to pay attention to. It's too easy to just go by face value on things.
But you know what this is?
Charge
Scott,
example.
this is
About like
what's
electric dynamics. It's electric charge is fundamental. Like, charged particles interact through magnetic forces. Therefore, property charge explains the interaction. Someone might say, well, you're just assuming charge explains electromagnetism because charge exists. So it's just circular. But that doesn't work. It doesn't work like that. Not on fundamentals. Like on stuff like stuff popping out from nothing. That's different. I would, when someone pulls a rabbit out of a hat, there's no hatness in the rabbit or no rabbitness in the hat. You're getting two different categories. Somebody says that's just a magic trick. I would agree. Well, that's different,
Man, I don't know. I feel like we're on a rabbit trail. Can I give you a counterexample? If I said to you, Scott, how could consciousness be fundamental when we know consciousness depends on brains, right? If I asked you the question that way, would you have an issue with that? Would you be like, I kind of feel like you're assuming a physicalist view when you're asking me to explain an idealist view? And that's the problem that I'm criticizing. Maybe calling it question begging is going too far.
Rephrase that again.
But rephrase what? The question, the example question?
Yeah, the example.
The example was if I was asking you to defend your view of idealism, which is that consciousness is fundamental, and I said to you, can you explain to me how consciousness could be fundamental when clearly consciousness depends on a brain? It can't be fundamental when it depends on a brain, right? That's obvious. See what I'm saying? Is that I'm asking you a question. I'm including the premise that assumes a physicalist view, not an idealist view. I'm challenging idealism, but I'm mixing in assumptions that idealism doesn't hold. And that's what you're doing to physicalism when you say to a physicalist, hey, can you explain how a brain could be producing consciousness when matter clearly doesn't do that, right? And it's like, well, unless that's what's going on, right? That's what I'm trying to point out to you.
It's very simple. Why does that correlation of brain and conscious experience, what's the explanation for that correlation?
You're asking me?
Yes. As a physicalist. And I know you're not, see, this is why this conversation is difficult, because you're just going to say, I don't know. Which is fine.
No.
Argue with that. I would say I don't either.
No. You're asking me about the correlation. You're asking me about the correlation between the brain and the conscious experience?
No, I understand there's a correlation. You know that I know that.
No, you're asking me about what I think the explanation is. Is that what you said? I don't say I don't know. I think the correlation that we're seeing is because there's that causal thing going on. I'm saying that it is pointing to a causal relationship. That's what I mean when I say that I think consciousness emerges from the brain. I think what the brain is doing is the cause of our mind experience.
So that's kind of, for me, because it makes sense. What you're saying really makes sense, especially if consciousness were physical. If I were to agree with you that experience is really a physical thing, that would make 100% sense.
Well, then let me hit you back with this. If it turned out that it was emerging from physical, would you just say, well, then it's physical?
Yeah.
You would recategorize it in your mind if you found out it was the product of something physical.
Probably so.
Right. So what's the justification for categorizing it as being non-physical? You don't know.
Been gone through
Right?
that.
Is it non-physical?
Yes, of course.
I mean, is it physical or is it
Conscious-
physical or non-physical?
Yeah, consciousness, on my view, the way I understand consciousness, it's not like the third person stuff. Consciousness is subjective. It's first person experience qualia. That's what consciousness is to me. But within
From
that,
the first person experience of it is, right? But if it's physical,
but wait a minute, within the first person experience are these
there's
other
some
categories.
physical thing in the world that you could observe from a third person view if you had
Yeah,
the
so-
right kind of equipment to do that.
So when I'm having a conscious experience of looking at a tree, I will label the tree as physical. But that physical object or that appearance in my screen of perception is within the screen of perception, not outside of it, as far as I know. Epistemically, it's only within my mind, right? But we just assume that there's this outside world, and whatever it is that I'm looking at, I call it a tree, I label it a tree. I might be colorblind and not seeing it in the right color, or I might be another animal that doesn't see the same way a human sees it or perceives it in any way. But there's still something there, right? But whatever that thing is, it's a belief. It's outside of my experience. All I experience is what I'm calling a tree, this brown thing with roots and leaves, and it's green and all of this kind of stuff. So there's two categories, but remember, it's all happening within my field of awareness. So as far as epistemically, what I only know of a conscious experience, if I'm being honest with you. I don't have the access to the outside world, or what Kant called the noumena. We don't see the noumena. We see the phenomena. The noumena is inaccessible. And that's even materialists will agree with you on that. So all we really have of the outside, this objective, mysterious world, is an experience of it, and then we start observing it closely, and we start creating maps. We start creating descriptions. And then, the jump is to mistake the map for the territory. We don't have direct access to the territory. As far as we know, it's just an object within consciousness. That's all we know. To go beyond that and say that this thing that's in my TV screen is the thing that explains the TV screen is a leap. That's just being logical. It may not be intuitive, but it is being logical.
Yeah, I mean, if you're just kind of saying when you see what's going on with the brain, you suspect that it is similar to the television and the radio. I kind of think we could always do that when it comes to any causal thing that we see going on. We could always kind of say, well, I think there's another entity, beyond this. That explains what's going on here and has a real causal relationship here. But
That would be parsimonious.
we are kind of, we're warned not to do that. That's why the person, who's on the island, really isn't justified in making those kinds of conclusions until they have good reason. Now, if they learned their lesson on the radio, and then they decided, hey, maybe this is a good reason to think the same thing about the television, from our perspective, we can say, well, hey, that's a very wise inference to make, and they end up being right about it. There are also a lot of similarities between the radio and the television that would make that a very, reasonable inference that I don't think apply to our brains. neurons and what's going on there. I think that's making a much more of a leap, that maybe is getting a little off and much more in the territory of
You're just proving the point.
of multiplying those entities when we don't need to be doing that.
See, here's the whole problem. Why I tell Sophia all the time. When people start making the argument that it is rational to say that the brain generates consciousness, we have every reason in the world to think that that's the case. That's the argument, that proves that it's more than just correlation, because we can damage this computer and it can stop experiencing shit. So that's enough proof. That proves it. That's proof. That's enough. At least it's convincing. And I use the radio analogy to point out that you're just special pleading, because we all know that radios don't work like that. That if you were ignorant and all you knew was that the radio worked as long as you don't pull the fucking battery out or whatever, or switch the antenna up or whatever, you would be reasonable to conclude that music, the radio generates music, it creates the music. You would be rational for that. I agree. But we have the benefit of knowing better. And it's not just that. I could mention a million things like weather correlated with thermostats. There's like a whole million things we can talk, which is just stupid to go through it all. We all know this. Since we have that benefit, and since the whole correlation hasn't been explained, there's an alternative view that can make that whole hard problem of consciousness disappear. And it can actually possibly aid us in things like AI development for conscious computers. We can test it. Maybe if consciousness provides like a useful utility in nature, maybe by feeling pain, it causes us to avoid dangers, for example, or treat diseases or whatever. If that's the function of consciousness in nature, and this allows us to sort of evolve thinking and mind and stuff like that, then we could easily reproduce that in AI. Is if we understood that consciousness is fundamental, then in that case, we could start approaching these sort of problems in a way that accounts for it. And then we can start trying to exploit that. It's kind of like what I keep talking about, Michael Levin. Michael Levin tested the hypothesis when he created the Anthrobots and the Tetrabots. He said, look, we understand, the story is that cells develop intelligence over long periods of time through a process of evolution. But is this really the only way it's done? Is this really what consciousness is? Is this really what it's doing? And so he put it to the test, found out that the patterns and regularities sort of impose themselves onto the physical structures, which was a prediction made if this whole Platonic idealistic sort of story is even halfway true, then Tetrabots and Antrobots should be no problem. And on evolution, no, it doesn't work that way. That's why it's a big surprise. That's why it was considered surprising results. So this is evidence.
Well, we're always learning new things about the world that we live in. I think it's hard for me to see how people are drawing these deeper metaphysical conclusions from these things that are being discovered. I often just don't see the through lines there. But also, I think it's important.
Well, then you don't really appreciate predictions. And science is part of what validates a hypothesis is when you have predictive power. When you can predict if I do X, Y.
If you've got a prediction you want to bring up, let's just talk about that. What's the prediction?
I just talked about it. The Tetrabots.
What does that have to do? What does that have to do with the metaphysical conclusions?
I just explained it. Let me try again, Joel.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Maybe
which metaphysical conclusion were you saying?
So I'll try to say it another way. Let me think of another way. So, okay, here's the story. And of course, and don't go into how do I know this is true bullshit, because you can verify this. If you don't believe me, that's fine. But let's say this is true, which it is, at least as far as I know. Michael Levin
Okay.
Michael Levin made observations, as you know, with flatworms and different single cells and multi-cells, and came to some sort of hypothesis, some sort of suspicion that what's really going on has to do with bioelectrical charges in nature. And within these charges, somehow in these charges, there are I don't want to say recorded, but preordained, I guess, patterns and regularities. They can be called intelligent behavior, or patterns that sort of make themselves, fit certain morphologies, right? Like shapes and structures of a particular animal. And he says, this is just a hypothesis. I don't know if it's true. I have no idea. But then he came up with a really good idea. He said, well, look, so the ongoing narrative, what we understand is, no, cells evolve over time. Cells and these structures change and learn intelligence and all this kind of super stuff over time. It's not something that just, if you zap it with bioelectric charges or whatever, it's going to seek patterns and become intelligent and all this kind of stuff. So, I'm trying to make this very simple. So he goes into the lab and he says, I'm going to make a prediction. He writes it down in his paper. And it's part of his paper that he published. Prediction. If I take cells out of a trachea, put it into this thing and combine it with just simple cells, just single cell, simple things. That's what these things are. Then this thing will evolve intelligence. It'll start looking for energy sources. It'll start responding to its environment and all of this kind of stuff. And so all the naysayers, all the people that, were against it, they were like, no, that's not how evolution works. Evolution works through environmental pressures. It works through, it doesn't work that fast. It takes time and it takes a lot of different things. Well, he ran the experiment and it did exactly what he predicted it would. And so therefore we have tetrabots and anthrobots. And it was a surprise because no one expected it was going to work, but it actually did work. So that counts as predictive evidence for a hypothesis, not truth. It doesn't.
No, Scott, you're missing my point, man. I said metaphysical conclusions, not predictions about what's going to happen when physical stuff is in certain conditions. When you do certain things with physical stuff, what's going to happen? I'm fine with the idea that those kind of predictions are valuable in the what's going on. I'm saying, what are the predictions on a metaphysical view that are being shown to be true based on these works? That's what I'm saying is I don't see anything in that category. That's what you would need. Anybody can say, well, this supports my view. This supports my view.
So then why would you lean towards physicalism then?
I already, I don't know. We're just going to abandon the Michael Levin thing.
I'm going to address it, but it just strikes me as kind of special pleading again with you. It seems like you're saying,
what makes it special pleading? What's the principle that I'm asking an exception for?
Physicalism is,
because I don't want to get accused of special pleading and not even understand what is it that I've done that's special pleading.
So you lean towards physicalism because metaphysically you believe that physicalism best explains consciousness, right?
Basically, yeah.
Okay.
That's the way in which I lean towards it.
Why does what we observe in behavior and science lead you to that leaning towards that metaphysical position, but yet we can't do the same thing for other metaphysical positions?
Why can't you?
Yeah, why because you asked me, you said for someone to make a metaphysical conclusion based on predictions that you've done in science is just, you don't understand that. But yet you look at nature, you look at the ongoings of physical properties in the brain, and you've concluded that that's where consciousness comes from. So you're concluding, or yeah, you're concluding a bias towards physicalism based on predictions in nature that science does on physicalism to make you, or not on physicalism, it's just doing science. But based on what science is presenting to you, you've decided, hey, that points towards that metaphysical position and not the other. So then when I show you that I can do the same thing for something else, you're like, oh, well, that's just, I don't understand. How do you get,
Oh, well, now you're mixed up again.
You know what I'm saying? Like
You're mixed up again.
maybe so.
When you said metaphysical, I let it slide. But no, you know that I'm adamantly not saying that I think it points towards physical stuff being ontological at the fundamental level. I'm always saying I don't think there's any justification for ever making that claim or having that belief.
But you lean to it. Am I mistaken?
No, the way in which I lean towards physicalism is the way that we've been talking about with brains and stuff. And where
Okay.
if you would say, well, what's the cause? What do you think the cause of this? What do you think the cause of this might? What do you think the cause of this might be?
Yeah.
Sorry, I was just trying to clarify.
No, I get you.
Can I clarify my position?
I'm just going to let you know I'm about to diffuse the whole situation just based on the first few words you said out of your mouth right now. The thing
All right,
is,
well, go ahead.
the thing is, you're not, since you're not engaging the metaphysical implication, you're only going by what you can know scientifically or what you can observe empirically, and I appreciate that. And on that, you're saying, well, physicalism holds up. Well, guess what? I agree with you. So on that level, on that relational level, I'm a physicalist, just like you. It's just that I think
that's beautiful.
beyond just that. The difference between me and you is I have an interest or a hobby or whatever you want to call it, mental masturbation, whatever, to think about other ways to explain the physical properties beyond the physics, where you're just kind of staying in the physics, which I always say that's fine.
Yeah.
That's not really engaging.
No, well, I mean, I'm just someone who tends to say, well, when it comes to what we actually accept, it ought to be in that range of what we're justified in accepting. And when it comes to the things beyond that, I'm interested. I mean, like I've pointed out to you guys before, that's why I'm here having the conversations. I'm just always kind of pointing out the issues that I see. These are interesting ideas, but when people kind of try to say, well, this shows that this is the case, I'm always kind of like going, come on, guys, does it really show that it's the case? Because,
but is it possible?
I mean, is what possible?
Is it possible that this metaphysic that I'm presenting could be the case?
I don't know what's possible when it comes to metaphysics, but when it comes to all the different ideas in question, I guess I figure, they're all about as good as the others. One's about as good as another to me.
If there is a deep fundamental explanation for reality that no one has any evidence of, only just an idea, an imaginary idea, do you think it's rational to believe that idea?
Oh, hey, my battery is about to die on this thing. StreamYard done ate it up. But do I think it's rational to believe what kind of idea, Scott?
Yeah, like if, let's say, a scientist had no evidence for this hypothesis, and it was a huge fundamental claim, a big claim about the universe.
Are you going to do the Einstein? You're going to do the Einstein story again?
Yeah, the Einstein.
I've heard this one twice from you today and yesterday.
Okay, gotcha. Sorry.
No, I don't think that Einstein. I don't think Einstein had no reason. I suspect Einstein had good reasons for coming up with it. I don't think he was so smart that he just came up with it for no reason. I think he had reasons that other people were having trouble understanding. But I'm gonna have to leave you guys with that. It's been a real pleasure. My battery is gone. And
I'm sorry, man. Yeah, nice having you on, Joel. Appreciate it. You know, you're more than welcome to call in.
I always
anytime.
enjoy it.
Yeah,
I always enjoy it.
absolutely.
Yeah, y'all have a
man.
good night.
All right, brother.
You
You have a
too.
good one, Joel. Yep. Theoretical is
Later.
nice, but it's theoretical. That's right. Resist oppression. Everything's theoretical. We don't really, capital T, know a whole lot of things, in my opinion. I think a lot of things are theoretical, but we can do it. Like I say, I do mental masturbation, and I'm really good at it.
You know,
But,
that'll make you go blind. So
Yeah. Well, you know, Einstein's theory of relativity was really inspired by just thought experiments, like chasing a light beam or contemplating fallen elevators, what he did. And he just combined that need to reconcile Newtonian mechanics with those thought experiments. That's all. That's all it was. And then he came out with his theory. He formulated it. He tried to come up with some math, some weird math. And so many people were resistant because there was no evidence. There was no reason to believe it. But yet it turns out to be one of the most successful theories in science. So sometimes things are imaginary. Some frameworks are going to fail. Most are going to fail. But, you know, that doesn't mean we stop searching. You never know. One of those models could turn up good. You know what I mean? Materialism could turn out to be true. But it's just like the challenge that I'm presenting is the brain doesn't make consciousness. If so, show me how. But yeah, man, me and Joel, we go through these same conversations, and it's almost like we pick up where we left off type of stuff. Like sometimes I feel like we both probably feel like we've repeated these same things to each other. And so there's a confusion that happens, you know, people confuse. And I think one of the things that gets confused is like this whole begging the question, you know, like assuming the conclusion in the premise. And the fundamental explanation is stopping explanation at the most basic level. That's all it is. It's like all theories eventually run into fundamental primitives. And that comes off as begging the question, maybe. I don't know.
Well, but both of you are very stubborn, so trying to moderate you two is challenging.
Well, we got to keep it spicy, man. We're in show business right now.
I was
Damn. Go ahead.
I was able to at least get Joel to clarify with, you know, the whole, you know, consciousness versus it being fundamental versus it not being fundamental. So.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of just baked in assumptions on different worldviews. Like, you know, most questions people ask me is, okay, so show consciousness without a functioning brain. That's always the first go-to. And that's not really entailed in the argument. Like, we can be sort of like you said, like, well, we can actually point to, you know, single cell amoebas and, you know, different things that exhibit behaviors that we correlate with conscious experience. So, I mean, what's the bar, right? But I think what they really mean is show me consciousness without a body, without some sort of structure, physical structure. That's what they really mean, not just brain, but they mean even if it's just an amoeba. Can you show me consciousness without any of that stuff?
Without life, basically.
Without physical structure. Like, can you show consciousness existing where there's no physical structure to express the consciousness? And to me, that's kind of another one of those underdetermined principles or examples, because it's like saying, show me gravity without a planet. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, I understand you have to have a planet to be aware of gravity, but that doesn't mean that gravity is produced by planets. You know what I mean? It's like there's different ways to approach anything. And it's like, if physicalism was successful and could make predictions, like to tell us where consciousness kicks in when you put so much matter together, that'd be one thing. But there'd still be a problem because you're talking about first person experience. We'd have to assume it, number one. But I'm willing to assume it. Like, I assume you're conscious, you know.
Yeah. Although I think I might have spotted a blind spot of yours.
Yeah, please do.
Because I think it's like, so you would say that, you know, it's not really helpful for when materials try to just be reductionists about everything, like, you know, the whole everything's just particles, you know, and nothing else.
I wouldn't say it's unhelpful. It's actually very helpful. I know that there's problems with reductionism. I know that, but still reducing things has worked for us for a lot of things.
But I know that you've brought up the issue though of like, you wouldn't just say like, oh, you're just a bunch of particles. It's like you're more, you know, like a human is more than just the sum of their parts. You know, it's like if we were, you know, you wouldn't just say, oh, you're just a bunch of vibrating, you know, subatomic particles. You know, you wouldn't, you like in your everyday conversation with someone, you wouldn't be like, ah, you're just particles, man. Like, you know, like that's not really.
I'm just saying, hey Josh, man, if you want to call in, please do, brother. Let me put the thing up here. But go ahead. You were saying again.
Yeah, like, you know, like you are like, you know, just like an animal or just anything is, you know, you would agree that they are more than just, you know, they're particles. Yeah. So what I think is the issue though is like you take on this stance of like, well, you know, like with Joel, where he was like saying, well, you know, the brain is conscious, and you're like, well, no, the matter isn't conscious. And I think, you know, there's some talking past each other there, but like I feel like one of the issue, at least on your side, is like, well, it's like, you know, yeah, if we're just looking at, you know, the most fundamental, you know, thing of matter, you know, particles, yeah, you know, you could make the, you know, say that, oh, well, you know, obviously, you know, it's just, you know, at the end of the day, it's just dead matter. But it's like, you know, the brain is, you know, for it, you know, is conscious or alive. It's like it's more than just some of its parts. And so I feel like there's like maybe a disconnect there with what
it was. And I wanted to get to that part because it sounds undone. It sounds like I've left that end of the rope untied. I didn't tie that up or button it down because we never got to it. We kept jumping into different stuff. But yeah, it's like we all agree that the brain, as a brain, is conscious, right? I would even say that some molecules that make up the brain could be conscious at some level, right? I'm willing to grant that. Now, I don't know if that's true. I don't really believe that, but we could grant that if that was the case. But we have a combination problem. Like, how does all those molecules combine in order to make the entire brain a unified, subjective, first-person experience? Now, we know that the brain does have that, right? We know that. We all agree to that. One theory is to say, well, if you just combine all that brain tissue, that's where it pops up like a genie out of a bottle. That's one approach. And then the other approach is to say that, well, you know, of course, panpsychism, that, you know, that all matter has a little bit of consciousness in it. And so when you combine it together, it unifies, but you still have that combination problem. And then, you know, with idealism, it's like the only other thing you can say, well, it's not that the brain produces consciousness, it's that consciousness likes to express itself through brains. Because brains are intelligent, they're living organisms, and they do stuff. They can think, they can reason, they can do all kinds of things. And so consciousness, that experiential part, sort of just embeds itself into the structure. But the structure, so it's like a very subtle difference between materialism and idealism, because it's like materialists would probably agree to that. They'd probably say, yeah, well, the brain has to be sufficient in order to express consciousness. But the question for them is how do you get from that unconscious matter to that experiential side by that combination? That's the only problem, or one of the problems. There's a binding problem, everything else, but idealism would just say that no, this is all part of the brains appear in consciousness. An analogy is like a dream, like the person that you're dealing with in your dream is its own entity. Some of the stuff isn't conscious, all that stuff, but it all appears in your dream, and you're the dreamer. So that's a rough analogy, but it kind of tracks. Hey, Cafe, how you doing, man? I can't hear you. Go back to your country. I don't understand you. We'll be Clayton Biggs.
So would you say that there's any sort of friction, though, then between the idea that you are more than the sum of your parts, but also holding the idea that you're with the combination problem?
Hold on. We bring Cafe back. Hey, Cafe, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hey, how you doing, brother?
Yeah, pretty good. Man, I've been enjoying the discussion so far. One of my favorite topics. I'm sure it's most people's favorite topics, man. It's consciousness is always like one of the, most deep philosophical topics you can discuss.
For real. Do you want to give a stab with Nell's question? I've been talking so much, I don't want to hog anything up. So go ahead and ask Cafe, because he also believes you believe that consciousness is sort of fundamental, right?
Yeah, no, I do. I really like Aldous Huxley's Mind at Large perspective on it.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you've heard of this guy. His name's Alex K. He has a TikTok channel that's fully dedicated to this topic, man. Like how some atheists will have a TikTok with with the prompt that says God is not real, and it's like kind of like a debate me bro channel.
Yeah.
And yeah, well, it says consciousness is not generated by the brain, and he sits there and he just challenges people. He does it pretty daily. It's pretty.
Alex King.
Yeah, I linked it in the private chat.
Yeah, I know him. I like his show. I watched it last night. How you doing, Archon? Welcome to the show, man.
What's up? Long time no see. I haven't been in one of these things in a long time.
Joshua, how you doing, man?
Oh my God, it's been. I'm doing good.
Years. Hey, are you still looking at the sun, like sun worship and stuff, or? I remember that was the last conversation we had. You were into sun worship or whatever. Hey, Josh, can you hear me?
Having trouble connection.
Hey, Josh, can you hear me now? Anyways, Nell, go ahead and ask Cafe that question and let him give it a shot.
Let's see. I was just asking, is there any friction between holding the idea that you are more than the sum of your parts with holding the idea of like this combination problem of that comes with that idealists usually put towards both materialists and panpsychists?
I'll answer after you, Cafe.
All right. When you say more than the sum of your parts, I think people, when they hear that, I think they look at obviously the most physicalist thing to look at is the brain, of course. But I think what people often miss, and like the analogy that I like is, I don't know if you ever heard of Einstein's block universe. Like, because
good example.
yeah, I think in idealism, because if we're talking about consciousness and perception, it's not merely what's inside of us biologically. It's not simply our brain, but we're looking at reality itself. And so it's kind of this transaction that takes place between the mind and the rest of reality, where it's all kind of seen as a fundamental unity, and in a very similar way that Einstein spoke of the block universe. So when we say we're more than the sum of our parts, it's because we're kind of we're part of the intrinsic fabric of reality itself. And I think that's the way idealists kind of look at it, and what they mean by that. I really like the block universe example, but yeah, I mean, there's other things I could go into like that, but I'm willing to hear what Scott has to say too.
Yeah, I like that. The block universe. I forgot all about that. That's just reminded me of a big argument I had with this materialist one time. I think I might have told you about it, Neil, already. But yeah, it's kind of the same thing. So if your premise is that combining things is what gets you the whole, like say that we're not the sum of our parts. Like you've got all these different cells that make us up, like trillions of bacteria. Combining all of these things sort of combine together to create this conscious entity, right? So on a physicalist premise, you would have to trace the logic, because the premise is material. You know, the underlying structure is matter. So their job is to show you how that integration leads to an intangible first-person experience. That's the problem. And so idealists get out of that particular problem by saying that no, consciousness is a field that all of these things exist within. So even though on one level we perceive like the duality, like all the cells making up the body and all the parts and all that stuff, that's the dual appearance. But fundamentally, it's all just one reality or one condition that makes those experiences possible. That's what idealism is saying.
So you'd say, like, even though like both an idealist, a panpsychist, and a materialist could all say that, you know, we're all more than the sum of our parts, you'd say that it only logically makes sense under the idealist.
At least there's tension or challenges. I wouldn't say it's illogical. I would not want to say that, but I may have to. I don't know.
Depending on.
Yeah, I guess it would be. It is a logic problem, because combination problem is considered a logical fallacy. So there would be a logical problem, I guess. I don't like saying that because it makes it seem like I'm being arrogant. Like my position has no, idealism has problems too. It's just not the problems we've been discussing here.
Well, are you, when you say combination problem, are you using that as an umbrella term for both panpsychism and materialism, or are you just referring to panpsychists' combination problem?
I think, you know, I always forget this because I keep having to look this up, because I've also ran into a discussion a few times where people idealists tell me that no, the combination problem only exists for the panpsychists, not the materialists. You got that wrong. But every time I hear that and they tell me why, I'm like kind of good with it. But then when I go back and think about it, I'm not really sure how they get out of the combination problem still. Because a physicalist would say, no, physical matter is inert. It has no experience embedded in it, right? It's just what we observe. It's just the behavior. So the behaviors or the descriptions emerge into this experiential reality.
Yeah.
Right?
And I understand the issue with, like, you know, wanting there to be like, all right, well, so you say it emerges, but, you know, what's the explanation for the emergence? You know,
Right.
like, but I also understand though that, like, at least on a fundamental level, I don't see an issue, you know, on its own to say that, like, you know, like I was getting back earlier, like if there's you know, if the universe is eternal and we just assume that it's, you know, a physical universe, and you give it enough time, like, to me it's like, all right, well, if you give matter enough time to do an infinite amount of combinations, then like, is there really an issue with it, like, eventually combining into something that looks like consciousness? Like,
not necessarily, but this is why Cafe brought up the block universe example, right?
Mhm.
So let's say it was true. Let's say Einstein, who has plenty of evidence to back his block theory universe up, like we have
Yeah.
tons of evidence.
Yeah.
But let's say it's true. Let's just assume that the block universe is true.
Mhm.
Does that make evolution false?
So, I'm trying to think. Like,
Just
so,
remember-
like the block universe.
Evolution
is-
depends on time.
Well, yeah, and the block universe is saying there is no
There is no
there's
time.
well there is no. I mean, isn't it saying there is time? It's just it's not like the way we know time though is false. Like,
It's relative, right?
like-
It's just it's relational. It's not fundamental.
and there's no like
Beginning
past,
or
past
yeah,
or future.
it's just
Yeah.
a block of patterns.
I mean, no, I think it would reframe evolution. I don't think it would disprove it. You would just have to describe evolution in different terms, I would say. Just like how we would have to describe time in a different way, you know,
Right.
in a relativistic way. Like,
Right. So we're doing the same thing with consciousness in the brain. We're just saying that, yeah, on the relational level, on the relative level, yeah, it looks like, the correlations are there. The causation seems to be in our experience, in our dashboard of experience. All that stuff is real enough. You don't step out in front of trains, right?
yeah, no.
And it's just like it's the same argument with free will. Like we both believe now that free will is probably not true, but at least ultimate free will. But when we go outside, we look both ways. When we cross the road, we make decisions all the time as though we do have free will. We act as though we do.
Yeah.
Right. So relationally, that's very real. So free will in that sense is very real. There is free will because it's what we use to, it has consequences. If we make the bad choice, we pay the bad consequence. So it's very real to us. But me and you both know it's not really real. It's that's just how it looks from a relative position. We sort of intuit that there's a deeper reality where it's not true. And you can sort of trace this back a little bit, just logically. Like you can say, well, it's kind of a square circle if you think about it, because we're constrained. We didn't choose when we were born, all of this kind of stuff. So we know that you can't stop your thinking, when you meditate. So we have enough to go on to justify our metaphysical claim, despite all the evidence and even our behavior that we use free will all the time. So it's kind of the same thing with what we're talking about. People argue from the relative level, which is really sort of talking past me, because I'm not talking on the relativistic level. I'm talking on the fundamental level, the metaphysics. Anyways, do you have anything to add to that, Cafe?
Yeah, I wanted to piggyback on that. When
Yeah.
you say relative, another thing I've noticed is something I asked Alex K, because he kind of lets anyone jump on the panel there, and I asked him what kind of influenced him to arrive at. He holds to analytical idealism, which is Kastrup's notion, his interpretation, and I've noticed that. Terence McKenna would say, if you go along life as a skeptic and you never have anything to perturb your consciousness, you never expanded it or any way, there's a consensus on methodological naturalism and all that you'll arrive at kind of like atheistic materialism, and but if you do have something to knock that aside, like I've noticed that a lot of people who've taken psychedelics and have had mystical experiences, they tend towards more, views where consciousness is fundamental.
I'll be honest. Part of what kind of pushed me and biased me towards idealism was my experiences on psychedelics. So he's very true about that.
Yeah, because I think it calls into question our basic assumptions about consciousness. And yeah, if you go through life without having that experience, then yeah, you'll never see the flip side of these arguments.
Yeah, and it's like, and I understand how that sounds from someone on the outside, because it's like if somebody never smoked cigarettes before and then someone just claimed, well, whenever I smoke cigarettes, I have this impression that the universe is different than we sort of assume it is. They're going to say, well, that's just what cigarettes do, man.
Yeah.
I've never smoked a cigarette, so I don't know what you're talking about. Whatever it is, I'm sure it's just a cigarette talking. Hey, Joshua, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. My apologies. I didn't have my Wi-Fi on, so my internet just decided to go ape shit. So my apologies.
For shame. For shame. God's mad at you.
I can feel the.
Do you have anything you want to ask or contribute to the conversation thus far, Joshua?
Absolutely. There was a couple of things, because I feel that the block universe in and of itself, and then after we can delve into consciousness, but I feel that the block universe, it has an issue to it, and at least towards a certain extent. Because if there are these aspects, and let's just say pocket universes do exist, then that means that there are certain, like, let's just say, block universes that are outside the original block universe itself, right? Because the block universe is only stating that the universe that we physically interact with is eternal. But when you have pocket universes, that means that the universe itself is not necessarily eternal, but what it births is its continuity.
Yeah, it's the arrow of time problem.
Exactly.
No, I get it, man. I'm stepping in what you've laid down, brother.
Yeah,
it's like they call it the problem of flow. It's like if the entire timeline is fixed, then how does the theory explain why we feel a movement through time?
Exactly.
Or like it does not naturally explain why time has a direction. Things start and stop all the time, as the block model treats past and future equally.
That's correct.
And if there's just an infinite number of pocket universes, then we've, instead of having a first cause, we're now dealing with an infinite regress. So.
That's it, exactly. And after it makes it much more complex in order to ask that question, and in order to delve into the discussion in and of itself, even though that philosophers do state that infinite regress isn't necessarily as big as a problem as want to state.
Right.
Because it doesn't need to make sense for you and me. The universe is what the universe is. So if it is infinite regress backwards and forwards, let's just say, then yes, it does have a little bit of an issue when it comes to time itself. But I feel that the pocket universe theory does kind of answer that it kind of states that all universes aren't necessarily infinite, but they do have a certain aspect of eternality to them because they birth other universes, right? So it's like a cyclical.
Well, yeah,
go ahead.
I was just going to say, I mean, we don't even have to, overcomplicate it to pocket universes. It's like, we could have an infinite regress with just, a single universe where it's just like, it's a constant, rebirth and then death of the one universe. And it just keeps going on and on.
Yeah, the cyclical universe in and of itself, it collapses in, and then after it goes back into the inflation again, which is very good point.
Yeah, and that kind of gets into a good segue into consciousness, because what we're really talking about is a conflict with experience. Like what we're talking about is this struggle to explain why does our models and theories and conscious perceptions of time as a flow rather than just a static 4D block where all moments exist simultaneously. We can talk about pocket universe. You don't even have to go that far, like Nell said. You can just look at how thermodynamics, the law of entropy. You can look at those things like the problem of flow, like all of that stuff. But the way that this is very related to the hard problem of consciousness in an ironic way, because it's begging the question. We're not begging the question, but it's asking the question. It leads you to ask the question: why is our experience so alien from the way reality truly is? If it's truly like that, let's assume that the block universe was true.
Mm-hmm.
If it is true, then obviously we've got a problem, as Josh keeps pointing out. Our conscious experience is not compatible with that model. Yet that model predicts so many things like gravitational waves, the background radiation, all of these things, GPS, time dilation, all these things are predicted on block universe, as we know, right? So how do we reconcile that? So what idealism does is it makes the move to say that it all is just an appearance. That doesn't mean that the appearance reflects the true, the true nature, if you will, or essence of reality. It's just the way human brains sort of model it. It's our interpretation, and even physicalists will agree to that. Like a physicalist will say, well, you don't experience reality. Actually, your brain is just processing, all these photons and sound waves and combining it somehow into a 3D textual, smelly experience, right?
Yeah.
And they can't tell you why that happens or how that happens, but they tell you that is what happens. So it's the same problem. We can't tell you why our experience is different than what we see with the block universe. We just know it does if we assume block universe was true. So we're kind of running up against that same perception problem.
I mean, another answer, though, and one that I'd say most humans don't like to hear, is that we are not smart enough to reconcile it. It's this, we evolved to survive on the Sahara. We didn't evolve to, figure out quantum mechanics and all this other, advanced, scientific theories and whatnot. And it's just like, maybe we are just too limited with our understanding. Like, we just like how the ant cannot even comprehend what we're thinking. Perhaps, is this,
I think
we are like that ant,
I think we should all keep that awareness in the back of our head when that's what keeps us humble. I think that we can't really base any sort of view on an unknown. That would be an appeal to mystery. But it is still good to understand that that could be plausibly the case, because we learn every day, don't we?
Yeah.
So, I mean, why wouldn't that be true? Why is it written in stone that us apes on a planet that's only been around for not even a third of the life of our local universe, why should we apes have the metaphysical capital T truth at our disposal? Why should that be the case?
I mean, it's like, I guess, it's the human in me, but it's like, part of me wants to believe, of course we'll figure it out one day, but it's like, that's just,
wishful thinking. That's wishful thinking.
Yeah. That's that human arrogance in there.
That's right. Hey, Joshua, last time we spoke, you said that you were getting into sun worship. Is that still the case?
It's up in the air right now. I'm not gonna lie. It is up in the air because
pardon the pun.
Exactly. Exactly. The sun doesn't exist. No, it's not that. It's just
it's in the sky, Joshua, not the air, okay?
Damn, I need to rethink my
theology. You gotta rethink your metaphysics.
You're right about that. But no, like the thing that I'm slowly but surely starting to realize is that I think Josh Weisberg has it correct towards a certain extent. I think consciousness, because people are looking into one category or another as either physicalist or as an idealist or as this, But I feel that when we look in such narrow linear lines, we shoot ourselves in the foot because we're not thinking on a broader extreme. We're thinking only on a linear extreme and on a very, very tight rope, in a sense. And what I look when I start thinking about consciousness and everything is the functionality or functionalism of the brain itself. Because for me, when I look at it, I'm more of a foundationalist. I'm more of a functionalist. I feel that it's not just one aspect which creates consciousness, it's multiple aspects. It's the existentialism, in a sense, of human, let's just say, interaction with the self and with the exterior. Right. And that's what makes the true conscious experience. Just like how if you start reading Metazoa, for instance, by Peter Goldsmith, fantastic book, by the way, he kind of breaks down the way, or because he's a, I was about to say he's an astronaut. He's a, now I'm forgetting the freaking term here, but he's a marine biologist. There you go, Jesus. He's a marine biologist, and what he does is that he explores the octopus brain and water life in and of itself, and their brain and how they interact with, their ecosystem and their environments. And what we're slowly but surely starting to see, because all life, if we follow the evolutionary trail of where life began, it wasn't on land, it was in water. So what he does is that he goes back to the foundations of where life commenced, and he asks the question, where does consciousness come from? And what he believes is that it's from instinct. Consciousness begins from instinct by just a small little thing, just like a sea sponge, to propel itself and to eat, to propel and eat. But once evolution in deep time starts to occur, what we slowly but surely start to see is that life gets more complex. And it doesn't mean that the thing in and of itself gets complex, but what the evolutionary branch of life starts is gets complex. And that's where we slowly but surely start to see where consciousness comes from. That's why octopus are one of the most smartest creatures on Earth, but they're in the oceans and everything. And one of the main issues and reasons why octopus don't create societies is because they're more isolated. They're isolated individuals. Maybe not individuals is not the word, but they're isolated beings, right?
Yeah.
And hence they're unable to pass on their knowledge, or they don't even have the foreknowledge to pass on the knowledge to other octopi within their proximity in and of itself. And hence their knowledge towards a certain extent dies with them.
Right. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh no, I was just going to comment. It sounds like the marine biologist takes on a very evolutionary view of consciousness.
Right. That's what I was about to say.
I would assume that he and you can correct me if I'm wrong.
Go ahead.
I'm assuming he would say that that consciousness began as a recursive, a simple recursive feedback loop, evolving from simple self-monitoring mechanisms into complex, self-awareness over time.
Yeah, exactly. He would state it towards that extent, but he would also state that there's some kind of like an eliminative aspect, right? Because he kind of believes, just like with Alex Rosenberg, that consciousness towards a certain extent isn't necessarily, I wouldn't say real, but it's not as complex as we think it is.
Right. See, I don't think it's complex either. And this is where I get into the difference between mind and consciousness. Like, I see the mind as very complex. Like, the mind needs a lot of things for it to do the things it does. It needs a brain that can, needs all those trillions of neuronal connections. I mean, we have millions of neurons for a reason. That's what will equip a brain to function properly in its environment. And I would say that this mind has evolved over time based on environmental pressures and all of that. I don't really, and I see that functional story really makes sense there. It's like evolutionary is grounded in evolution, which is grounded in nature. And I agree that the mind really is shaped by evolution and through the experience that animals had trying to survive in their environment. But that presupposes an experience to begin with.
You're right. It does.
So what happens? So the only problem I have, and I can only bring up problems with different views, is I would say it has two things. It has the qualia gap and it has the inverted spectrum problem still. So like the qualia gap is when a system's functional role does not explain why function feels like anything subjectively, right? And you can say, well, you have to feel things in order to react to the environment, and that's the whole point. But that leads to the inverted spectrum problem. Two people could functionally act the same way while having different subjective experiences. An intelligent creature could not be conscious. You know, your stomach has more neurons than your brain, and it carries out very intelligent functions in order to, you know, survive and send signals to your brain and do all kinds of stuff to maintain your organs and, you know, stasis and all this homeostasis and all this kind of stuff. But we would never say that that we know that the stomach is conscious or leading us around. We usually attribute the executive function to the brain. So we know that it's not a matter of just neurons and function to explain the quality of it. It can do the same thing in the dark, is the point. So that's the only issues. Those are the two issues that I think I have, is that functionalism has a very good story for explaining mind and intelligence, but not so much about the quality part.
But I feel, right, like let's just say with, for instance, Mary's room, right, where she knows everything about color, but she just hasn't experienced color through actually her existential self, meaning she hasn't viewed color as of yet, but she knows how wavelengths work and everything towards that extent. And then hence a lot of people would say, well, if she leaves that room or all of a sudden like experiences visually color for the first time, or like would it be her first time, or would she already know based on the knowledge that she has based on, you know, what she's learned and everything like that? And what I would say, which I would kind of agree, is a yes and a no. Of course she knows what color is because she understands it based on the theoretical level. She understands. But on a more practical level, she does not. But at the same time, it's kind of like a person that has gone blind while they were able to see in the first place, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or a person, so they were able to see color, they were blinded by whatever the case may be, and then they get recreative surgery on their eyes in order to see again. Well, the thing is that they may have had primitive sight in the beginning, let's just say, like they lost their eyesight when they were like 5 or 6, right? But they still understand the concepts of it through their visual, but at the same exact time through people explaining what the world and what they're interacting with is.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So I would say that yes, 100%. Like I feel that Mary's room, for instance, is a quasi yes and a quasi no.
I agree. I think that it's not the strong argument that a lot of non-physicalists may think it is.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll tell you why. Because a physicalist, all they have to do is say, well, certain neurons fired when she learned about color intellectually through a book, and then different neurons fired when she experienced the color blue or red or whatever. It's just different stuff. So where's the contradiction? So what I would say is that the point should be, and you don't even have to do the Mary's room. The point is, how do you explain any experience at all from neurons? Like my question is, even if she never saw blue and she understood blue and did see blue in her mind, by reading about it, just by reading all the facts associated. Let's say somehow that led to an experience of blue. Even if that was true, that still doesn't prove the point. The whole question of the hard problem is this: why is there an experience with neurons firing at all? It can all go on in the dark, and it does in many cases. So why is consciousness said to arise from neurons? That's the hard problem. Like, why is that brain processing associated with a first-person subjective experience? That's just the hard problem of consciousness. And the other way to approach it, there's ways to approach it. There's the panpsychist view, which would say, well, all of the atoms that make up your body, the subatomic particles, all that stuff that makes a brain has a little bit of consciousness inside of those particles. And if you just combine them all together, a unified, sophisticated experience, rich experience will emerge. That's the panpsychist story, but it has a problem. First of all, there's no evidence that there's any consciousness particle. But number two, particles aren't really billiard balls like they assume. They're actually fields. So if you were to say consciousness is inside the atoms, you're basically saying you're an idealist. But the other problem is just the combination problem. Even on a relativistic level, it's just a combination problem. So the other approach is to take the idealist thing and say, well, all of reality is encapsulated within a field, like say a quantum field as an analogy. Like all these excitations come out of the same field. Well, if experience is part of the same reality, if all of this is just one reality, the physical, the mental, all this stuff is just one big reality, then it all comes out of the same field. It's all just an excitation within that field. And in that case, consciousness, just like other things, are fundamental, like mass, spin, electromagnetism, charge, space-time, quantum fields, all these things are fundamental. So anything that exists ultimately goes back to the field, including our conscious experience. And this ties right in beautifully with that block universe theory thing. That we're just, there's no rule in nature in stone that says our experience should make sense with what we experience.
Oh, absolutely. I would completely agree on that aspect.
Well, you can't forget the other option, which is, I'd say, most logically consistent version of materialism, which is that consciousness is just an illusion.
Oh yeah, yeah, you can do that. Just deny it. Then there's no problem, right?
Yeah.
That's what I do with my car all the time. That little blinker light come on. Oh, there's no blinker light. What are you talking about? No problem anymore. But the question with illusionism is, who's having the illusion?
Yeah.
Like there has to be an experiencer to be having a delusion, But
it's definitely difficult because just like how you stated, all in all, at the end of the day, it's a hard problem for a reason. Like it's not like it's hard because it's hard to define, it's hard to express, it's hard to
it's ineffable, yeah.
Exactly. But I feel that and we might never understand how to fully express it towards such an extent that we can say this is the reason or whatever. Or just like how some scientismists, I guess you can say, would state is like, why are we even caring about such nonsensical things? Like it's great to have conversations about these type of things, but at the end of the day, what is it really doing except for people to have a debate, right? And I love these type of discussions, don't get me wrong, but I believe that the scientismists are correct when they say we rather focus on the things that we do have control over than the things that we don't.
Yeah, that's what I was saying at the beginning of this whole stream. is that science is really just a project of observing things, observing behavior, making predictions
Exactly.
about behavior. That's fine, but it's not really getting at the thing that the juicy stuff we're trying to get
You're
at.
right. And
You know,
that's
that's
why.
the only thing, you know.
Sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, and I was just going to say, you know, like that problem, that dichotomy, you know, with something like consciousness, it's kind of like if you're going to try to take a scientific view, then you're going to have to take a third person point of view, because that's how science works with objectivity, right?
Yeah.
So what it's like is kind of like saying, well, I want to learn about this window. I'm looking at this window in my wall. So in order to really find out more about the window, I'm going to get close to the window, and I'm going to look out the window, and I'm going to see things out the window, and I'm going to look for things in the window that can explain the window. So I'm looking out the window, and I'm seeing the trees, I'm seeing the sky, and I'm seeing the stones. And then maybe I can look a little deeper, you know, maybe I can get a telescope. Oh, I know what it is. If you use a microscope, see the little things inside those rocks. You look out the window and you look at that rock right there on the right-hand side. If you just drill down far enough, you're going to see what it's made of. And the stuff that it's made of explains the window.
Right,
You know,
right. Like
yeah, you see what I'm saying? That's part of the problem. Is you're trying to explain the movie by watching the movie, but nothing in the movie contains the movie screen. You know?
Yeah, you're right about that, and I think that's the hardest aspect when it comes to the consciousness itself, and we kind of need to be humble over that knowledge that, okay, maybe we won't know how consciousness really works, just like how Nell stated, which I completely agree.
Yep.
But there's also, just like how Nell stated as well, the little thing in the back of your mind where you kind of think maybe, just maybe, this could be answered, because so many people thought that, you know, Einstein's theory was, you know, the end of the road type of thing, and that from there would be unified theory from Einstein all the way through to, you know, through the chemistry, through to all the sciences in a sense. But all of a sudden, what do we end up landing on is quantum mechanics, which is completely out there as well, which kind of puts Einstein's theory not on its head, but it doesn't correlate with it.
Yeah,
You know
it
what I mean?
really
Like,
doesn't.
what the hell is this? And I think that at this very moment, we're kind of at that stage when it comes to consciousness.
Yeah, we're at that impasse, I know. And that's where the philosophers kick in. That's when the philosophers jump in. Whenever there's a problem like this. And that's why David Chalmers brought it back up in the 90s, you know. He brought it back, and now look at all the consciousness studies that have been going on. Ever since then, it's generated over 300 models of consciousness. I mean, imagine there was really no theory of consciousness before that, really. There was just physicalism. It was just an assumption that the physical brain somehow is tied in with an experience, but we're not going to worry about what experience is or how it is there or why, because it's not part of the purview of science. It's not the right tool. Science isn't the right tool to go into the inner. You know, the Buddhists and the philosophers worry about. They've been doing that shit for thousands of years. And for them, they have an answer. You know, they've always stuck with that sort of non-dualistic story.
But and you know, before materialism in the West, it was, you know, Christianity was the only game in town, basically. So it was, you know, theistic dualism before that.
And we inherited the baggage of a dualism. So now we like to separate mind from matter, and we go. That's what science does. It just chops stuff up. It creates dichotomies in order to compare, because that's how you define stuff. You know, you put stuff in ciphers and everything. Question is, does reality care about our ciphers? Does reality really care about our labels and shit?
Nope.
I don't see why we should assume that.
We always learn the hard way that nature doesn't care about our tidy little boxes. It's like this, to me, the perfect example of this that should shatter our preconceived notions of those tidy little boxes is that of the existence of the platypus. It's like, so you're telling me that mammals don't lay eggs? Oh, here is a mammal that lays an egg.
Yeah. The black swan problem. Hey, Cafe, do you have anything to say? You've been quiet. I don't want to overtalk you.
When you mentioned, this goes back thousands of years. I mean, that was something I had in mind too. If you think about, Neoplatonism with everything emanating from the one, or in Christianity, everything proceeding from the Father, or even in Hinduism, everything, all the most of this world is an expression of Brahman. And they all seem to, hold that consciousness is fundamental. A lot of these views had always held that. And I find it interesting that, I don't know if you've ever been on that Mega Bloodbath channel that hosted by Tacos.
Yes.
I sometimes I'll participate, and every time I get on stage with like some of the atheists there, like JL and some of the other guys there, it always ends up on this point. The clash is always on what view of consciousness do you hold, and on the atheistic materialist side or physicalist side, your only options are illusionism or some emergentist form of model of consciousness. Because I guess in that. And from that perspective, you can't hold that consciousness is fundamental. And whereas the theist side, it's usually the case.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. See, the dualism flies in the face of a lot of our theoretical science, like non-locality entanglement. And I think there's enough evidence to sort of lean it, to be valid to lean in that direction, because there was a Nobel Prize won in 2022 for debunking local realism. So
I can only speak for my own experience as an atheist, and it's like I feel like a lot of atheists get caught in that physicalist, materialist way of thinking because of their religious trauma, and it's like getting over that trauma is a process, and sometimes some of them just never get out of it. And to me, it's like, so I try to just stay humble about the whole thing. I don't know or try to pretend to know what fundamental reality is made of. It could be consciousness, it could be material, it could be both. I'm not gonna pick a metaphysical ontology on that. Like, the furthest I'll go is say that as like I'm a naturalist. It's like the world is made of natural stuff, and if you press me on what that natural stuff is made of, I don't know. It's like
hey man, on a relativistic level, I'm a dualist, I'm a physicalist, I'm all of that. I believe in, if I walk out in the street without looking, I'll probably get hit by a car. If I jump out the window, I'll probably break my legs or something. I live like that. I deal with people like they're not me. They have their own unique personality. They have their own stuff. But just on a deeper level, there's a way to actually think and conceptualize reality into different ways and approaches and perspectives. So that's where the mereological nihilism comes from. There's just different ways of perceiving things and approaching things, which are just as real. They're just as real, in its own aspect. Like somebody say, hey, I had an experience on DMT and I saw the machine elves, right? Which I have. There's a way to approach that, to say that those machine elves are not real. Those were just imaginary. They were conceptual. But then there's another way to look at it, to say, well, how are we defining real? So if we define real as something that has long-lasting, profound consequences on one's direction in life, then that's real enough, you might say. right? So
Well,
whatever
I guess
you,
like it's on the personal level. Then you're saying?
yeah, like a subjective reality. So there's like it's paraconsistent logic. So it's like saying there's a subjective reality and a hard reality that both intersect, and they're both part of the same reality. But that subjective reality does not track objectively. In fact, really, if you really were to be kind of technical, there really is no known objective facts that we can talk about, really. I mean, all we can really talk about is intersubjectivity, but that doesn't lead to objective facts. But we, as a shortcut and heuristic, we talk about objective facts as an assumption or presupposition. And so I'm cool with that, but it's just that if we're really technical, and this can kind of clue us in on what we're talking about, is that if we all get together and we see this computer and we see everybody's name and our picture and all that, that's an intersubjective fact, but it's not an objective fact. Does that make sense?
I mean, because then after we kind of get into, I think, an issue, right? Because then again, I feel that if we could say the machine elves that had some sort of, I don't want to say workings, but like, let's just say had made you become a better person, right? Subjectively, people can say, oh, wow, that's awesome or whatever. And I'm glad that you from being, I'm not saying this is you, but I'm just using the example. Like you were an ass before and now all of a sudden you're like the pinnacle of society's, good person or whatever. But at the same time, then after it's kind of like, yeah, but every single time I go outside and I feel the elf dancing on my head, it'll rain. And people are going to be like, okay, well, you must be out of your mind. But it's like, but hold on. You had the subjective experience of the machine elves that made an influence and an impact on you. The elf dancing on my head has obviously made an impact not only on myself, but the environment around me. And how do you believe that the elf is even there or not, since it's my subjective experience with this supposed being?
Right.
Right? So again, it's kind of like, how do we get past the noise and not just say, you know what, everything is up to interpretation?
Yeah, we just have to agree into frameworks. That's usually the way I put it. Like, like for example, like with intersubjectivity, that occurs when different people report the same perceptions or observation or beliefs. So like many people can see the same sky or fire, or scientists can agree on the same experimental results, right? But just agreement alone between observers can make a claim reliable, but agreement alone does not guarantee objective truth. And we know that through history.
I don't know. Like, I feel like we could make a distinction between objective truth and absolute truth, because I feel like we could say, that there might be no such thing as absolute truth. But like, to me, like with like objective fact or something, or it's like, to me that's just like, so that's a verifiable, evidence-based, truth that exists independently of personal feelings, beliefs, interpretations. So like, we, and I would say objective truth would be different from intersubjective experience, because it's like you could have both be having a shared hallucination, which isn't a reliable truth, but like then there's objective truth where it's like, all right, well, the sun, the earth is orbiting the sun, we could say that's some sort of objective truth, but isn't it an absolute truth? Well, eventually the sun will expand into a red giant and will either fry the earth or swallow the earth completely, changing that objective truth.
Yep, I agree. And part of what I was pointing to is like the cognitive limits that we all have. Like, humans, we have similar brains, nervous systems, evolutionary pressures. And because of that, we humans, we may systematically sort of interpret reality in similar ways. even if those interpretations aren't perfectly accurate. So, for example, like optical illusions fool just about everyone, right? But agreement about the illusion doesn't make the illusion objectively real, right? And so there's other illusions out here that we don't really call illusions as such, like solidity, color, sounds, these are all just they arise from the way we perceive or observe the world as observers we are, like as humans. So there's kind of like a logical gap, right? So it's just so easy to reason this way, like, well, many observers agree about X, therefore X is objectively true. But that's kind of like a non sequitur, sequitur. It's like that conclusion doesn't really follow, technically speaking. At best, intersubjectivity is what's providing the evidence, not the proof.
Right, but then wouldn't you say that it's more of like a collectivity, as you stated? So it's based on the amount of information that each individual's intersubjectivity interacts with that particular thing and have a larger conclusion based on what that thing does, based on their interaction with it and their intersubjectivity.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The whole usefulness of intersubjectivity, it's like science relies on shared verification. The reason why is it helps reduce individual bias, right?
That is correct.
So experiments that can sort of be reproduced by multiple observers, it's going to create what we call strong evidence for a claim. And so this approach is really central to what we call the scientific method, of course. But science itself still treats these findings as provisional models, not absolute proof. Like proof is for math and alcohol.
It's the best way I've heard someone describe it is that science, like a scientific fact or something is like simply just the closest approximation to truth, and we can keep calibrating that approximation to get closer and closer, but it'll never quite reach 100% certainty or truth.
And that's where I think maybe I guess I kind of do agree with you now. I guess there is like objective truth and then there's intersubjective agreement. Maybe that's the best way I should say it. Like, because the agreement still can suggest truth, but it does not logically entail it, right? So I kind of agree with you there. Like intersubjective agreement, while it doesn't logically maybe prove true, objective truth, but it does show that there's a standard. Like it shows that there's multiple observers that do share the same interpretation of the same object. And history shows that entire societies can agree on something false. And so consensus itself is not evidence, but not proof of mind independent reality either, though, right? So I agree with you there. I think that there is an objective truth. And maybe what I'm saying with the idealism is that objective truth is the fundamental, whatever that is. And I think I lean towards it being something mind-like or consciousness-like, like a phenomenal, reflexive sort of condition for experience, not necessarily an experience itself or a meta-conscious sort of process. I think it's just some sort of condition that logically allows for something like experience to exist in the universe. But it also allows matter to exist as well, as we experience. But it's all within it's all within that field, whatever you want to call it. I think I just call it like the philosophers do, phenomenal consciousness, for lack of a better word. I don't even like the word consciousness because it sort of says that consciousness is a thing, and it's not really a thing.
Well, I mean, to go off, the distinction you try to make with mind versus consciousness, like you could just say that, objective truth is just things that we can verify outside the mind. And so that, it's not mixing up, things with fundamental consciousness. And it's like, to me, like, that way, but, it's like both the materialist and the idealist, it's like, you can both believe in objective truth, and say, but then also say, well, there's but is there such thing as absolute truth? And to me, like, absolute truth would be like, something that is just 100% certainly true, and perhaps maybe the only absolute truth is that is that we're experiencing an experience,
Yeah, and the reason I'm ready to like turn it on its head, this whole hard problem of consciousness, is because of that awareness of that very thing you're talking about. Like, I think we're limited in our explanations, and maybe we ask a lot of wrong questions. It's like asking what's north of the North Pole. It's like we ask a lot of dumb questions, like who created the universe?
Yeah.
Like why do we ask these? It's because we're humans. We're sort of projecting our reasoning of a relative world onto how things should work in reality. And that's not necessarily true. And so if logic means anything, and really it's the only thing we have to go by, then we can create logical frameworks and just try to make sure that they're all internally consistent, and that they do have some sort of parsimony with them, and that they do provide some sort of explanation within the framework. That's the best we can do. And so all you can really do is compare those models and figure out which one makes more sense to you.
It's like, I feel like, we would go a long way if the most of humanity would just realize we're not rational beings. It's like we have moments of clarity and
right.
Like it's like, but it's like, if history has taught us anything, it's like if you're an anthropologist like my wife, it's like you can look at terror management theory, and it's like just like the things that are born out of human ego, and it's just like, we are not truth makers or truth seekers, and
right.
No, we're storytellers, and that's the beauty of
right. There you go. That's right. We're storytellers. And that's right. And like resistance, oppression. Welcome to the channel if you're new here, man. I just noticed your chats here. Sorry. But one of the things you said is, you said, yeah, they're only logical if they work. Yeah. And that's what I'm saying about physicalism. There's a gap, so it doesn't work. It hits that gap and then it just stops. Until we can bridge that gap, it's not really going to work on that framework. And so
there's another example I wanted to throw out there. There's a real funny clip of Colbert asking Neil deGrasse Tyson, why is there something instead of nothing in 10 words or less? And so Tyson took up the challenge, and he said, words that make questions may not be questions at all. And yeah, I think you're right. Sometimes we're asking the wrong questions, and it may be out of ignorance, it may be out of prejudice, maybe a combination. Because I was listening to this criticism once of, I hear, you'll often hear theists champion like near-death experiences on, Atheist Experience or, these call-in shows, and they'll often get rejected. And some of the criticism I've heard coming from the other side, which someone said it's a near-death experience. It's not an actual death experience. And I think that was kind of missing the point. Like, I don't think, theists are trying to say, like, we're talking about resurrection here, coming back from the dead. I think inside the near-death experience, that's where a possible revelation can happen. A near-death, like ego death or something like that. I mean, that's like, we were talking about machine elves earlier. I think when you listen to a lot of the neuroscience on it, at the heights of these experiences, they talk about, your separate sense of self, the stream of, experiences that you have being worn away, because the brain can no longer construct the illusion that you're an individual or you're yourself, or, they call it ego death. And so the hard problem kind of dissolves into that and not into non-dualism. And so, if you listen to a description of the machine elves, according to the neuroscience, that would be a sub-threshold dose. You haven't reached that non-dual perception. And I think, a lot of people confuse it with Another term that gets bandied about when you talk about these things is supernatural, and I think that's also a misconception. Like I think it's not, we're not talking about transcending reality itself. We're talking about transcending the way we usually perceive reality. So time is no longer sequential. Time is no longer sequential. It's kind of seem past and future seem simultaneously.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's pretty much all I had right there.
Right. So yeah. I mean, of course, I agree with you, and I think with the NDE thing, I think you can learn a lot about consciousness by studying the anomalies. I mean, it's very anomalous to die. You're only going to do that once in your life. So when you study near death, you're discovering anomalies, and that's what scientists really like. They like the anomalies, and so maybe by looking at the extreme situations, you can sort of tie in and get clues maybe for some hypothesis that you can present. And I think it's very compelling to me, not to say that I necessarily believe there's a life after death. I don't know that. But I would say that it is sort of suspicious that no matter what culture you come from, no matter what religion background, whether you're atheist or Christian or Hindu, everyone has core beliefs, the Grayson scale. Everybody meets the Grayson scale. A hallucination is what I would expect on physicalism. On physicalism, I would expect hallucinations while the brain is dying, but we don't see hallucinations. We see the Grayson scale. And so that's sort of striking. And so while it's not really proof of anything either way, it is sort of interesting. I would agree with you there. Just same with DMT and psilocybin experiences.
But hold on. Do you mind delving in a little bit more into the Grayson scale for me, if you don't mind, just so that I can?
Yeah, sure. Sure. So let's start off with hallucinations, right?
Mm-hmm.
So a hallucination is defined as an experience you have that's nonsensical. It's sort of broken. You can, it's sort of not, it's not coherent. It's an incoherent experience. It's sort of trippy. If you've ever tripped on like certain kind of drugs, you'll have a hallucination. You'll see things that aren't there, things that don't make sense. And it's confusing. People are confused, like say you lose oxygen to your brain. You're confused, you go through these hallucinations. Grayson scale, on the other hand, tells a different story. So when people that they've studied, for near deaths, they're going to ask you a bunch of stuff on the scale. And if you meet them, then you're on the Grayson scale of an NDE, which would be like, what was your perception of time? Did it speed up, slow down, or stop? Usually they say time stopped and lost all meaning. Did you have a life review that went through every part of your life, some of it that you vaguely remember, but then it was striking, it came back to you, and it was very meaningful and profound and very clear? They say yes, that's part of the Grayson scale. You don't get that on a hallucination. Did you seem to understand unity? Did you have like a unity experience, like a oneness, love, sort of those kind of experiences? Yes, if you're on the Grayson scale, you would. You don't get that on hallucinations. It's sort of terrifying sometimes. Like peace, pleasantness, oneness. Then you have the light, the brilliant light, the tunnel. That's part of the core experience. Were senses more vivid than usual? Yes, they'll say yes, it made sense. Did scenes of the future? Did you see dead loved ones? Did you, when you came back, you can even test on the Grayson scale is even after recovery. So part of the Grayson scale is to ask, did people lose their fear of death? Did people change careers or make some sort of life change that was profound? And most of the time, people that have NDEs either drop religion or join religion or become more spiritual And so and quit particular careers that were lucrative, like a lot of extreme life changes. That's part of the Grayson scale. And usually people will meet these criteria of the Grayson scale more or less, right? But
Right.
hallucinations are totally incoherent, totally different category.
Okay, but could we not say that the Grayson scale, in and of itself, even though that it seems a little bit, let's just say, off the beaten path of a hallucination, because remember, hallucinations is predominantly a broad subject matter. It's not just based on, okay, terrifying, scary things that we run into. A
Mhm.
hallucination can also be like, for instance, like the walk to Damascus, right? When Paul walked to Damascus and had his revelation, yeah, it was a bit scary for him, supposedly, but at the same exact time, it was like he felt this oneness and everything like that about it when he supposedly met Jesus and everything towards that extent, right? So, but we would look at that and try to categorize that as a hallucination, but not necessarily as a hallucination that was bad, but a hallucination which allowed him to change his narrative, for instance, from being Saul to becoming Paul, right? And be joining the church and writing all his,
Well, that wouldn't fit. Well, what Paul went through, and I know a lot of atheists like, and I used to argue this way too. I used to just sort of categorize the Paul, given that it was true. Let's just assume that it was true.
right.
If it was true that Paul had this sort of vision and life-changing, profound enlightenment, then that would not qualify as a hallucination. That would be on the Grayson scale.
Right,
So-
but what I'm saying is that what I'm hearing, at least from you at the moment, is that the hallucinations is something completely different. But then when we look at the broad scale of hallucinations and stuff like that, it's like we're categorizing them now, right? Like it's kind of
Yeah.
like, well, if they have a good influence and they make sense, then it's not a hallucination. But if it's if it's scary and there seems to be all these stuff that is happening, out of whack and everything, then it's a hallucination. But I feel that hallucinations are much broader than just A
It
or
could
B.
be, yeah, I will give you that. And the only reason I bring it up, or I make the point, is it's only based on the literature. I don't have any firsthand knowledge of any of this stuff. I'm just kind of going by whatever I've read and researched about it. Like what they'll tell you in the literature anyways, is that the definition of NDE versus hallucination. They'll say, well, NDEs are profound, consistent, structured, rich, life review, encounters with deceased loved ones. Hallucinations are typically random, chaotic, false perception of senses and fear and all this kind of stuff. So the Grayson scale, which I guess that was Bruce Grayson that came up with that, is just his tool that measures the depth of the NDEs, highlighting the consistent core commonalities of near-death experience, which is also common with religious experiences. So Cafe could probably tell you more about that part, but there's another part that coincides with the NDE, and that's what they call the mystical or the religious experience.
Right.
And that is also something that's cross-cultural, has commonalities, and very similar, sort of like the Paul story you brought up. Life-changing, profound, all of that stuff. So I think the mistake is to say that only death is the way you're going to have a religious experience. That might not be the case. What do you think, Cafe?
Yeah, no, I think this is like often overlooked in a lot of discussions like this, and I think it's because people don't really grasp the taxonomy of these experiences because they do occur in a spectrum, and even in the the peer-reviewed literature, you'll find they separate it in these two primary categories. They'll say those emphasize what they call visionary or archetypal experiences. And this is when the mind is still in the subject-object relationship So you could relate to something. Some people, if they're religious, it could be some religious figure that they see, like Christ or Muhammad. You know, in my own case, I wasn't very religious when it occurred to me. I saw Bill Hicks in my experience, but it's always, it could be unique to the individual. But there's a level beyond that where they call the complete or unitive mystical experience, where it's no longer about the individual ego and its history, because it's essentially ego death. It's, you know, it's about this non-dual perception about the collapse of the subject-object dichotomy. And, you know, that's where these more profound NDEs are happening, or profound mystical experiences. And people, you know, that's where the cluster of those 6 criteria start to appear. And so, you know, on these measures, when someone meets a unitive or complete mystical experience, it's because they've met criteria on all 6 characteristics that define this phenomenon. And, you know, that's it's cross-cultural. It's been reported for thousands of years. So there's definitely a consistency and commonalities there that we've recognized for, you know, since time immemorial.
Are any of you guys familiar with the AWARE research project headed by Sam Parnia?
Man, I think it's the first time I'm hearing about it.
Okay, you should really look at. You will really like this, Cafe. But the AWARE program project is where they study near-death experiences with various, you know, a whole bunch of people all around the world. And anyways, key results from that awareness study is that they found that, you know, most of the people that have a cardiac arrest, like the survivors, they did experience a form of lucid dying, which is like heightened consciousness, memories of perception, and veridical experience. So what that means is like you know, if you try to fuck with your temporal lobes and cause a person to have an OBE, they will have that OBE, but they won't be able to tell you the truth about what happens outside of their body. It's like hallucination. They're telling you things that aren't there. Like they'll put up things and let you, you know, if you're really out of your body, tell me what was written on this piece of paper on the ceiling or whatever, right? Well, if you try to reenact that in the lab, you can't do it. They'll have the experience, which is more like just a disassociation from like their body, not necessarily the same sort of experience described by the NDEers. But the difference is with the NDEers, with the true people that had a cardiac arrest and did flatline, they can describe things in the operating theater with a lot of, accuracy, put it that way. So there's a lot of differences. You know, the AWARE study conducted just says that there's something really strange going on with it, something anomalous. So persistent consciousness, despite being in cardiac arrest, they report perceptions of being conscious during the time frame. Like they'll tell you things that were said or music that was playing in the, you know, and I understand that there's a lot of people that'll say, oh, that's just lies, or that's just, you know, but they've had, you know, when they do these studies, you know, if you really read into it, they make sure that they can isolate as much of that noise as possible. You know, like it's easy from our armchair to say, oh, it's just oxygen loss, or oh, it's just this or that. But if you've never really participated in the study, or you're not a scientist doing the study, or even read about it in depth, then really you're just kind of talking out of your own bias. You know, and what I would say is, instead of doing that, I just leave that subject as a mystery, a very interesting mystery to me. Like, why is it the way? Why does that occur? I don't know. Why are these core experiences happening? I don't know. But I'm not just going to say I don't know. I can't explain it. Therefore, it's just a dying brain, or therefore it's the aliens, or therefore it's God, or whatever. Right? I'll say I don't know.
Yeah, it's a more honest approach. I think instead of standing behind a desk and waiting for people to tell you the answer. You know, why not go out for yourself to, you know, I don't see why someone like Matt Dillahunty can't go to Peru and try ayahuasca or something.
Yeah.
And you can see for yourself. Because I know you mentioned Brahman earlier. I know you probably read a little bit about Hinduism, or maybe maybe you're deeply into it. I'm sure you've heard of the Atman Brahman distinction, and you know I guess one reason I lean towards the mind at large is because you could kind of think of you know, the mind at large expresses consciousness constrained, that the brain is a filter, that consciousness is you know, this larger field of awareness which the brain filters so that it's localized and you know where your body is, so you can deal with the here and now, so you can cross the street and so forth for survival reasons, as it's often put. And you know, the Atman is kind of expressed as a fractal reflection of the Brahman, like or in Greek philosophy they say that the demiurge is mimicking the nous.
Yeah.
You know, yeah, and in order to have that revelation, and so it's I find that interesting. You know, the mind at large, if it is a constraint, if our brains are filtering reality, and there's a you know, larger spectrum of reality that we're just not privy to in an ordinary state of consciousness, that may explain why when people often have these experiences that they say they're more real than everyday waking consciousness, because you know, it's not because you know, sometimes I use the Block universe as kind of an analogy, like because if that's really the case, you represent a mere slice in the totality of that block, and you know, from the perspective of the ego, all you see is the slice. From the vantage point of mystical experience, you see the entire block. And
well,
so,
see, that's totally consistent with what a lot of scientists will tell you. Even materialistic science will tell you that we're just stardust. We're just part of the whole source. You know, we're just an aspect of it. It's really the same story. It's just that we're just including the experiential side of reality as well. And that's where the problem comes in, because people oftentimes shrug, especially in the West, they sort of discount subjectivity. They look at subjectivity as either an illusion or not real or not to be trusted, or something that, you know, is like a byproduct of the brain or something like that, something not important. When in actuality, subjectivity is the most important part of existing. It's the very thing you use to know anything and to do any science at all. And so, you know, for me, like the Brahman versus Atman, you know, dichotomy, it's like, well, all it's really saying is the same thing. It's saying Brahman is the ultimate, you know, cosmic mind or whatever, and Atman is the individual self, like the soul or inner essence of an individual consciousness. So I guess according to Advaita, the Vedanta, they're sort of like identical in a way.
yeah,
The
no,
non-dualists, you know, kind of take on it, but the apparent separation is just caused by Maya, you know, the illusion, the ignorance, which comes upon self-realization and all that kind of shit. But it's the same story, really, and it's one that sort of fits, like the perennial in a perennialist way. It does fit.
The way you've talked about the near-death experiences and how most lay people just see that as a hallucination, but you know the actual experts and the scientists take it way more seriously. It's like I see that a lot of parallels when it comes to my community of trans people. It's like there are so many lay people who are just bigoted and will say we're delusional, but it's like if you ask any medical expert, any medical body, like we're not delusional. It's like we're not a mental disorder. It's like
Yeah. And in some respects, for Bernardo Kastrup anyways, this whole idea of life after death may be the defeater for idealism. Maybe that's the thing that will make idealism go away. Because if we were to verify that there is a life after you die and that you have a soul that floats off the body and you can still see and hear and experience like the world, then that kind of gets rid of non-dualism, because it kind of points that there is this separate, and then there's this redundancy problem, this inflationary issue of, well, why would evolution go through all the fucking trouble of evolving consciousness just so it can just lift off the brain at any point and still exist? Like, what was the point?
Well,
There's a lot of problems with that.
Right, but I think too, like, because the one aspect where I feel is different. I think that's why the physicalist brain, towards a certain extent, or I should say the more functionalist physicalist brain, makes more sense, because I do think that if we are able to, just like how certain scientists are trying in the neurological field, let's just say, to transpose human consciousness onto a particular thing, let's just say on I forget what the hell it's called. There's a particular name for it. It's I think it's called 8i, I believe, is human integration or something like that. And what that is that to transpose one's consciousness onto a mechanized thing, right? Whatever it may be, either in a database or in a data bank or something along those extent, that could then help you kind of live on past your point of expiration.
But would that really be you?
Pardon?
I said, but would that really be you?
Well, that's the question, right? Then after we go towards the what is it again? The ship paradox.
Is it Memorex or the real thing?
Yeah, that's it. But then after, the reality is, does it really matter? Because if it has your own thought processes and everything like that, then it technically is you. And if you remember you being alive and now you being in something else, then technically that is a you.
Well, that belief can be challenged, though, because it's kind of like what we're talking about is simulating. It's like cloning or simulating consciousness in a machine or something like that. So it's kind of like...
Well, it's transporting consciousness to a machine. It's not simulating.
You're talking about like transport. Yeah, you know the philosophical argument about that.
Well, to clarification, like when you say transport consciousness, like what's going on exactly? Like, is someone like if I were to transport my consciousness or upload my consciousness to a computer, is my consciousness still in this body, or does my body die and I'm now in the computer? Or like, are there two separate consciousnesses? Like, what's going on?
Well, now that's a good question. Is that, first off, can consciousness be fragmented? So let's just say, more complex than that, can a person be conscious within their body and also have a certain amount of consciousness within a machine itself, or uploaded consciousness in a machine? That would be, I'm not sure how that would work, and that would be very confusing.
Yeah, I think what would happen, Joshua, just my opinion, I think you would just create two people. Because actually, like, if you look at like twins, they could be, they could be just one thing when they're first developing, but as they separate, then they go on their own sort of trajectory in life and become their own experiences and things that make them who they are, but they're their own individual, unique consciousness. I don't think you would really be, I don't know.
It's because that's the thing, right? Like, would it be towards the extent of I forget what the that experiment is, where you fracture the brain, but you cut that node where it just becomes left brain and right brain towards a certain extent, right?
Oh, right, yeah. I love that. I love that experiment, the split brain
experiment. Thank you. So would it be like that, or would it be much more complex than that, as you stated, as being two individual beings? And would that being that is now new within this uploaded consciousness, is this being going to remember being an embodied consciousness in the first place? That would be very.
Well,
But back
An
to what I
interesting
was.
question.
Sorry, go ahead.
oh, I mean, to me, the issue isn't like if it remembers, before it was uploaded or not. To me, like if it's experiencing new experiences from my own experiences, like to me, that's enough. That would be like, all right, this is its own separate thing now, even though it was originally,
Agreed.
my memory is from up to a certain point.
Good point.
Mhm.
Very good point.
Well, let me ask you this. Let me ask you guys this. If I were, let's say, Josh, I was to erase all your memories out of you,
Okay.
out of your brain, and then I was to upload, somehow I could upload all my memories into your brain,
Mhm.
would you then become me?
Towards a certain extent, like it matters too, right? Like this is why I made the differentiation in the first place of having it in part and parcel, or are you transporting or uploading your full consciousness into a thing? Because if you're uploading your full consciousness into another entity, whatever that entity is, we can even look at a certain extent like altered carbon, right? Where you can move your consciousness to multiple different bodies or sleeves, as they call it, and you don't have one point of residency. You have multiple points of residency as long as that chip is within the back or the nape of the neck of this sleeve, right? But the question then lies, it's not that the person could send multiple, let's just say, chips into the back of multiple things in order to take over, or in order to have multiply themselves towards a certain extent. Because what I think is that you either take the full consciousness or you destroy the actual consciousness of a person. I don't think you can part and parcel consciousness towards a certain extent. I think
Right,
that you
you
either
change.
do a full thing or you completely ruin the person.
Yeah.
Well, there are theories that we daily transfer consciousness to each other. You know that?
I'm intrigued.
Yeah, like through language, body language,
Oh, yeah.
relationship, all of that. We sort of pick up on the impressions that other people themselves hold just by using the same expressions or same language, stuff like that. It's really interesting. So it may not even be necessary, but I know what you're talking about. You're kind of really going back to that teleportation problem, which is really like identity and continuity. Like, is the uploaded mind really you, or is it just a copy?
Yeah.
Like, your subjective experience, the first person's perspective may not transfer, only the information does. Like, why, it could really maybe clue us in on a lot of really important stuff if we could actually try that, like really transfer the information of a brain into another and see if that first person perspective lives on, or whether there is any kind of quality that goes along with information.
I mean, from my understanding, like you were, Scott, you're bringing up the point of like, oh, like if I were to like try to swap mind and body with Josh, it's like, oh, would I become you, and would you be erased and whatnot? But to me, that doesn't make
point. Yeah, I know, because you still got to explain the first person. Yeah.
Well, not only that, but to me, like that seems more like illogical. If we're so like let's go back to your distinction between consciousness and the mind. So like when we're talking about the mind, we're talking about the what do you call it, the
intelligence,
the connection between the mind and the brain, right? Like
right.
There's all these memories and everything that's like if you poke or poke and prod or remove certain parts of the brain, it's like you might lose a memory or your personality might change. And so it's like, to me, like if you were to do an actual mind swap with somebody, it's like to me, realistically, what would happen is that you would have no memory of the actual mind swap, or that you were formerly, Scott. It's like now you would just have Josh's memories, and you would, you would, for all intents and purposes, be Josh, and now Josh would be you, and it's like there would literally be no change.
Yeah, it would just be a clone. That's what I'm saying. Copying mind is not the same as transferring self. Like at best, you just get a clone. Like you're just all the memories of Josh. I'm all the memories of Josh and everything. But see, my body's different. If you think about realistically how consciousness works. It's, epiphenomenalism is false. This whole idea that consciousness is like steam off a train engine or something. No, we know that there's such a thing called neuroplasticity. So the more you learn and experience stuff, the consciousness has a sort of a backwards effect onto the matter itself. So it creates like more synaptic connections in your brain.
Yeah.
So
and I would say
that's the basis of learning and all that. So my brain is going to be looking like the experiences I've had. It'll be like the third person representation of all the experiences and memories and teachings that I've ever had. But if I put all of that into a different appearance, like maybe into Josh's, well, he doesn't have those neural synaptic connections.
Yeah, I would say the more interesting question is like, is your brain, the brain mind, like, is that you, or is the whole organism you? Because like, if we were to let's do some science fiction of, we were just able to swap your brains with Josh. Like now his brain is in your body and your brain is in his body. Are you now Josh? Or are you Scott still, but you're just in a different, organism? It's like, is he now Scott because he has your former body?
Yeah, it kind of goes back, kind of reminds me oddly of that whole free will argument. Like in a way, if you think about it, like, we are the result of all our priors. It's like, if you think about like, how can I argue that we are the collection of, not just my brain, but my body, but you can actually go farther than that. You can argue that we are the collection of everything using like a philosophical, scientific, and experiential angle. Like the idea is essentially like holistic and idealist. Of course, the self is not just the body or brain, but it's all the interactions, all the relationships, phenomena that constitute your experience. So you could say like start with the nature of experience, for example. Like everything you know, feel, or perceive is really mediated by your senses and your mind, right? So your perception of the world is not separate from the world itself. In that sense, you're inseparable from the totality of your experiences, which include other beings, events, and matter. So the argument could be that if consciousness is what experiences the world, and all of your experiences are connected to this external phenomena, then you are, in a sense, a collection of all that exists in your experience. So that's sort of like a non-dualist, mereological, nihilistic sort of argument. But I think it kind of makes sense what you're saying, because reality is essentially experiential. And individual minds are disassociated from other things we experience, right? So you're not really just a standalone observer. Your identity is sort of localized, but you are in a context. All your priors, environment, experiences, learning, everything.
It's kind of like what Alan Watts said when he said, "You're the works. You're the entire works of the universe happening at the moment of where you're at right now." Or kind of like the mystic doesn't identify with the material body. They're the great self or the Brahman. That's their true self. That's why they don't fear death, because death, it only happens to their material body. They're greater. they identify ultimately with the great self or the Brahman.
It's the same thing Carl Sagan said. Carl Sagan said, "We are the universe experiencing itself."
Yeah.
Same idea.
And you know, I know he didn't identify as atheist, but he did use the term agnosticism.
Yeah.
But you know, you mentioned earlier that like individual souls would defeat idealism. I agree with that, but I think the notion not of like Kastrup's analytical idealism, if true, then death would entail kind of like returning to Brahman, or you know, like
you're right, Kathy. See, that's the thing that confuses me, because I kind of just always assumed that on idealism there is no afterlife. You know, that all it really is you're just an excitation in the field, kind of like a whirlpool in the ocean. You know, the whirlpool is made of the same water, but once the activity of the whirlpool dissipates, it's just back to the calm waters again. And the calm waters is not the whirlpool. The whirlpool is all your experiences, life experiences. After that, it just dissolves into this, you know, static thing we call the sea of consciousness or whatever. That's kind of the way I looked at it.
Yeah.
But if you really break it down, there may be a way to say that, well, maybe you're just changing whirlpools. Maybe you're just going from one incarnation to another, which is consistent with idealism. I don't think it proves it, but it's at least consistent.
I think that's why I've always been, because I've heard Watts also, you know, talk about Hinduism, the Brahman as the godhead that plays kind of like an eternal game of hide and seek with itself. You know, it dreams that it's essentially all of us. It's the rock, it's the tree, it's you, it's me. And it never gets bored doing that, because it has to play the game, this hide and seek game, forever, you know. But in order to not get bored, you know, you every time feels like the first time, you know, because you kind of like return to the river of Lethe, the river of forgetfulness, before you come into a new incarnation. So you don't memorize all the numerous previous lives you had, you know. But yogis will say weird things like, you know, the reason we experience deja vu is because this moment is an echo of the cycle of eternity. You know, maybe that's true to some extent, but you know, there is this idea that it never gets bored, because you know it resets every single time. And so yeah, I mean, but it's like but it's cyclical. It's not linear, in that it's all progressing to like this point where every point becomes connected to every point, like where you know, the universe becomes omniscient eventually. If that happens, it just resets. It starts over. It's like another big bang, another universe.
Oh yeah, like a cycle, like the Hindus talk about.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and I think there's some even Western scientific sort of philosophies that talk about a cyclical universe theory, that maybe that's what explains, but it kind of points to an infinite regress, but that's not really necessarily a logical problem.
Have you heard the quote from Schrodinger? He said, "The total number of minds in the universe is one. In fact, consciousness is a singularity phasing within all beings." And I thought that was an interesting quote coming from, what was he, a physicist, right? And, yeah, and so like I think that, because Terence McKenna said it similarly too, like at the moment of death, consciousness retracts to whatever higher dimension it came from in the first place, which is, you know, similar to saying that it just dissolves back into that one mind.
Yeah, and you know, this stuff, to be honest, like, we understand this stuff, but for a lot of folks, like especially in Western culture, that are still kind of like locked into that materialistic paradigm, this stuff is really sort of speculative at best. But the way I look at it, there are arguments on that opinion that make a lot more sense. But I want someone to call in and challenge. I'm gonna have to get off here in a little bit. We've been on for like 7 hours, bro. That's a long time, man.
Well, now that you've made me realize how late it is, I do have to get to work tomorrow. So, I'll
Lord.
hop off.
Yeah. Okay, man. Yeah, I'll go ahead and get off too. I don't think I'm going to get many callers or people coming in at this point, but I had a lot of fun, man. And thanks for catching up with me on Cafe and Joshua. Thank you guys for
Of
jumping in, and you too,
course.
Nell, of course. Yeah, man, it's been a while.
It's
Yeah, I
been
haven't talked to you in a while too, Josh, man. So it's good to hear from you again.
It's great to hear from the both of you too. Seriously, it was a great conversation, and I think too that when we're talking about consciousness, it's much more complex. But at the same time, I think that sometimes, just like how Nell stated, we kind of make things complex because we're
Mhm.
not rational creatures most of the time. So we ask questions that seem to be so out there, but then after it's like we complicate things more than we should. So I think we should keep that in mind, where it's just understand that there could be definitely, and there's obviously things that are extremely difficult to understand, but at the same exact time we also need to understand too that we shouldn't ask, we should try to formulate the questions that we're trying to ask before we ask the question.
Mm,
Yeah.
that's a jewel. That's a jewel. Yeah,
Mhm.
man. Absolutely.
Exactly. And
Yeah.
that's why, like, as a physicalist, because I'm still a physicalist, and to tell you the truth, there were philosophers in the past. Democritus believed in the soul, but the soul dissipated because it was made out of atoms, right?
Yeah.
And the reality is that how Democritus could be right, because there are very well neutrinos going through us right now, and we don't feel it. So there
Mhm.
are obviously things that are able to interact with the body. They are physical things, but they are, the way that they interact with other physical things are completely different. So hence, what we could say is that there could be a possibility of a quote unquote soul that is, let's just say, you know, a physicalist soul, but it dies over time as well. Kind of like the second death when you look at the cultural death within certain Mexican, society, or in Mexican society, where you have the death of the person, and then the final death is when the person is no longer remembered.
Well, maybe our first person experience is the soul of the atoms. And when you're talking about it dissipating and dying off, that's what happens when our atoms cease to maintain its structural integrity.
But that's exactly what I mean, right? So the atoms could be in and of itself completely different in the structure of way they interact with other atoms. And
I agree with you
hence,
100%. In fact, I am more leaning towards that, Josh, than any other explanation, because the thing that really I think gets in the way is when we talk about what atoms are. Like, if you think about it, Democritus and even up until like 1808, stuff like around that time, atoms that was like the billiard ball model, right?
exactly.
So atoms were like solid and indivisible, and couldn't be divided into smaller parts, right?
Yep.
But now we know that we talk about quantum field theory, that they're fields. They're not really billiard balls at all. And we know that one of the entailments of a field is non-locality and entanglement. So when you're talking about the soul of the atom, what are we talking about? We're talking about the soul of a field. Welcome to idealism.
Yeah, or towards a certain extent, functionalism in and of itself.
Well, yeah, of course, it's entailed. It's
exactly.
just that's what I'm talking about when I was talking about the relative perspective versus the metaphysical one. Like, the metaphysical would say fields because we don't really see fields; they're abstractions, really, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the relative stuff is the stuff we deal with, we relate to every day, like me, you versus that and this, whatever. So yeah, I mean, the functionalism works perfectly and is a great tool and explanation for the relative world. That's fine.
Yeah,
That's
but
all.
even I think in the metaphysical world as well, right? Because a lot of times, and this is the one thing that I even forgot to bring up, and then after I'll let you all go because I know you guys gotta go. But
I'm intrigued now. You got me. So
but I feel that because there's a philosopher, an existentialist philosopher, that states that most of the time, what's happening isn't necessarily between two people, but it's between two people. Right. So that means that everything that we're doing, the reality and the impact isn't necessarily towards the person, but it's in between the two people who are interacting each other. So the space in between these two people are the very thing that creates the I thou, in a sense.
oh yeah, the relata, yeah.
Exact, and hence what when we look at it philosophically, I feel is that when we talk about consciousness, I feel that a lot of people have a way of dismantling or discriminating against information. And I feel that because people have a lot of discrimination about information, it allows us to feel that we have a subjective situation. We have a subjective thought process because we're discriminating the information. We're both being introduced the information, but each one of our brains are different between the discrimination of the information that we agree to.
Yeah, perspective.
Yes, but that's the thing, though, is that the perspective is a little bit different between the discrimination, right? Because I can look at a particular thing and discriminate it into being, oh, okay, that book fell. Well, it must have been wind. I am discriminating the aspect that it's a ghost. So it needs to be wind or it needs to be something. But other people who have, let's just say, more of a mystical understanding of things would say, no. There needs to be more to that. I discriminate against your idea of what happened. I think this.
My view is to take away, not add to that situation, but actually to take away what we assume is already there. And
Right.
that would get you to where you have a more non-dualistic view. So like when it comes to causation, like causation in a relative sense is how the mind makes sense of, like you said, the relata, right? It's the
Yes.
story we tell about the relata, how it relates. You know, there was a cause that created this in time to do this thing or whatever. But that's just an assumption based on an appearance in a limited human observer mind, where we know that science doesn't look at causation as fundamental, because causation doesn't even operate in certain domains of reality.
That is correct.
It only operates in any meaningful way as far as that relata we're talking about, that appearance.
Right.
But so I get what you're saying, and I agree with it 100%. It
Right.
really supports everything that I'm trying to say here. You're just putting it in a really good way.
But I feel the one thing, though, is that that's what qualia is
Yeah.
the discrimination of
Thank you.
compressed information.
Boom, bingo. You know what? That's what I'm saying. That's the thing about my view is that when you look at, like, when I'm talking about this phenomenal consciousness, what does that entail? Well, that entails it's like a mind. It's mind-like. So you have what we call probabilities, things that you could do, things that you couldn't do, things that do get, excitations in the field, if you want to use quantum language. And you have relations. And all of these things sort of excite out of or emerge out of that same field, right? And so it's sort of entailed in that relativistic perception, because we don't have the perception from the field. We have perception from the individual limited mind. We're like a tiny speck on a tiny planet in a huge, almost infinite universe, if it's not already infinite, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we're not going to see all this from the perspective of the field. So obviously everything that we think about and derive is going to be limited. And so limitation is just part of our thought process. But like you pointed out, we're able to sort of transcend it, because luckily, as the kind of apes we are, we're able to do math, we're able to do abstract thinking And a lot of that has worked for us on a functional level, as you point out.
Mm-hmm.
And so long as that's the case, we can do these sort of thought experiments and imaginations to come to some kind of clue on what might be going on. So I agree.
Exactly. And I think because that's just the way that I'm looking at qualia at the moment, is because I don't think that qualia is based on like I'm experiencing something. I feel that qualia is I'm discriminating against what I'm feeling.
You're getting there, man, because you're saying that identity isn't, you're questioning the identity isn't necessarily locked into the things we assume it should be.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe these relations are part of it. Maybe the
Yes.
whole thing. And these relations, like these conditions aren't necessarily things. They're not physical things. They're just sort of like conditions. That's the best way to put it. They're conditions that make truths and facts possible and impossible, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if experience is part of the natural world, then it kind of logically follows.
That's it. And I think that's the whole
Damn,
entire
Josh.
thing.
You're fucking
And-
genius, man.
Right? And I think
Fuck, man. Now you've given me more fuel to really. Now
And
I
I
really
think-
need to write this down, dude. Thank you so much. When
No
did you started thinking about this?
because that's the one thing I feel. I started thinking about this about a year or two ago because I always used to see theists run towards consciousness, run towards the brain because to me, this is just the way that I think, but I think that that's the only safe haven there is.
Yeah.
Consciousness. And as soon as consciousness is answered, I do not believe that there is any more safe haven for the theist.
Right.
But as long as the theist can say consciousness is unique in and of itself, it cannot be a hard problem. Right there, they have, the flagship that they can go through the waters with and dodge the shots that individuals are firing at. Not necessarily just atheists, but whoever it may be, agnostic, maybe another theist in and of themselves. Who knows?
What they'll do is I suspect, I don't know for sure, a lot of people are dogmatic, but possibly, especially with Christianity, just knowing Christianity's track record, what they would probably do, like if they were to find out like your theory here about the relata and the conditions being the grounding of consciousness, like in that sort of overall field or whatever, they would just relabel God as that thing, as they always do.
But I feel that that's like you can only relabel to a certain extent.
I know.
And the more that you try to relabel, more individuals will start to question that relabeling. That person may believe, and that's perfectly fine. But the other people on the outskirts who are listening to this person in the beginning, and and now all of a sudden it's
They
like,
see
wait, we're
problems,
moving the
yeah.
goalpost.
Yeah.
And I think
because you can see problems with it, because then you can see the thing is like I think what you're getting at is like the Christian God entails so many other things though. And now you have to explain that. So how does that fit into that condition or whatever? Like everything is dependent. Like it's a relation. So it's like the brain is just half the story. And then there's all your experiences, learning, the condition for relations and everything, all your priors, all the conditions that exist all the way from the field level, from the beginning level or whatever, how are you going to put it?
Yes.
All of that sort of counts. But God doesn't fit there.
But I would say even other, and I think that would answer your question when you shot at when you stated to me, do you still believe in sun worship? For me, I did the same thing as I'm doing with all the other gods that have popped into my head, And the reality was that the understanding of it didn't make sense, because the one thing is, it's like, okay, now you're just transposing something onto a like a physical structure in order to try to make it more personal with the world and relatable with the people. But the reality is that no matter how you do that, that in and of itself is you transposing onto that thing. That
Right.
thing isn't transposing onto you. You are feeling a particular way on this thing, and you are adding attributes to the
Projecting,
thing
yeah.
that you are feeling.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yep.
Exactly. And I feel that a lot of theists, and even atheists towards this extent, do. They project. Hey, I've read this, and this. So that means there cannot be any possibility of A, B, C, D, or E. And it's like,
Right.
wait a
Right.
minute.
There you
Whoa,
go.
whoa.
There you go. So now you're getting at the whole problem I had with some of these atheist community stuff. You know, like, I'm still considered an atheist because I don't really believe in a personal God or an omni God or anything like that. But still, a lot of these atheist groups don't really entertain me too much, because my views are sort of out of left field from materialism or physicalism. Now, my argument was, being an atheist does not entail philosophy and worldviews. Atheism isn't a worldview. My thought was that atheism was just one response to a singular claim.
Mm-hmm.
But as it turns out, if you also don't believe in X, Y, and Z, then you're also not invited to the party.
Absolutely. Like,
That's
and
the problem I'm having.
Mhm.
And I think me and you, Josh, we teamed up to do a channel. I think on your channel, we were supposed to be addressing that problem, because I think we were both going through that. Remember?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, we were. And sadly, life brought me down another way. And that's why even right now, or whatever, I can only go on for maybe like 10 minutes, and after I gotta put my little one to sleep. But
Okay.
the situation that I'm the reason why I love consciousness so much now, more than I have in the past, is because it also helps understand the brain in and of itself and consciousness, and it allows us to kind of look at consciousness as being one with the brain. So I
Right.
would say I'm more of a monist in that
Yeah, me
aspect.
too. Me too. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So I feel that, and that's, or not feel, but when you have the split brain experiment, there's a reason why that the brain interacts in that way, and that consciousness seems to be fractured in that way as well, right?
Yes.
And it makes me understand that consciousness, we like to mysticize consciousness,
Right.
but a lot of the times when we are shown certain things, and I would even say the atheists too, they're like near-death experiences, that is still very difficult to interact with, because it's kind of like, okay, well, you can't take away the experience that a person had, their subjective experience. They can believe whatever they wish, and they can tell you whatever they wish, and it's up to you to believe them or not to believe them.
Yeah, that's it. And you know, and when you start making hypotheses that go maybe against their story or something, you're kind of committing a fallacy there too, because what you're doing is you're trying to make the experience or the data fit your theory. You're not letting the relay of the experience, the anecdote, tell itself. You have to kind of like change it a little bit so that it fits more neatly into your worldview. It's
Exactly.
like as an idealist, I used to do that. I used to be like, well, I have to like, maybe it's just a lack of oxygen, or maybe it's a hallucination, or maybe whatever. But when I listen to these people's stories, and I can't just grant that they're all liars, right? Like, that's not very honest of me to do that. So I would have to say, well, if they're all telling the truth and that's really the impression they got, it's very interesting, because that experience entails things that are not classified as your general hallucination, right? And so it did cause a problem for me in my idealism, because I'm like, how can I fit? What can I really attribute to this that'll maybe their story isn't what they think it is. Maybe They're just using language to explain it a certain way that makes sense to them. But actually what's really going on is X, Y, and Z. Well, that's kind of fallacious because I'm trying to change it to make it fit my worldview. And I don't want that guy, you know?
That's true, but I also feel, and I believe that Cafe might push back on me, and I really hope that you do, my friend. But the one thing that I see is that a lot of theists that do have a religious experience, and those who are mystics, right, always stay within their camps.
Oh, yeah.
They always do. So they may say, oh, everything is connected and everything, like the Brahman and everything like that, and you're like, oh wow, but they're still on the spectrum of whatever they believe within their Hinduistic thought, right? Because Hinduism is just an amalgamation of all the religions that are within India. It's not just the one essence or whatever, but it's based on how that person thinks. You can have a Sikh that believes that all people are the same and all religions go down the right aspect and everything. But then after, when you look at the books that they read, even after they have their religious experience, it's predominantly those that are written by Sikhs.
Well, yeah, and I think what you're pointing to is a fact that I think we can all agree with, is that, you know, as you had mentioned before, us humans, we're storytellers. We try to make sense of our experiences. And if you think about organized religion, religion is just a big story. It's a story. It's a bullshit story, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
But it contains the core things, like, you know, the core, you know, the Grayson scale. It you know, at least on the mystical side of it, right? It'll contain the Grayson scale, like the Paul story or the resurrection, something like that, right? So these can be interpreted, or they all seem to be saying the same thing in all religions. But why then do they all stick to their own tribes? Why do they all stick to their own story as one that's true?
So towards a certain extent, it seems that they have this mystical experience. They believe that all roads lead to that one road, but they stay on the road that they
want, right?
Exactly. And it's not that they independently move out of the road, right? Like that, like I believe that Cafe may push back on me in that area and state, well, no, they do, like, yeah, they're still within their camp, but they're kind of like out of their road as well, and they're more peaceful, and they're more this, and they're more that. And I would completely agree with Cafe on that aspect. But what I'm also stating is, why don't they just become independent? That's my number one thing. You can still believe in a God, but just be like, hey, I'm not part of any of these other faiths.
Did you see that interview, Josh? Did you see that interview with Alex O'Connor and Swarmy?
No, I have not.
You have got to see that. So he's talking exactly about what you're talking about. Now, he's a Hindu philosopher and worshiper, and it's been doing it. You know, I guess you know who Swarmy. He's a real popular guru,
right?
But he's a Hindu teacher. And Alex asked him the same thing. Like, well, if what you're saying is that there's just non-duality and it's monism and it's all just tied in together, the commonalities and all that, well, why do you stay a Hindu and you don't invite into your life Christianity or anything like that? And so I think you would be really interested to watch that video, because the guy has his answers for that. And they make sense. But I will also say that not a lot of people are swarmies, though.
You're
you know,
right. But
most people are, like you said, just tribal and, you know.
Right. But what I'm saying is that he is a philosopher. He's a Hinduist philosopher, right?
Mm-hmm.
But my number one thing is that why go on the same trodden, beaten path? My thing is, why not create your own path?
Yes.
Get out of the bubble of all the rest of this other nonsense and noise and create your own path.
Yep.
But instead, they always stay within the path that they grew up in. They are too afraid to move independently. So they are enlightened, but they are frightened.
And they still suffer from cognitive dissonance or or they still suffer. Well, I wouldn't say cognitive dissonance, but maybe they suffer from bias in some way. Like, and what I can appreciate is if somebody will admit their bias.
Yes.
Like say, well, I agree that my religion is just as true as every other religion in the world, but I'm kind of sticking with my religion. Not because I think it's more true than theirs. Like I said, we're all equally true. I'm sticking with mine because it's what I know. I know the language. I know the stories. I know I'm familiar. So
Exactly. They know the language game of their belief. And
Yeah.
henceforth they stay within the belief that they know the language game of. But that's the thing, is that supposedly these experiences are so big that they're supposed to move the person outside of the field of
Right.
tribalism.
See, that's the thing on the Grayson scale. When I was telling you about, and I interviewed him. I don't know. I think I told you I used to go to these International Association of Near-Death Study meetings every weekend, and I would.
Wow.
I did that every weekend when I was living in California for a long time, and I used to just interview people and put stuff together. I was trying to put like a show together, a video, a documentary, or whatever. But I went through all this interview. Now, I'm not saying every one of them do this, but everyone that I interviewed left their religion. Most of these people, I think there were maybe one or two atheists in the group, but they remained atheists. But the other ones, they left their religion. So
And they just went into their own mystic
And
way,
they're
like
all-
spiritual.
look, all I know is I had this experience. The religious people lied to me. It was nothing like Jesus was a savior and I need him to my soul or not. It was nothing like that. There was no judgment. There was no anything. There was just this peace, this love, this blah, blah, blah. That thing got them out of their long held. A lot of them were Catholics. And actually, we held the meetings at this Catholic church in Orange County, California. And and even the guy that hosted it, he was one of the officials for the Ions, and he was also a Catholic priest. He didn't ever have a near-death experience, but I always asked him, "Well, you're a Catholic." He's like, "Yeah, but it don't mean anything. I'm for everybody." But most people just left their religion altogether. They said, "Why do I need that? Why do I need a religion? I've already been enlightened. Why do I need to go here and do that?" And I think the priest guy, he was mainly still doing it. His justification, because I interviewed him too, and his answer was, "Well, I want to reach people from within the organization rather than just run away from the organization, because I understand a lot of what I believe and am talking about and doing is considered heresy. But I'm going to stick with it because I'm going to try to make changes from within." So that was his excuse, but most people just left. Anyways, Robin, what a treat. She jumped in. How you doing, Robin?
Well, because like I come on here and y'all were still on here, I was like, oh my god, and I don't even have any idea what y'all are arguing about right now. Or I was like, they're still here. I don't know what. Like, yeah, that's cool.
Dude, we could throw a stick on the ground. We'd argue about that shit.
Well, I didn't mean to argue. I meant like debating. But yeah, I was just like, wow, this is dedication here. Like,
I don't know. For me, it's just I get carried away. Like I lost track of time. Like I can't believe it's been 7.5 hours. I thought I just fired the shit up a minute ago.
yeah, I think it's Sophia was like, the heck with all this, right?
Yeah, she thinks I'm crazy, man. I don't know how you do it, man. But these conversations just get to me. You know, they just I love them. You know, as you know, like I started off kind of an agnostic. I really didn't think about God and, you know, consciousness or anything like that when I was a kid. My family was just a cultural Christians, so they never really made me go to church. But when I went to visit my grandma, my Nana in Tallahassee, Florida, she made us go to church every Sunday during the summer. So that's where I got introduced to religion. And then as a kid, it sort of made me think a little bit about, but I had a very, they're not very good at explaining shit. They just preach to you all day. So it didn't kind of went out one in ear and I had to go, it's boring. But then I started growing up and facing a lot of life's challenges. And I remembered the religion, the teachings of my grandma. And so I started looking into religion and Christianity. It didn't really make a whole lot of sense. And so I kind of was off and on with it. But then Jehovah's Witnesses came to my door, preached to me and spent a lot of time with me to answer a lot of questions. And I was just a young man. I didn't know anything about epistemology, like the theory of how to know things or why you believe what you do. I didn't have any of the tools that I really needed as a young man to make a commitment like that. And I ended up committing to it, marrying someone I had no business marrying because I didn't want to live in sin, and doing a lot of things. I became very passionate, very zealous, going door to door, talking to preachers, this and that. And finally I got stumbled, man. An atheist stumbled me right out of the fucking religion, man, and started teaching me about epistemology. And I started realizing, you know what? I don't have a really good reason for why I believe these things. And so I left as an angry atheist, but then I became very skeptical, and so much so that I became skeptical of just about everything. So that's what kind of landed me into my worldview here. It's built out of skepticism, not adding beliefs or trying to believe anything. It's like a hyper skeptic position, maybe.
That was a hell of a story right there.
I know, man.
Like, yeah, that's, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, do you have any questions about the topic? I mean, I'm not going to stay on here too much longer.
Oh, I just come in. I don't even know. Like I said, I didn't even wait to see what y'all were still had the topic about. I just, I'm going to show up since you've been streaming for like an entire day, and I never at least want to be put in an appearance.
What the hell is he talking about that's so damn important?
Yeah.
So we were just going over theories of mind. I mean, a lot of this stuff is not for everyone. I don't really know you that well, Ramen, but I get the idea. A lot of this philosophy for a person like you, it may be maybe a passing interest, but it wouldn't be something that means a whole lot to you. I don't know if I'm right about that, but
I do a lot of I hang out on Painburn, which is a Discord channel. We do a lot of philosophy over there, but I'm pretty new to it, but we do a lot of philosophy over there. So
gotcha.
I listen to it, a lot of it. I don't really, not competent in having all the conversations, but I do listen to it a lot. It is interesting.
It's a lot to it. There's a lot of terms that if you're not familiar with may sound like word salad or whatever. If you are interested in philosophy, I wouldn't dare want to be telling you what philosophy to really look at over another. I'd say look at everything, but I would say at least get familiar, especially philosophy of mind, which is kind of my big, specialty or whatever focus is. I think about, I get familiar with a lot of logical fallacies, especially among categories, because category errors is one of the fallacies that gets very easily entailed in these sort of conversations.
Yep. I do hang out with a lot of philosophers, and they're not Phil bro. They're actual they're very stickler on their philosophy. But that's not on YouTube, but on Painburn.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But it's interesting.
What I would say, if you're wanting to check out any type of philosophy, Robin, I would say check out the existentialist school. It's actually pretty interesting, and I've just started reading up on them, and it's pretty damn interesting. Like Friedrich Nietzsche, Sartre,
Hume.
Who?
Hume.
I have Hume's books. I have I have a few. I have in my library. I have some books in there that are like philosophy, and then I like one of my good friends on Pangburn. He's actually Nietzsche is like his dude that he loves. So I get to hear a lot about his philosophy stuff too.
Yeah, Nietzsche is pretty cool. Nietzsche is a pretty cool dude. But the reason why I talk about existentialism is because there's so much, but when you combine them together, they actually create a beautiful fucking narrative. Like, beautiful narrative. Like, Sartre believes in absolute free will. I'm not a big fan of the absolute free will angle, but I do believe that he is correct when it comes to when a human being gets stumped by something and there's that moment of thinking between two ideas. That aspect, towards a certain extent, is the battle of wills. And so it's not like, oh, I can think of millions of things or whatever, and all of a sudden, yeah, that makes me a free willer. No. But it's based on towards the extent of like, okay, I'm going to go and I'm going to buy this thing, and you pick it up and you're like, oh, I'm about to, and then you think about it and you're like, fuck, do I really want this or do I not? Right there's an aspect of probabilism. But probabilism comes from the arguments of free will.
Yeah.
That they say within a world that's deterministic, you still have a bit of a fucking choice that you can make.
Yes, like there is choices. I am a determinist, like a Robert Sapolsky determinist, sort of.
Ah, okay.
But
so you and I are in the same camp there.
But I actually have like this weird like proposition that I proposed to all the people on Pangburn that nobody has been able to really for me to explain this to where they thought I would knew what I was talking about. That I feel like that once we developed the scientific method and we started making decisions based on data that normally would not have been available to us, sort of like at an earlier time period. And so we stopped addressing or reacting to things in a way that was evolutionarily, that we would have done just like, this is what we normally would have done.
Yeah, like motivated, yeah.
But like like at this certain time, like a few hundred years ago, as a society or as people, we would have responded this way to something like this. And now that we have some information that we've gathered through the scientific method that have explained maybe some things that we didn't understand before, and we can use that to actually make a different decision about responding, then I feel like that is where we get free will. That's me. That's where we actually gain some amount of free will that we actually didn't have prior to having better facts about reality. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
I can see that.
Yeah.
And that's why, like, when we sit down and we even have these type of discussions and conversations and everything, because a lot of people, including myself, when we think about determinism, we think that, nothing is within our control. Everything is kind of just happening around us, and we just gotta, kind of like Stoics, for instance, just you do with what we can deal with, and just let the other shit kind of just slide off your back. Like if anything happens to you and it's out of your power, it was meant to happen type of thing. For me, I'm not necessarily in that camp. I don't believe that. I think that people do have an aspect of will behind them. Now, is that will allowing individuals to break free from the deterministic arrow that is directing us into a path? Not necessarily. But I do believe that when it's within your sphere, there's a lot of things or certain things that you can do which can actually, I wouldn't say break the arrow, but could change the outcome of things.
Well, what you're saying is that the universe is entrapping us. It's kind of like if you give a person so many options, you're kind of leading them into where you want them to go.
Yeah.
You're like, doing it like that. You're kind of, that they're going to want this because this is what people want. So let me exploit them and lead them So you're kind of saying that the universe is sort of blindly entrapping us.
Towards a certain extent, yes, because we are doomed by our own methods in a sense. So a lot of times we are entrapped by ourselves and by the universe. But when we do have those momentary times where we're not just,
Entrapped,
droning about, let's just
yeah.
say, that aspect of thinking, that aspect of being, hold the fuck up, I'm what's about to do this, why?
Yeah.
That right
You're
there
right.
is that probability. That right there is like, okay, and why are you thinking about it? Is the question.
There you go. So you're doing it. You're making another idealistic argument because you talk about probability and you're relating it to a mental decision, like a mentality, a choice that you mentally decide, but it's a relation. Again, you're going back to what you were talking about. You're relating to the probability distribution. So it's kind of like a rational universe. It's kind of like, reminds me of what Einstein said, that the most mysterious thing about the universe is how understandable it is.
Yeah, okay. Einstein was like maybe understandable for Einstein. I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's
But
right.
it was quite as understandable for the rest of it. It's like he maybe
For real.
Yeah.
Well, not all of us can be an Einstein. That's for damn
That's
sure.
right. Some of it's not even close. But
Not at all. But I'm just saying that, there's that potential. Again, potential. Like there's that condition that's there that allows for this sort of experiences, these sort of experiences and things to actually arise out of, So it's not just the brain. It's not just your body, your nervous system. It's not just the planet you live on. It's just not the time you live in. It's all those things combined together and even more things you're not even aware of that create your experience today,
yeah.
That's it. That's it.
To me, I think we all probably have our own, where we put ourselves on that. But I think that, being able to have conversations with people who believe other things, and your beliefs, these kind of beliefs to me are not threatening. To me.
Right.
So
It's just mental masturbation, Robin.
Yeah, if somebody holds a belief to where they believe that this certain group of people don't deserve rights or less,
Right.
I mean, then I'm going to be very threatened by the conversation with that person on their ideals. But I like hearing these kind of ideals. Because I can always be wrong. Fallibility is one of my.
And that's the only reason I do this and talk about it. I just like to give because most people are not in my belief system. So what I like to do is just kind of chat. I don't want to believe what I believe. I could give a fuck less. But I'm just saying I would like to challenge those who are willing to challenge those assumptions going into their beliefs and mine, just to have that sort of intellectual exercise, because I think we benefit.
Yes.
It helps. It keeps Alzheimer's away, for one thing. You're having to use your brain and stuff and think through things. So it's a big challenge. It's like exercising the brain,
Well, I had a stroke, and so it's probably I think it's beneficial for mine because.
Yeah, you're increasing synaptic connections and all that. Yeah.
Try to reconnect some of my neurons that maybe have been affected by that.
Oh yeah, man. That's it. We were kind of talking about that earlier about could we teleport Robin's consciousness into Josh's consciousness? Because your brain is wired up a certain way. Your brain has synaptic connections that Josh's brain doesn't have.
You don't want to do that, Josh. You don't want to do that.
hey, maybe I might want to have, a different experience.
Trust me. It'd be a different experience, all right.
It'd be a trip.
But no, that's why. Like, one of the big things, and the one thing that I love about consciousness, or when people talk about it, is when they talk about not Rousseau, but whatever the hell his name is. I think, therefore I am. That's the first big.
Oh,
Yeah,
Descartes.
Kant.
Descartes, thank
Yeah.
you.
Yeah.
Descartes. But a lot of
Yeah,
people don't go a little bit deeper than that, right? Because they think, I think, therefore I am, and that's the beginning fundamental basis. But the reality is, and that's why I get it from Heidegger, for instance, is that I am thrown into the world, therefore I think, therefore I am.
Yeah, and
So
that's
if you
the
were
thing
not
about it.
thrown into the world, you would not be thinking.
Right, because what you're doing there is you're making the distinction, the conceptual distinction between epistemology and ontology.
Mm-hmm.
Ontology is that world we got thrown into, but then the epistemology is the only thing we can know.
Is I think, therefore I am.
Right,
Because
that's
you
the only
can't
thing we
choose
have.
anything based on where you were born. You can't choose what language you learn. You can't choose what country or planet or whatever the situation is. You are just thrown. But once you are thrown, then comes I think, therefore I am.
Well, I part with Descartes on a little bit of that, because I think that, like, we can show through a lot of research that our senses are not always accurate, and I think that Descartes was saying in that statement that his senses were sufficient to assume that what he was like, his experience was absolutely correct. Like, you know what I'm saying? Does that make sense?
If he was saying that his perceptions were
accurate,
were accurate to the numerator, like
I think that we should have less, probably, like trust in our senses, like, confidence in our own senses, that we should be leery of that.
they can be wrong. Yeah, we know that our senses can that. It seems like to me the brain's number one primary directive is to fool you. It's always to mislead you or provide some kind of illusion.
Yeah, well, it's not that.
Yeah, so long as it pays off.
I was about to say it's not that it's trying to, but it enjoys shortcuts.
Yes.
Yeah.
At least amount of energy or whatever. The simplest, and the one, and we developed like the one that would keep us most safe, because the people who didn't use that shortcut died, probably. So the animals.
Yeah, the heuristics. And this is why we have like these type 1 and type 2 errors. We have biases, cognitive biases, motivated reasoning bias. We all suffer from that, not just religious people, but everybody. We all share that. We're all human. And by being aware of that, you kind of get clued in on reality.
Yeah.
At least part of what we can entail in reality now that we can kind of put into our file is that, okay, what I'm experiencing isn't the reality. It's just a perception of reality. But one thing that I would say that I do agree with Descartes is, even if maybe we don't see reality as it truly is, we are experiencing something. So we might be a brain in a vat, but we can still say we exist. We just exist as a brain in a vat. So,
what got me is Descartes. Like, he also used that same reasoning to end up that with making it to where it was rational for God to exist.
Oh yeah,
and like, so see, that's where I feel like that his reasoning actually wasn't as accurate, because I've reasoned my way to the other position. So
nothing about that like he was talking about the basis of his epistemology. I think, therefore I am. I at least know that. So I can build upon that. But epistemology is not ontology. God is an ontological claim.
Yes.
It's like a claim about what really is. And epistemology doesn't get you there. It only gets you about your own private subjective perception. It doesn't tell you anything about the actual world.
But I say much respect to him for even going through the whole thought process thing that he did, because like
Yeah.
lots of people never did that and still
No.
don't. So
Yeah.
Well, it's one of the reasons why I like this channel. It's like a lot of the people who come on here, it's like they are aware of their own biases, and so we're able to push past that and have, very interesting conversations.
I know.
And
I have a
also,
great audience, man. I love you guys, man, because you guys are very intelligent, coherent. Even if we don't always agree, probably never do. I don't give a fuck. As long as we're having this kind of conversation and we're able to reason through it together and at least understand each other, I think that's saying a lot.
Yeah. And what I like, what Robin was saying earlier is that, we're not talking about the, other people's existence, if you were, if someone to come on here and, start talking about, exterminating my, people like me, like, trans woman, it's like you would get rid of them immediately.
Oh yeah. Imagine, you could do that with any, and see, this is what I say about metaphysics in philosophy, all these sort of metaphysical questions and things we're talking about, ontology and stuff. What's more important than any of that is just the way you treat other people, like the ethics for me is what's mainly, because you can be an atheist and still be a moral person. And you can be an idealist or a non-dualist or a dualist or anything, a religious person, and you can still be a nice, genuine, caring person, very empathetic. So I don't really care about one's metaphysics, or even if they have any. I could care less. I do this just for fun. What I really like about people is how they behave, how they relate to each other. That's what's really important to me. So
I appreciate the safe space that you create for all of us here, Scott.
yeah, man, it's a safe space, even for you.
I mean, it's true. I mean, like, one of the reasons I'm thinking about just quitting Facebook, I'll still use the Messenger, but it's like, I just come across people who are like, oh yeah, we should eradicate, trans people. And I'm just like, what? What do you even say to that? There is
That's
nothing you
crazy,
can say.
man. Like,
I don't want to say too much because you're putting yourself in danger. Yeah, I agree with you. Like I don't have no time for people like that at all.
Fuck that. And it's usually that kind of stuff usually comes from, ironically, religious people.
Well, yes, mostly. I mean, but there are some very hateful atheists who are very anti-trans, like openly, like and they are probably to me some of the most horrible people on the planet because they don't even have the excuse of childhood indoctrination and stuff like that to blame their bad ideals on.
Exactly.
That is funny. I'm going to post up because Cafe posted up his article, so I'm going to put it in the live chat so people can go back and read it. Oh no, that's the wrong one.
I mean, I feel like a lot of the anti-trans and even anti-gay or something like that comes out of ignorance. Like a certain amount of ignorance that to where people, just don't understand the different, they don't understand biology. They have a fundamental misunderstanding of developmental biology, but when you're an atheist and you, of course, not all atheists understand biology. I will say that, but like when you're an atheist and you can't blame it on that right there. My book says this, and I was taught since I was a child about this book being this way. To me, those are like some of the worst people I can't deal with them people at all. Yeah,
I mean, it's so prevalent in society. I hate it. it's like, you know, I was just talking to Josh. We some years ago, because, you know, me and Josh, we kind of started off like just, you know, your average atheist skeptic. You know, we were involved in all the groups and all the channels, and we had our own channels, and we did all the things, you know. And as it turns out, one thing we observed is that one thing I didn't want to believe it is that, you know, because, you know, how atheists, we always, because, you know, if a theist will say, well, you atheists, I don't trust you atheists because all y'all are just in the bag for Biden or Obama. Like, all you atheists are liberals, you're all progressive, you're all
gross.
They bring up all this other stuff, right? And so me and Josh used to always argue with these people to say, look, atheism isn't about any of that. Atheism is just one response to a singular question.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how we went along with it. And people appreciated that. But then once you evolve as an atheist and you start being skeptical about and start changing maybe worldviews or philosophies, you start realizing that you're no longer welcome in those groups.
Mm-hmm.
So you can be an atheist so long as you also go along with, you know, the politics, the worldview, the philosophies and stuff like that. Otherwise, they really don't have a whole lot to do with you. And we kind of were like, well, that's odd, because don't we all sort of singularly say that atheism isn't a worldview? We've always said that.
But it's just come like when you learn to apply skeptical thinking to your religious beliefs, and you practice that with all your other beliefs.
Yeah.
And we tend to, a bunch of us tend to come to the same sort of camp. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But,
yeah.
And so that like I feel like that a lot of them don't do that. Like they may have applied, you know, some of this to their religious beliefs.
Yeah.
But then they just kind of stop short of like, well, my biology that I learned in the 8th grade was correct. So like I know that. So like, you know, but no, you know, they're just stopping short of applying the same critical thinking to all their beliefs.
Yeah. It's like special pleading. Yeah.
And maybe Descartes taught us that one thing in that little thought experiment. You know, he went through everything, like every single thing that he believed. He actually, you know, went and like put it to the test, like, and you know, I mean,
Yeah.
so he
Yeah, I agree. It's like people want to be skeptical up until it gets in the way of their beliefs. Like if they're ready to leave religion for whatever reason, then they'll go ahead and use the skepticism for that. But now you're talking about my votes and all my other shit. So
patriarchy.
I don't think I want to use that on that part though.
Yeah, if patriarchy is something that I hold dear, you know, then I'm not going to be
Right.
about
There you
like,
go.
I'm not going to apply skeptical thinking to critical thinking to like biology and stuff. And
That's
those are-
right. That's right.
Because that messes with my belief in patriarchy.
That's right. And I saw I think I read an article about this, but it was saying that a lot of like especially like the fundamental evangelical kind of authoritarian kind of Christian, when they leave the religion, especially the men, when they leave the religion, usually they gravitate into conspiracy theories and they gravitate into other shit. Like they start getting into other religious thinking.
Yeah.
Like they've abandoned that form of religious thinking, but now they've taken on this whole other bullshit.
Yeah, it sends you into a spiral. Like I wasn't even a good Christian at all.
Yeah.
I mean, but I grew up a Christian all my life. But it sends you into, no matter what your dedication to those beliefs are, somewhat, it sends you into a spiral, sort of. Kind of quick, especially since you've been told that if grew up like me all my life since I was born. You know what I mean? So it's like it spins their whole universe around for a minute to kind of think, you know, like all my life I've been doing this, and then what about all the time that I was wasting believing this shit when I should have been like studying science or. So.
Like, I'll tell you, in my experience, I was such a hardcore Christian type, fundamentalist, Jehovah's Witness type.
God, that cracks me up.
When I finally left that bullshit, I became. I just rejected anything that was even remotely like religion. So I would never. I went totally left. Like at first, I was kind of like right wing, even though we don't vote and anything like that. Still, they're very patriarchal, and they're very male oriented and all of that kind of stuff, racist and shit. So what that did though is I wanted to be so far away from religion. I was so angry that I went along with everything that was even somehow remotely connected to it. So I made sure that I was a far left liberal. I made sure that I was a materialist. I made sure that I was I was into scientism. I just did everything that would piss a religious person. Anything that I thought would piss a religious person off, that's what I wanted to do.
Yeah, so you didn't come to any of these conclusions.
No.
It
took a long time to deconstruct out of all that. It took a while because I was real young too, you gotta understand. So I had to really just grow up and realize, dude, you're not doing shit. All you're doing is redirecting your religious thinking into some other shit. When are you ever going to think for yourself? When are you ever going to do this?
Yeah. Don't adopt something just because of. Yeah.
And I feel like a lot of atheists who were once religious, which, includes me as well. It's like, we fall into that false sense of security that, oh, we were able to get out of this one bad idea. That must mean, we're immune to every other bad idea. And that's not the case.
Case, man.
When you said that, Scott, I was imagining like this person that scratches out "In God We Trust" out of all the money.
Yeah. I was one of those guys. I was very,
Every time you buy a billboard, you flip it off, and a religious billboard or something, or a church.
Oh hell yeah, man!
Well, I used to go into. Of course, I drove a truck for all these years, and so I would go into. I fueled at the place where Greg Locke, it's the town that his church is in.
Yeah.
And so,
oh God, I hate that guy.
I know, but like I never did run into him there. But I fueled my truck there in that town, and I would go often into the ladies' room at the truck stop. And of course, it was in the middle of the night because I drove at night. And I would go in the bathroom stall, and there would be chick tracts. And do you know what those are? Those little like Bible verse things.
Oh yeah. Yep.
And I would find one of them, and I would go through every stall and collect the chick tracts and throw them in the garbage. And I felt like that was my donation to humanity. I felt so good about what I'd done. Just throwing away.
Robin, let me ask you this, Robin.
Chick tracts.
And I know that you must go through, because we all go through it. And I guess I'll ask everybody: Do you ever get Christians that say, "God bless you," or "I'll pray for you," or something like? What is your reaction when they do that?
Because I'm actually a moderator over on a Christian channel, so I'm constantly on a Christian channel, and I tell them thank you. It depends on if somebody says it in a real condescending way. I'll be like, oh, thanks. That I'll talk to myself for you too. But if they're somebody who actually cares about me, and they're saying it, and I know that they care about me, then I don't get offended. It usually crosses my mind. Well, okay. Like my truck mechanic used to say that all the time. He said, "Does it bother you if I tell you I'm going to pray for you?" I said, "It does not bother me at all." You know what I mean? Like I said. Yeah. It doesn't bother me at all. Go ahead. You know what I mean? I'm not going to be expecting any great results from it. I'm not going to hold you to it. But I feel like that they don't mean it. But if they say it in a condescending way, I probably snap back something about talking to myself for them too, or rubbing my hands together and talking to myself for them too. But most time they mean it in a good way.
Okay, that's reasonable. I don't know why I used to be so offended by that shit. I
Yeah.
don't know what was wrong with me. I used to think it was like I was on some kind of crusade.
Yeah. I'm over
I'm
that.
not like that anymore. I just let it go.
I'm over that angry thing. I'm like, thank you. I appreciate it. You know what I mean? Like, and
I'd say my response is pretty much the same as Robin's. It's like
Yeah.
unless they try to say it condescendingly, which I hardly ever come across someone who does that in person anyway. So
yeah.
it's usually genuine, and it's just like, okay, like, thanks. You know?
Yeah, thank you. You know what I mean?
I'll say praise science.
No, I just drop kick him in the chest.
Yeah.
No, I'm
I
just
feel like
kidding.
it's
I'm
just,
just
you know, I
Rambo it.
feel like it's, you know, it's just being controversial, sort of. You know what I mean? Like my mom tells me she still prays for me, and I'm like, okay.
Okay.
Yeah. It's
What about you, Cafe? I know
As a
Cafe
Christian
is-
or a mother, that's what you're supposed to be doing. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, it's the same way I feel about when I go, you know, visit my mom for the holidays, who's still a devout Catholic. It's like, you know, when they say grace, it's just like, okay, I'll let you know. I'm not going to interrupt or be like, hey, this means nothing. Why don't we just eat? You know,
Yeah.
it's just like,
yeah,
Like, no.
especially with your house. You know, like you're at their house. You know, but like I respect. I don't close my eyes usually when they do
Mhm.
prayers. I don't bow my head.
yeah,
But
I don't.
be quiet, and you know, I don't make rude comments. You know, I have told them all that, you know, if I pass away, though, at my funeral, they're not allowed to have any kind of altar call, no kind of revival shit. Nobody needs to be saved at my funeral. And I have some really good rock and roll songs that they have to play. That
Mhm.
so, but other than
Hey,
that,
man, if that juju actually turns out to work, bring it on, man. Pray for me. I'm trying
Yeah.
to hit the lottery, man. If it's any
Yeah.
chance at all, that shit's right.
I told a buddy of mine one time, I said, if I don't think that praying is going to help, I sure do not think it's going to hurt either.
That's right. Hey, Cafe. Now, Cafe is a different kind of theist.
Yes,
But-
I know what cafe is.
Yeah. And Cafe, do you say, I'll pray for you, God bless you, or respond to stuff like that yourself? How do you deal with that?
I mean, I'm really mostly unfazed, man. But when you mentioned it, I do remember Bill Hicks. Someone told him Jesus loves you, and he responded. He goes, "Oh yeah, do you know Jesus? Does Jesus know you look like an onion or something like that?" I like that. But yeah, I mean, I would probably play with it like that too. But no, I'm mostly it's never bothered me at all. I mean, I see it as like assalamu alaikum, you know, as they say,
Yeah.
like, or namaste when the Hindus, you know, it doesn't, you know, whatever, you know, gibberish that they want to say, it doesn't matter to me.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah, I understand. It's like, you know, goodwill is goodwill, regardless of what package you put it in. If you meant well, like I know my mother loves me to death, and she says stuff like that all the time. So what do I look like getting offended? Like
Yeah, because
I'm being a real dick, you know?
like I look at it this way, my mom believes this. She truly believes it, and so in her mind, you know, I may burn in hell for this, and so I mean, even though I think that is just the most ridiculous ideal, it's something she believes, and so it's stressful to her in a way. You know what I mean?
And if it's true that we don't choose our beliefs, then maybe she can't help it. She's just truly convinced.
And maybe I can't help it. That's which
Right.
I don't think we choose our beliefs. I believe we believe what we are becoming convinced of.
That's right.
Yeah,
Not
but how do we become convinced of it?
Well, for different reasons. Like children become convinced of it because we are kind of evolutionary, evolved. You know, we developed a sense of listening to our people, like the people that are care for us the most. You know, like your parents would be like, "Don't cross the road, don't play by the road, don't stick your fingers in light sockets and stuff." And so we kind of learned, we learned early on to trust those people because they care for us and they're supposed to have our best, you know, well-being in mind. And so you never think about, and then you always think, well, my parents probably No, they probably check this out. Like that's what everybody always, it's like it just everybody kind of refers back to. Well, my parents probably checked this. And, like, they probably know God exists because they probably checked this out and made sure God exists. But never crossed your mind to question it. In
Right,
fact,
but I mean, like,
nobody actually looked into this much.
right.
That's a
But
good
I mean, like,
question.
for
Joshua,
John- what's up?
you brought up a good question. Like, how do you know you believe it? Because the thing about that is, we were just talking about, like, and this relates back to consciousness. Actually, you were talking about, like, we don't really believe in free will or whatever, like the ultimate free will and all this kind of stuff. Yet every day we act like we do. Like,
Well,
we
I don't
do.
think that we act like we do. I think the way that we act is that a lot of times people, I think, conflate the two, right? I think that people conflate that, oh, we have free will, sort of like Sartre free will, where it's like absolute. Like,
Mhm.
legitimately anything that you can think of, you can most likely do. Or whatever, besides fly or whatever, like illogical things, obviously. But things that are more logical, you could do. Or whatever, through your free will. And for me, I'm like, that is not at all the case because it's based on circumstances, based on your economic situation, it's based on your society, it's based on a whole shitload of shit that allows you to do or not do certain things, or that restricts you from doing certain things. But nonetheless, I would state too that we do have that aspect of probability. And I think when people walk around, they're like either full determinists, where they're just like, or hard determinists, or they believe in the full free will thing. And people are always on one side of the extreme or the other. They can't go in the middle. There always has to be one extreme or the other extreme. And for me, I think that if people are talking about free will, or at least the ones that have actually looked at the argument a bit and part and parceled it, I think they mean that they like probability, that there is probability there. Like I can, when I think about something and not just randomly do something or whatever prior to, even though I want to do it, that right there is probability.
Yeah. Like, objective, Robin knows objective ethics and everything.
Yes.
And one of the kind of stuff he goes through with his objective morality stuff is like, and one thing he may bring up, like he'll say, some say morality is just like social preference or just a cultural opinion. But then he also says, but then people also act like they don't like things, or they say things are really wrong, like slavery, abuse, murder, stuff like that. So they rarely treat those as merely personal tastes. They actually call them just wrong behavior.
Yeah, but
So
I
he
think
would
also
make
it's the
that
way
argument.
that we're raised and the way that society looks at those things, right? Like at this day and age, if somebody was like, "Yeah, I'm for slavery" or whatever, like your ass is going to be, probably like put onto the internet, shown to a billion other people, then after like sent to your workplace, so then you get fired. Like there's ramifications for the actions that you state. But if you would have stated it back in the day,
Mhm.
you would get nothing from it. People would be like, "Damn, I love it too." Like, what?
And we
So
can't
it's just
also,
like
Yep.
it's circumstantial, and the reason why people are so, I feel like, gung ho on it, and that's why for me, like a lot of people get like upset when they turn. And don't worry, I'm not talking about slavery, but where I'm talking about everything is a gray area rather than black and white. Everything is gray. Is this a darker shade or a lighter shade of gray?
Mhm.
I
And
think that
people get pissed off at that because they're like, "Oh, well, what do you think?" And they obviously throw in the worst of the worst thing. Well, child molesters, this, that, and the other. It's like,
Yeah.
yeah, that's obviously all the way down on like the worst gray area, but it's still a gray situation.
yes, and like to me though, like I just kind of like when you think that objective, like the morals or whatever. I think that we tend to think whatever is like agreement with our morals is the moral position. Like, what I mean? Like I tend to think that the people who hold my moral like stance on things are the most moral, and that's kind of what like the it's kind of like the same thing that people have done with God. Like I feel like that's where the morality come from. They kind of projected their own morality onto God. And instead of saying I prefer these morals and admitting that, then they're like, this is what God wants. But when actually, in all actuality, is what they found moral.
Yeah, they decided how reality should work because reality doesn't know how to do it right.
Yeah, because we have like testing that shows that when like if they test me and they question about like your morals, Scott, that they can tell by my brain function that I can recognize the difference between what your position is and what my position is. Like you can tell that I can separate those. But when they ask for God's position, it's always the same as what mine are. Like if I believed in God, then I'm going to always say that God's position is going to be the same as what mine is. It's like never separated.
How convenient.
Yes. Yes.
Well, it's like, God just so happens to tell, the goat herder that if, your daughter is raped, well, now she has to marry her rapist. That's just so happens what God wants.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy. And that's what I'm saying is that when we look at it, and the other reason why I'm stating that morals are gray and ethics are gray is because it truly matters what and where you are in space and time.
Yeah.
Like that's legitimately the case. Like we like to say, oh, this is objective, or we're slowly but surely going towards a more, progressive way. But what the hell is progressive to certain people? To certain people, progressive is nobody says a single horrible thing in their entire lives, and that's the most progressive thing that you could think of. Other people think that, no, I should be allowed to say whatever the fuck I want, and you shouldn't be threatened by the words that I state. And then other people say, well, you need to care about my safe space and my this and my that, and if you don't, well, that makes you immoral. And I'm like, wait a minute. Where is the fucking line?
Yeah,
Right.
that's what we have to decide. That's what we as a society have to. That's what we're constantly having to fight with. But except for we have like a huge swath of people in this country and other countries who think that they already know the answers to where that line should be, and because their book says so.
Yep.
Instead of like having the conversation with their countrymen and their fellow humans and their neighbors, saying, where should we put this line? Where should we? What? They said, I've already been. This has been decided for me 2,000 years ago.
Right, but not only just that, right? But it seems like for certain people, right? The way that society, and this is just a little thing to throw, because this is also based on psychology and even like consciousness in and of itself, right? Is that we have built a society that we think is progressive towards a certain extent. Whatever the fuck progressive means, we think it's going in that direction. Now, all of a sudden, just like with all fucking societies, there's always something that goes right in the middle of it. And whatever was progressive, now all of a sudden seems to be the regressive thing.
Right.
And the regressive thing now seems to be the progressive thing.
Yeah.
And everything like that to either a majority or a large majority or even a small majority of individuals are able to hold on to power. And the question is, well, are those individuals wrong or are those individuals right? Does the masses claim, or do the masses make the rules and morals, or is it the few who make the rules and morals who are more quote unquote enlightened than the masses?
Yeah, that's right.
And that goes right into consciousness as well, because it's kind of towards the extent of, well, what levels of consciousness are you? Because that's the thing. I think that consciousness isn't just like nodes towards it, but I think it's fluid. It's like it's very like you don't really exactly.
The way I look at it, it's like you have to really understand the power of focus and the power of your awareness. So like that's what's going to protect you from things like like when I was in sales, like really high pressure sales a few years ago in Las Vegas, I used to do these timeshare sales, which is very high pressure.
Mhm.
And one of the things they taught you was that you have to be in charge of their consciousness. You have to direct their thinking. You have to be the orchestrator.
Mm-hmm.
You have to take
Lord.
that. You have to like put in the, and they teach you all the little hacks, all the little guiding principles to get people to be biased towards what you want them to do.
Yeah,
And
it's
so
like a
it's
con man
normal.
job. It's
Yeah.
a con man job. I hate that for you.
Yeah.
But that's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm saying, though, right? So, towards a certain extent, the idea is like, okay, we are conscious, but the question is, are there, and this would sound probably the most stupidest thing, but are there more people that are more quote unquote conscious than other individuals? And I don't
Yeah.
mean like vegetative states, but what I mean is that does more knowledge equate to
Yeah.
being
More
more
focus.
conscious?
Yeah, because consciousness is focus. So I would say, yeah, it's like I'm gonna shut the fuck up in a minute. But
Agreed.
like when I lived in Vegas, they used to have all these tests to hypnotize you in the mall or at these shows or whatever. You come on stage and participate, and they would put you in a trance, like brainwashing or whatever, right?
Mhm.
And so I used to do that, and it worked for me, you know. And part of it though was that they tell you is you have to also participate in your own, your own brainwashing. So you can't just go if you go up and if some one of these mentalists say I'm going to put you in a trance and get you to do some crazy shit. But before I do that, you have to at least let go and let me do it. You have to kind of like go along to some extent. Don't resist it, because you can easily resist it and not be put into a trance, right? And he says the reason for that, and the guy was teaching a whole seminar on this shit, by the way, but he was saying that actually the reason we know it works is because we're all in a trance every day of our lives to some extent. You know, sometimes we black out when we're driving. We don't even know how we got home. We were just focused or whatever. Or, you know, and the key to getting out of your trance is to snap out of it with focus and attention on something else. But as long as you don't do that, you're susceptible to being brainwashed and directed mentally. And so that's what salespeople already know. That's what all these companies know. That's what politicians know. So they put us in a trance by saying the same shit over and over so many times a day, exposing us to the same information, semantics, all these games, and it really just directs us. But the protection.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, Sophia's out there saying, "No way, y'all are still on." Yeah, can you believe that shit? It's like over 8 hours. It's like 12:30 at night.
It is. Well, it's 1:30 here. No, yeah, no, I don't know if I would describe it as more conscious, but I would say that there seem to be more people who are more self-aware than others, and I think that's like tied directly to someone's emotional intelligence. You know, people who are just able to be more receptive to self-reflection, that are able to, you know, just look back on things, contemplate things, evolve, you know, be able to, people who are less egotistical, you know, who are tied to their ego, who are able to be like, oh, I was wrong. I can admit I was wrong. And I want to be able to grow from this, you know, mistake. And I feel like a lot of people are not at that point.
Fallibility is a virtue. Yes.
Yeah.
Right, but I mean, so maybe I should have phrased it a little better than I did, because there's many times where when we talk about consciousness, sometimes we interact consciousness with a person's being, right? In and of itself, like your consciousness is what you are.
Okay. So that's what you're talking about on
Yes.
that. Okay.
And I'm just wondering that if consciousness is what we believe it is, and it's not necessarily based on like, okay, I'm just aware, right? Like, and there's more to it than that. Or maybe if it's not even just we're more, because that's the case, right? Like if consciousness is, hey, I am just aware, then in and of itself, that means that consciousness is based on the amount of awareness that you would have on a certain situation. To be more aware of something would maybe equate to being more conscious of, you know, the circumstances or other circumstances in and of itself. Or maybe it's not even towards that extent, right? Maybe consciousness is not even that, and we can just throw that out the window. And so like that's what I mean. I think the most difficult aspect is to try to pinpoint consciousness of what it actually is. Is consciousness being aware, or is consciousness the being of you?
I think the you thing is a construction, so it's a mode of consciousness. It's like a storytelling, you know, like when you conceive of Josh, what you're doing is you're not only just including what you know about yourself physically, but you're also including all your memories, your story. Everyone's got a story, and that's you. It's not just your job title. It's just not your height or your, skin tone or all these other things. It's a combination of all those things. And so you create this entire story of who is Josh. I'm not just my name. It entails all of this stuff. So you are literally a story, but we know stories are in the category of imagination.
Correct. But then what is consciousness?
So consciousness is the condition by which imagination and all observation and stuff like that can actually dance on. It's like the stage that the people dance on.
So it's awareness.
Yeah, so it's more like awareness, exact subjective awareness, right?
But then again, that means people can be, unless we are differentiating awareness into two awarenesses, the emotional awareness, just like how Nell stated, and observational awareness, or maybe not even observational awareness, because awareness can be such a broad subject matter to discuss. So it's kind of like, are we trying to differentiate two awarenesses, or are we combining the awarenesses together, which then complicates things?
Yeah, that's what we call the duality versus non-duality. So the duality is, like you say, the two awarenesses, or two or more, or one or more awarenesses, which would be like, you're thinking, you're feeling, you're hearing, you're seeing, you're tasting, you're doing all these things. You're aware of all these things. But where the non-dualist or the monist part comes in is that even on a relativistic level, we know that it's all unified, it's binded into one streamline of conscious experience. So while I'm even things that I'm not aware, not executively aware of, I'm aware of. So consciousness is aware of everything, but my mind may not be. For example, did you know most of the things you see, you don't remember seeing, or you don't even register it? Like your field of vision, for one thing, is already limited, but you also have your peripherals, you hear things. The only time you notice is if you really focus in on it. It's kind of like your breathing or your heartbeat or something like that. All that stuff is going on. And at some level, your consciousness is aware of all that. But your mind necessarily isn't. Your mind is only focused on what you focus on at any given time, which can only be one thing at a time. We don't multitask as well as we think we do.
Yeah, I think that our bodies, like evolution, like would have saved us some calories by doing that. Like just think of it, like if everything you looked at all the time, you were like aware of, like conscious, in your sight, vision of sight. First of all, that would be like very expensive, on like resources for your body, like energy and stuff.
I I like Donald Hoffman's analogy that you just gave. I'm gonna give another analogy. So like what he said, and he's like a neuroscientist and a professor, professor of neuroscience, and he's got a whole team. He lives out in Irvine where I used to live at. But this guy, he said one thing. What he says it's kind of like consciousness is kind of like a user interface. It's like when you look at your computer, it's really helpful when we have these icons like your recycle bin, the folder that you wrote the script, your speech on, and all of that, right? And but if you had to keep track of, because there is no icon. I mean, there is no folder, yellow folder in a trash can recycle bin in your computer. That's just a representation. What's really making that stuff up are the codes, the transistors of your computer, the electricity that got your computer to turn on. Like there's so many things involved in, the GUI or the graphical user interface, right? But that's the whole point, is so that you don't have to keep up with all the code and all the transistors and electricity. All you now need to do is focus on that folder. It's a user interface. It's made to be user friendly, so to speak, right? Yeah. So that's kind of what the brain is doing. It's giving us a representation, something we can handle. We don't have to keep up with all the neurons that fire, all the situations in our subconscious that is influencing the way we think and all that, the breathing, the heart rate, all of that stuff. All that stuff goes on without our mind being aware of it.
Yeah.
Of course, it's all part of the consciousness, but it's not something we necessarily have to be aware of. And so he was saying that it's kind of like that. We're kind of like a user interface.
Have you ever read the book Thinking Fast and Slow by Daniel Kahneman?
No, I didn't read it, but I heard about that. I want to read that book.
It's a really good book. Like it kind of like it portrays like it kind of divides like the systems of thinking. Like you got the system one is like your sort of like your evolutionary like thinking and stuff like that, and then system two is somewhat where you use like logic and critical thinking and stuff, and you better dive into things. And you don't actually have two systems of thinking in your brain, but you do, like it does revert, to one or the other depending on the effort that you put into it. But it's really good. It explains a whole lot of that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It's called Thinking Fast and Slow.
Absolutely, but on another perspective, all those unseen processes and even the shortcuts in our thinking, like all that experience, all that is actually just one thing, whether we're aware of it or not. It's all just kind of one thing.
Yeah, it's not
very,
yeah.
That's why I kind of like lean towards non-dualism, because it kind of acknowledges that fact, and which corresponds to science and everything else. So it's something I resonate with, and it's right in line with my idealistic views and things like that. But anyways, guys, man, I got to get off here, man. It's almost 1 a.m.
It's almost 2 here.
Good Lord, what are we doing, man? What are we doing with our lives?
Having a great time. That's what we're
having a wonderful time, for real. All right, man. I'm going to sign on off. I'm going to shut this down, but I appreciate all of your participation, man. It means a whole lot. And thanks, audience, for being in the live chat and making it lively and all that good stuff. And again, I'll be back hopefully this week, but if not, at least Saturday I'll be back on.
Mm-hmm.
So, all right, guys. Well, you guys have a great night. I'm gonna hit the sack, man.
Sounds like a plan.
Sounds like a wiener.
Ass.
All right, guys.
Yeah.
Be good.
All right. Peace.